Listen, brother, everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy.
Posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm
Just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fun, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Her son is streaming. Watch him on the cloud. Oh, this doesn't like end.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this. Straight people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do. Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex.
Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hazan is streaming. Watch him on that club.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Sean Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from cloudy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. That is Hasan's streaming theme song for my favorite socials himbo official video by Theresa Sweetheart. That's an absolute banger, a certified HasanAbi banger for the broadcast. This is the part of the show where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my world, in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And yesterday, I did another half hour. I did another half day yesterday. What is going on? This guy says streaming is the hardest job on the planet. All of a sudden, he's doing half days. 7 hours? 7-hour streams? I want my money back, sir, is what I would be saying if I were you, honestly. What the fuck? But the reason for why I did a 7-hour stream yesterday as opposed to the regular 11-hour ones is because, honestly, the reason why is because we had to shoot the Fear End podcast for the upcoming week. We had to shoot it on a Wednesday night at that time frame for a couple different reasons. The most important reason being that Austin is going on vacation. That's right. Austin has decided he must go on a vacation because he did his first show in the tub with Austin, and you know that took a lot out of him, I guess. Dude, the reach of the streamer / real work shit is so far reaching that it started a rift within the Overwatch community. Why is there so much rift on this? Streaming, especially if you're successful at it, is phenomenally fortunate. That doesn't mean it's devoid of its downsides. That's it. People are so stupid where they like I don't understand. It's not that hard of a concept to fucking broach. I don't get it. I guess it is if like every single goddamn NEET on this website is behaving like they're fucking oil rig workers or some shit. I'm done talking about this. Holy moly, it's so annoying. Did you watch the new season of Curb? I haven't yet. But I am a little sad about Richard Lewis's passing. So it's a meta driver. Yeah, whatever. Who gives a shit? Daily dose of Northern Lion clips.
Always makes me laugh whenever I see a post that's like me or the PS5. I don't want to mansplain, but I feel like I gotta get up in the mentions there and be like, lady, you know this fucker's got no games, right? Now, if it was you or the PlayStation 2, that's a tough one, because there's a library on that thing, and it's backwards compatible with the PlayStation 1. Bro! And that fucker can play DVDs. I mean, I'm just saying you should value yourself a little higher.
So true, dude. So right. He's so real. He's so real for that. PlayStation 5 is an expensive fucking dust-sucking, dust-accumulating paperweight. Actually, that's not even true anymore. But, I mean, but for the longest time it was. PlayStation 2, on the other hand, greatest console ever created of all time. Not even a question. Day 6, asking HasanAbi to get a lift in? What do you mean? You've been asking me to get a lift in? Like what? Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Like I said, last night I ended the broadcast to do the Fear End podcast, and it was fun. It was a banger. As always, you don't play your PlayStation 5 and wanted a day one. I'm a Sony fanboy, ride or die. I don't care. So it's just like a old console wars brand loyalty that has like been instilled in me as I'm an old man. You can't teach a old dog new tricks. Anyway, where was I? What was I saying? I think this guy watches your show. Maybe. Damn, I can't even load a goddamn tic-tac up here, dude. What's happening? My computer is broken, dude. I need a new one.
When you really think about it, the only issue with states' rights is that it's too many states. So what we're going to do right now is some consolidation.
Bro, this is a 4-minute TikTok, bro. You're out of control, I think. Maybe later. Big Lad, have you gotten to the Masters of the Air? Dude, there's so many.
When you really think about it,
there's so many good movies and shows and stuff coming out, and I am just so deeply invested in Yakuza Infinite Wealth 8 that I have not touched any of those things. Shogun, Dune 2, on the movie side, Masters of the Air with Elvis Presley, supposed to be Band of Brothers, but in the air. Tokyo Vice Season 2. There's just so much happening in the universe of content. Curb Your Enthusiasm just came out. I have not touched anything because I just play Infinite Wealth and Helldivers as well when I have time. So how long is Yakuza? You've been on that for weeks? I mean, I play it slowly, and I also play it. I like the chatters are now backseating my fucking leisure time gaming. Like, what is happening? It's a big game. You can just like quickly burn through it if you want. It's like, but if you are basically like playing a lot of the side quests, fucking around, playing the story, then and savoring it, then it's gonna take you like at least 50 to 60 hours. If you want to 100% it, it's gonna be more than 100 hours. But I'm talking like, you know, I did 300 hours in the game before I finished it. Yeah, the game is really great because of like all of the side stories and developing relationships with your party and stuff like that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Listen. After the pod, I sat my ass down. I played Infinite Wealth. This morning, I woke up early, sent Austin packing. He left to fly back home. Left a trail of trash everywhere. God damn, he's so messy. He's such a messy bitch. Took Kai to the dog park. She had a great time. And now I'm here. I had a big business meeting, big business deal, phone call, which I thought was fun and very interesting opportunity. If it pans out, if it works out, I think you guys will appreciate it. You guys will like it. What? Dog park? No, not like, it's not even a dog park. It's just a park, but I just take Kaya there. Additionally, is today you're going to find out where right-wing influences from Matt Walsh Shapiro and others come from. Anna.atlasnetwork.org. What? Yeah, Kick deal, dude. I'm going to Kick. But yeah, that's it for the personal. On the personal news front, not much going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, honestly. I'm just excited to stream. There's a lot of, bro, catch up with One Piece ASAP. It is, as a point, even the leakers are like, nah, dog, you got to see for yourself. What? I don't get it. So, like, leakers are saying they're no longer leaking stuff. Your pick, $50 million or a dinner with Diddy? Dinner with Diddy, duh. Themacius, thank you for the playlist. Yes, we have some not so fun news as well that we will be talking about. Specifically, 104 civilians killed trying to access food aid trucks in Gaza, Palestinian Health Ministry says. Imagine not acknowledging Leap Day. Fair. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Leap Day. It's Leap Day. What does that mean? That means that Black History Month is one day longer this month. I'm not gonna lie, this fucking month has been so long. Like, normally January is really long, and then February is also pretty long, but like a little bit shorter than January. March comes around, it's like increasingly, in my experience, when I get into the new year, the first like 3 months of the year feel like the longest goddamn months. And then by the end of it, you're just like burning through months and you don't even think about it. You're like, holy shit, how did we get here? It's already July. Oh my God, the year is over. I do feel that it's a leap year. I feel it in my bones. I feel like it's supposed to be March. I'm done. It's just like, it's so goddamn long. January was so long. February was so fucking long. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what's happening to me. The days are long, but the years are short. Yeah, we finally get our visit from Leap Day William. I don't even know what it is. The Great Leap Forward 2024. White man saying Black History Month was too long. Okay, I'm basically looking to get canceled again. You know what I mean? At this point, why do you hate Black History Month? I don't hate it. I think every month should be Black History Month. It should be Black History Year. There you go. We didn't even do any Black History Month activities except for Sean coming on. I feel like Black History Month this year was like, I guess every year, it doesn't really matter. It's just so like, it's such a classic, like, ugh, here, have this, black people type shit. You know what I mean? Like there's so little real enthusiasm or celebration. Like motherfuckers don't even commoditize it. You know what I mean? Come on, liberals. It's just like, there's not even like a token celebration or anything. Anyway, how do you even squeeze money out of it? I don't know. I know what we're talking about at LAX, Alaska Airlines, outline of Africa over their logo. What more do you want? I mean, remember the Kente cloth with Pelosi? I think there should be fun stuff on Black History Month for black people only. Like white politicians have to wear the Kente cloth, and they also have to do like the classic, like the shoe, like the foot cleaning. Like they have to do that. I don't know, shit like that. Make it more exciting. Feed stuff. I see. Yeah, reparations would be hella fun. Okay, I meant realistic things. Like now we're just talking about things that I would like, that I think are valid and should happen, but will never happen because America was foundationally built upon the principle of white supremacy. Anyway, white politicians have to shout Wakanda forever and do the arm thing before they leave any room. Joe Biden a do-rag. Yeah, Trump media co-founder sue company alleging a scheme to dilute shares, by the way. Fun stuff. We have a lot going on. Let's get into it. Let me blast off real quick. We're going to be talking about P. Diddy, where I will learn about what is going on in the world of P. Diddy, Peterson Diddy, P. Diddler, it seems. What else are we going to be talking about? What else are we... what did P. Diddy do? More like, what did P. Diddy not do? Which is be normal and not like a fucking psycho in almost every single crypto market thoughts. Dog, I do not think about the crypto market, okay? P. Diddler, Meek Mill, Hunter update. There's no updates on Hunter Schafer coming on the broadcast. Really questions what the P stands for? I think we now know, okay? I think we now know what it stands for. Let's be real. P. Diddler, Meek Mill, what else? What else is going on in the world? SCOTUS to hear Trump, immunity, Bobert crime family. Oh, I heard about that. That shit sounds fucking insane too. God, there's a lot going on in the world of news. Trump x Biden border collab. That's gonna be fun. Can't wait for that. So glad that that's happening. No surge. Wendy's as Gaza death toll passes 30K. 104 civilians killed trying to access food aid trucks in Gaza. Palestinian Health Ministry says. Bro, can I ask this question? I'm going to be very honest here, brutally and painfully honest. Like, what am I supposed to expect? When I read something, when I read an article a title like this, and it's like, Israel-Gaza war, first of all. Is it a war against Gaza? Fine. At least they're no longer saying it's not Israel-Hamas war, so that's good. Okay? That's good. It's not a war. It's an ethnic cleansing campaign, but fine. At least we've moved past it, right? More than 100 reported killed in crowd near Gaza aid convoy. So were they actually trying to access food and humanitarian aid? And also, what does this mean, reported killed? Did a building collapse on them? At least they're saying reported killed and not simply saying were died. You know what I mean? That's good. That's a big step. Hamas-run health ministry says, obviously this is to say, like, you know, don't believe your things that you've heard. You got replied by this freak today, Brianna Wu. Yeah, I said Biden won in Michigan. Biden won Michigan in 2020 by 150K, 100K plus voters, uncommitted in the Dem primary. 77% of Dems want a ceasefire in Gaza. Are people just unaware Biden has dedicated his entire State Department to pursuing a ceasefire for many months? What do you think our Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has been doing with these repeated trips to the Middle East pretending to work? It's already our policy. The rub of all this is how you define ceasefire. Do the hostages come home? Is Hamas left in charge? Who's the new government of Gaza? A lot of the Free Palestine types are not actually looking for a cessation of fighting. That's cool. Anyway, so you have the BBC angle here, right? Fuck, I'm already covering the news. God damn it. Hold on. And then there's an even grosser way to cover the 100 people being murdered, okay? Which I will show you in a second. Hold on. Let me write. As Gaza's death toll passes 30K, IDF opens fire on looking crowd desperate for aid, killing 100 plus. God, Brianna Wu is so stupid. I don't know anything about her other than like this stuff. This is the only thing I've ever heard of her, and I think she was in like a group chat or something and was saying like horrible shit, but I feel like that's normal. If you're like an online brain broken person, you're gonna be in some group chat saying awful shit. But honestly, but she's doing the same farmer as all the other weirdos. Yeah, but it's so stupid. And I feel like the dumber people get about this shit, the more she gains prominence. And I feel like it's not even her gaining prominence, it's more so like people getting dumber and dumber on this Israel stuff. So I don't understand it. P. Diddler, Meek Mill, SCOTUS to hear Trump immunity. Trump ex Biden border collab. No surge pricing on Wendy's. As Gaza death toll passes 30K, IDF opens fire on crowd desperate for aid, killing 100 plus. Get in now. How to prevent Hamas becoming like the Taliban after liberation of the people. They went from fighting against the invasion of the USSR to a fundamentalist government. Wait, what do you mean? They were always fundamentalist. I mean, I don't think you understand the dynamic there. And also, I like that we're talking about like what happens when the Palestinians are liberated. Like, okay, yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, okay? That's the second time you have answered that exact question. I've probably said the exact same thing both times. Dude, okay. It's Media Literacy Hour with HasanAbi Piker. Let's say a thing happens in the world. Okay, here, let me blast off real quick, and then we're going to get right into this fucking story, okay? Before we get to the P. Diddler, Meek Mill, SCOTUS to hear Trump immunity, all that stuff, I'm going to start off with the Israeli occupying force opening fire on Palestinians that were desperately trying to get aid, okay? That's what we're going to start off with, first and foremost. So there's many different ways that you can cover a story. One way to do it, as I just described, is one, saying Israel-Gaza war. It's not a war, it's an ethnic cleansing campaign. However, this is simply better than the previous formation of this kind of thing, which would say Israel-Hamas war, which definitely is not the truth, right? More than 100 people reported killed, once again, reported killed. So at least they're not saying more than 100 people found dead, okay? They're saying reported killed in crowd near Gaza aid convoy. So they do mention the Gaza aid convoy, right? That's an improvement as well. But they're saying it's in a crowd near the Gaza aid convoy, not mentioning that it's actually the crowd trying to receive aid, desperate for humanitarian aid in an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign. And then, of course, the last one is my favorite, the excellent chef's kiss. Hamas-run health ministry says that is, of course, to cast doubt on the numbers, even though every single person that works in the intelligence community, in the respective state departments of each individual state, every single person that works in the Israeli side, every single person that works at an NGO, and every single person that works at the BBC that has been covering this for years, if they know anything about anything, knows without a fucking doubt, that the Hamas-run health ministry numbers have always been the gold standard of figuring out the death toll. And the highest likelihood is that those numbers currently are actually at undercount, because there's like around 10,000 people that we know of that are most likely still under the rubble. So just saying, this is the greatest version that you are going to get from Western media, because then you have other ones where it says at least 100 killed and 700 injured in chaotic incident where IDF opened fire as people waited for food in Gaza. So strange. It is hard to confirm information in Gaza. I wonder why that is. Yes, that's a great question. It is because there's an ethnic cleansing campaign going on. Okay, an ethnic cleansing campaign that targets children.
targets women, civilian men, the elderly. That is why it's very difficult. Not shocking that they shot at a fucking crowd of people that are trying to desperately get food. Here's what Itamar Ben-Gvir had to say about this. Total support must be given to our heroic fighters operating in Gaza who acted excellently against the Gazan mob that tried to harm them. Today, it was proven that the transfer of humanitarian aid to Gaza is not only madness while our abductees are being held in the Strip under substandard conditions, but also endangers the IDF soldiers. This is another clear reason why we must stop transferring this aid, which is in fact to harm the IDF soldiers and oxygen to Hamas. That's awesome. The best backup that can be given our fighters is to throw you out of power with a missile. Anyway, this is another good one. Many were killed and injured after Israeli forces opened fire near an aid convoy. Starkly different accounts of what happened were offered. Bro, you are a fucking news publication. Your job, it's like journalism 101. Your job is not to go, some people are saying it's raining outside. Other people are saying it's sunny outside. Open the fucking window, crack it open, and put your fucking hand out to see if it's raining or if it's fucking sunny. What do you mean? This is literally like, this is not news. You are not reporting on the news. Breaking news. Things are happening. We don't know what. Who could tell? I don't know. Probably Israel's in the right. Okay, thanks. I feel very informed by this. This is the fucking gray lady. This is the paper of record, dog. What the hell is going on? Many were killed and injured after Israeli forces opened fire near an aid convoy. Starkly different accounts. Like some things happen to some people. We don't know anything. This is giving up, dude. This is literally like, bro, this is me during COVID when I just stopped working out. I just gave up. Okay. I was like, fuck it. I'm not moving. I'm not moving at all. This is, you've directly said now as the most important institution in the field of journalism in the United States of America, you said, I'm giving up. What the fuck? I see your New York Times push notification and I raise you this. Jason Hickel. Dude, when you wanted to send this, when you first sent this link to me, I thought you were like sending me a Jackson Hinkle-Dink link. And I was like, I don't want to. Biden says Gaza food aid related deaths complicate ceasefire talks. Food aid related? What does this mean? What is he talking about? Food aid related deaths? What is, like, did they get poisoned? Did the food aid collapse on top of the people? Like, what is... Okay, let's hear another one. Heated exchange. State Department spokesperson Matt Miller unable to condemn Israel's killing, blames Hamas. Why is it so difficult for this government to say we condemn the killing of Palestinian women and children? Why don't you say the word condemn? We don't want to see anyone die. Hamas launched this war in the first place. Oh my God! Yet I haven't heard a word condemn. This war began way before October 7th.
You don't have any doubt that only one side did the shooting and the killing and the shelling and so on of these people, correct?
Said, I have seen reports
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You have not seen any reports. Or you have, and you're lying. You have seen the reports. You're just fucking lying. Your job is to lie. Oh my God. Oh, I saw that. Actually, guys, I saw that it was actually the Palestinian people themselves that were killing themselves. They found guns and they started shooting themselves.
Seen different reports with respect to that very question.
Right.
We don't know, as I said earlier, the ground truth of what happened, which is why we think it's appropriate that investigation be conducted.
So you think that there were...
Bro, they say this every time, okay? They say this every fucking time. And then they just block and push and wait until Israel does another unimaginably cruel thing. And then they push it down the line again and again and again and again. It's unimaginable. Anyway, more than 110 Palestinians are reported to have been killed while trying to get desperately needed aid in North Gaza. Crowds of waiting civilians descended on a convoy of lorries after it passed through an Israeli military checkpoint on the coastal road west of Gaza City. Israel's military said troops fired at some of those people they thought were a threat. In the ensuing chaos, the lorries attempted to move forward. A Palestinian witness told the BBC that most of those who died were run over. At least 112 people were killed and 760 others injured in the incident, the spokesman of Gaza's Hamas Foreign Health Ministry, Ashraf al-Qudra, said in a statement on Thursday afternoon. Dramatic aerial footage released by the Israeli military showed thousands of people on and around the lorries, while graphic videos of the aftermath posted on social media showed some of the dead loaded onto emptied aid lorries and a donkey cart. Why are they so desperate for aid? Why has the aid actually trickled in such slow numbers? I know people that are fucking out there right now I see them talking about it in Jordan specifically, talking about how impossible it is and how much aid is being currently held up in points of entry. Why? It's not like the entire world isn't trying to desperately bring help into Gaza. They certainly are. Kids are eating fucking animal feed and grass, especially in northern Gaza. Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry blamed Israel for what it called a massacre, while U.S. President Joe Biden expressed concern that it would complicate efforts by the U.S. and other mediators to broker a temporary ceasefire in the war between Hamas and Israel. I'll tell you this much, and I mean this with all sincerity. I think the amount of Hamas-run health ministry has actually unironically caused more people in the Western world to be like, yeah, okay, I'm with those guys, actually. Like, originally, when it started, there was obviously the bad guys in the eyes of the Western world and the way that they received it were Hamas. They went in and they did unspeakable things, and a lot of people were geared up with the atrocity propaganda on top of the real atrocities that had occurred. So they were like, oh my God, of course I condemn Hamas. This is devastating. This is devastating. But after 5 months, constantly fucking positioning Hamas against the IDF has unironically normalized Hamas as a legitimate entity. Because guess what? For the past 5 months, Hamas has been defending the Palestinian population against the Israeli military's brutal genocidal bombing campaign. So of course people are going to see that. And with the media constantly being like, Hamas run health ministry, Hamas said this, Hamas said that. Of course people are going to inevitably be like, all right, you know what? Lesser evil. Because it is. Because it fucking is. I will stand on that. I will stand on this business. Hamas, between Hamas and Israel, Hamas is the lesser evil of the two, both in the amount of civilians that they deliberately targeted and killed, okay, in comparison to the amount of actual soldiers that they killed. That's it. The numbers are undeniable, okay? That is before we talk about like the destruction of you know, civil society. That's it. You consistently have such a high view of the normie brain. The more you learn every day actually separates you more and more from the average person. I think that normal human beings, if given all of the facts, will most likely go along with their morality and will inevitably be able to overcome their previous social conditioning. People will get real mad at you for that take. For what take? That Hamas is the lesser evil between Hamas and IDF? I am ready to stand on that take all day, every day. I've been saying that. I've been saying that because it's fucking true. It's literally true. People are actually insane for acting like that is not the case. It is objectively the case. They have killed, one, by totality, significantly fewer civilians, and per capita, they've killed significantly fewer civilians in comparison to enemy combatants. It's not even a question. It's not even a question. And that is before we talk about like the fucking obvious like death and destruction of like normal civil life. Shutting off food, shutting off aid, shutting off electricity. Hamas does not have the capacity to do these things to Israel in the same way that Israel does, because Israel is the occupier. Israel is, and this is not just like me being fucking woke and doing like entry-level theory. I love bros defending rapists. I never defended Israel. I never defended Israel. That's really fucked up that you said that. Number one, dude, this is how laughable the fucking pro-Israel propaganda is. Where they're just keep trying to fucking revamp the atrocity, the atrocity porn over and over again. It's so funny. I have never been more vindicated on any issue more than my consistent takes on fucking Israel and Palestine. And the only reason for why is because like I've seen it, I've covered it for 10 fucking years. That's it. Somebody hasn't heard the news about the New York Times story? Yeah. I missed a bit where Hamas were parading the underwear of the women they had killed. Oh yeah, that's right. You missed that bit because Israel's been doing that. That's a good one. You're right. True. Forgot about that one. Oh yeah, no, we're going to talk about the story behind the New York Times October 7 expose, the most famous mass atrocity rape on October 7 article, and who wrote the article and how that article was ever even fucking brought up. And the New York Times itself recognized very quickly after they fucking blasted it into the ether that it did not meet the muster of like a genuine piece of journalism. And there was a lot of internal battles inside of the New York Times for even bringing that fucking article up. The Daily had to delete their fucking entire episode. It should call into question everything you fucking know about the way that these guys operate. Yeah. The New York Times also launching a leak investigation over this. The New York Times is conducting a leak investigation, a rare move of the paper following the Intercept's report on a yet-to-air episode of The Daily addressing claims of sexual violence committed by Hamas on October 7th. That's so funny that the entire fucking media is like running defense for the New York Times here when they fucked up in a ginormous way. That's the more interesting part, is that the New York Times is doing a leak investigation, not the fact that they literally... Oh, okay. Yeah. Glad to see the New York Times is taking internal and external criticisms of it covered seriously. It's important that any organization to be able to self-reflect, learn from mistakes, and improve. Oh, wait, this is what they're doing instead. Launching a leak investigation. This is Trumpian shit. I'm thankful for the New York Times for standing behind the important stories we've published. The Times didn't just stand behind me, but also many of the women whose stories needed to be told. The recent attack against me will not deter me from continuing my work. Telling the truth and giving voice to women in Israel and worldwide. I understand why people who do not know me were offended by the inadvertent like I pressed on 10-7, and I apologize for that. Anyway, absolute demon shit. We're gonna get to that in a second. Let's continue with the let's continue with the other manufacturing consent story that we were talking about. Yeah, I mean, Itamar Ben-Gvir has always been embracing that he's a villain. Themesius, we already talked about this. He very openly was like, no more aid. They've been saying that. There's plenty of people that are saying that. Anyway, but we'll get to the New York Times leak and the Intercept's brilliant reporting on the matter. But before we get to that, let's get back to the story at hand. The incident happened hours before the health ministry announced that more than 30,000 people, including 21,000 women and children, had been confirmed killed in Gaza since the start of the conflict. 21,000 women and children have been killed. 30,000 total have been killed. Okay? There is no world in which you can engage in lesser evil and act like Israel is actually the good guys here. Israel were the bad guys on October 6th. Israel were the bad guys on October 8th. Israel has been the bad guy for 75 fucking years. If you want like the Marvel Cinematic Universe style good bad dynamics here, this is one of the very few instances where you can actually do that because the morality is clear. It's like Ukraine and Russia, right? Russia, bad guys for fucking invading Ukraine. That's it. That's it. Don't do that. Israel, bad guys for being an apartheid state. Don't do that. You can fucking desperately cling on to the preconceived notions that people may have about Hamas and they're scary and they're Muslim and they're terrorists and you know, all of this other stuff that happened. Oh my God. But it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Some 7,000 others have been reported as missing. 70,450 have been treated for injuries over the past 4 months, according to the ministry. This is deeply shocking. But Azov, that's so funny that you say Azov. I don't know if you're like pushing Z or if you're like trying to make fun of me as a NATO defender or something. But I've always maintained the position that like, while Azov is a nationalist battalion, this does not justify Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I've never, ever fucking said that it was valid. This is deeply shocking because if you add the number of people who have been injured and the number of people who are missing, you have more than 100,000 people, which represents 5% of the population. Philip Lazzarini, the head of the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA, told the BBC. The UN is also warning of a looming famine in the northern territory, where an estimated 300,000 people are living with little food or clean water. Rory V, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break right now as well at the top of the hour, and then we're going to move on. I'm not going. We're going to continue with the story. I'm not doing like a segue. People need to drop decorum and talking about Israeli atrocities because IOF sympathizers get extremely accusational, emotional, and straight up rabid when you mention it. We shouldn't honor Zionists with candor and political speech because it's the same as legitimizing Nazis. At this point, if you're at a table with one Zionist and 10 other people, you are at a table with 11 Zionists. There's a difference. There's certainly a difference because of the varying degrees of Zionism and what people understand and it being like a foreign nation. The Israeli military launched a large-scale, but it is definitely genocide. It is genocide. As is 100% true. It's genocide through and through. That's it. Israel is engaging in genocidal actions, and America is funding and facilitating that genocide, providing political cover for said genocide, giving weapons to Israel to continue conducting said genocide. It's not even this is not like anyone who tries to debate you on this point is just an unserious person who is a cruel and heartless individual in general. There is no way that you can look at the situation and go, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe a little bit of genocide is fine. It's valid. I mean, if you tell them simple facts, they push back and they're toast Nazi apologists are complicit in genocide. Yes. Anyway, The Israeli military launched a large-scale air and ground campaign to destroy Hamas, which is prescribed as a terrorist organization by Israel, the UK, and others, after its gunmen killed about 1,200 people in southern Israel on October 7 and took 253 people back to Gaza as hostages. Thursday's incidents took place shortly after 2 GMT passed an Israeli military checkpoint on Rashid Street, which runs along the Mediterranean coast. Palestinian sources gave the location as the Nabulsi roundabout on the southwestern edge of Gaza City. Now, if you've seen like convoys such as this one, aid convoys in the past, there's always chaos in the delivery, and that chaos is a consequence of, okay, excuse me, I'm sorry that I fucking burped. Okay, suck my dick. It happened on accident. Jesus Christ, I'm a human being. I'm a human being who's doing the hardest job on the planet, as always, you know. I strongly disagree. Given how the Palestinians are portrayed, so many automatically side with Israel, succumbing to media propaganda. It is not granted that people see this clearly. If what you are saying was correct, then the majority of the American population would not be demanding a ceasefire. I think, and with all sincerity, I think there's a lot more Americans that are like, enough is enough, fucking dial it back. What the hell is going on? Especially in comparison to like where such a military campaign or how such a military campaign would have been received 10 years ago. Hasan, there are no major protests in America. I don't think average people care about it all that much. First of all, you're wrong. There have been major protests in America endlessly for the past 5 months without fatigue in general. The difference is media never covers it on purpose. And also, we just covered a massive protest vote campaign where 100,000 plus individuals in the state of Michigan went and voted uncommitted. If you think that the protests have not been ongoing, you're basically telling on yourself. Genuinely insane that this is the right-wing Israeli reaction to the Biden administration, giving them literally every single thing they want with no limitations and conditions. I am an Israeli outraged at Biden's betrayal of Israel by forcing to stop the war in Gaza and preventing Israel from winning and eradicating Hamas, and forcing on Israel a terrorist Palestinian state as a reward for the massacres and rapes of Jews to appease anti-Semitic leftist voters.
My name is Shula. I'm an Israeli, and I'm outraged. I'm so disappointed by President Biden.
Dude, this shit is awesome. Like, no, more please. You are a fucking unhinged freak, dude. No, it's great. It's great. This kind of stuff is great. I love seeing just the most mentally ill person I've ever seen in my entire life be so fucking bloodthirsty for more Palestinian children and women to be murdered. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. These people are so fucking despicable. First of all, why are you dressed the way you're dressed? What's going on here, lady? What the fuck's going on? Okay, never mind.
He betrayed the Israeli people. He wants us to have a ceasefire. And when we are in the beginning of the end of this war, we are winning big. It will be known as one of the best victory open warfare in the history of the world.
Is she in Brickle? Is this Brickle? What's this background? This doesn't look like Israel to me. This looks like fucking Brickle, right? Yeah, it looks like Miami. Brickle is I mean, it's Florida. It's Miami. Miami, Israel. Yes, it's Brickell City Center. Bitch, I know my fucking Miami. I lived there, dog. I know my shit. Thank you to the Miami natives backing my ass up here. I am the Geo Rainbolt, okay? I'm the real Geo Rainbolt here.
We are winning because there is no other alternative after the atrocity and the massacre of the Jewish people. And Biden wants us to stop the war in order to give victory to Hamas, to credit them with the victory, and then...
She's so insane, brother. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Every part of this is awesome. She's fake crying, the outfit, the massive Star of David that she like put over her fucking gold necklace. Woo! How are we stuck with the conservative Cubans and the Zionists? I hate that I love Miami. Oh yeah, no. Florida is the fucking actual armpit of the United States of America. It's got the absolute worst of the worst of the worst of the worst, brother. Not even a question. Florida is winning the absolute worst person Olympics every time, dude. Filled to the goddamn brim.
during the ceasefire, that supposedly he cares about releasing hostages, but it's not about the hostages. He wants to lead it. That during that time, he will declare a Palestinian state. He will give a reward, a prize to Hamas terrorist Nazi and credit them with the win that they got a war. It's like after United States defeated Al Qaeda in Iraq and in Afghanistan. It's like United States would.
I'm gonna be honest, dude. Like her being super fucking ugly and also trying to do fake tears while dressed like an 18-year-old definitely ruins most of the, like, half of the fucking argument that she's trying to present is immediately destroyed by how fucking hysterically ugly she is, okay? How hysterical and how ugly she is both inside and out unironically just destroys half of the fucking marketing here, okay? Sorry. She looks insane.
Give Al Qaeda state to the enemies of the United States in the Middle East, but it's worse. Have an Al Qaeda state in Canada and in Hamas. Do you understand?
Hamas! Get the fuck out of here, bro. Hamas! Al Qaeda and Hamas! Shut the fuck up, dumbass. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. What is happening, dude? What the fuck? Bro, I said this before, but like Israel obviously greatly cares about how their Hasbara is received in the Western world. If I'm Mossad, I'm making sure these guys don't have any phones, okay? I'm making sure these are the first guys I'm going after. You understand? I'm trying to ensure that this person never, ever presents themselves as pro-Israel ever again. Straight up.
It will be the continuation. It will be again and again the 710 of horrors, 9/11 against us. That's what he's doing in order to convince the Muslim in Michigan to vote for Biden for a war. This is what he's talking about, politics.
Bro, she's shaking like she got the vaccine injury.
And he wants the young people, the extreme to the left that worship now.
When that Moderna hits, okay, and my girl starts tweaking. This is... Oh no. Hamas! Hamas! Biden wants to vote for Hamas!
Osama bin Laden on TikTok, that they will be the one, 80% of the American people.
It's so funny because, like, I can't even hear a single goddamn thing that she's saying because it's like, it's so loud in the background that, like, she's also, like, hysterical, but, like, whisper yelling, if that makes sense. And gasping for air in between too. It's just every part of this video 10-10, okay? 10-10, phenomenal new ways of saying Hamas, worst fit of all time. It's great, dude. This is like, bro, she's about to get a contract from any current day metal band. She got nice screams. No, she's whisper screaming.
With Israel, and he cares about the 20% and neglecting, deserting the only democracy in the Middle East, the only
Read about who her dad was. After seeing the horrors of his fellow Jews as suffered in the concentration camp, Shula's father returned back to pre-Israel in July 1946 and joined the Irgun, of course, the Jewish underground under the command of Menachem Begin to force the British out of Palestine and establish an independent Jewish state. He was one of the first fighters to conquer Jaffa. In 1948, he joined the Israeli Defense Forces. Biden is in the beginning was normal and then turned on us, the Jewish state, when we decided to fight. Because Biden secretly loves Hamas. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's so good. Back and not to act like victims and decided to use a rod to self-defense and destroy evil. Yeah, dude. I mean, this lady, this is what happens when you get a lobotomy.
Instead, it's suffer Holocaust, and we are trying to protect ourselves against evil, and so we can continue to live one Jewish state with Judeo-Christian values.
Yeah, with Judeo-Christian values. Dude, there's no way she thinks she's popping off with this, right? Like, why did you post this, dumbass? This is just like 2 minutes of unfiltered, like, baby brain shit. Oh, first she popped off with the Hebrew, too. She made both of them. She made a Hebrew version and also an English version. She said, we want one apartheid state. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying, bro. You gotta, dude, listen, if I'm in charge of Hasbara, I'm trying to make sure only baddies are talking about Israel, okay? No more Amy Schumer. No more fucking Brett Gelman. I'm trying to find baddies. I'm trying to find baddies to be like, yeah, actually fucking genocide is so sick. It's the sickest. It's always these people. The fuck's going on? They lost all the TikTok girlies. Ain't nobody's out here being like, yeah, Israel has a right to defend itself on TikTok. They're not doing that. Honey, come quick. New HasanAbi impersonation just dropped. Yeah, bro. Michael Rappaport. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Low key, though, I have noticed, and maybe it's because they're already like famous, I guess. And I've been paying more attention. But like every single person that was like, Arabs are rapist dogs that need to be ritualistically humiliated and ethnically cleansed in Hollywood has gotten like Tampax commercials and shit like that. Like, I feel like Michael Rappaport's about to get a fucking Oscar or some shit for you know, his like third background guy on some fucking Geico commercial. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. It's crazy. What is happening? What is this? Hardest tweet writer? Who's that? Got to make sure the English speakers listen to. All the baddies are on the front lines. No, they're not. What material reasons does Israel have to continue this? Is there oil there? I know they're ethno-nationalists and probably won't want material reasons, but I'm curious. Yeah, I mean, it's just like pure dominance in that area for sure. And yes, ethno-nationalism. It's pure fascism. That's it. There is no other way to describe it. It's just pure fascism. Tiffany Haddish too. She just wanted to tour Israel to stand up. Yeah, Tiffany Haddish standing up to the oppressive nature of age of consent laws. Bro, come on, man. You don't have to literally have every single celebrity that has had like grooming allegations fucking go to Israel and do a tour there. Okay? It's like the USO for pedophiles. What the fuck is happening? Straight up. What the fuck? Everyone is like, oh yeah, well, was I outed as a groomer? Well, time to go to Israel. Time to go to Israel and talk about how Israel has a right to defend itself. Avengers Age of Consent. P. Diddy is about to make the most P. Diddy is about to make the most unforgettable trip to Israel of a lifetime. Okay? Shit. Doesn't it make sense because Israel has lax extradition laws? Yes, that is the major reason why a lot of like people do end up going there. Yes. Please click the link. You think her drip is bad here? Look at this outfit she has. Yo! Okay, I take it back. This lady is goated. This lady is actually Wait, what? Why is she dressed up like am I crazy? Is she trying to look like a Nazi? Like, what is happening? Bro, she's wearing fetish gear. Michelle Pfeiffer Catwoman costume. Yeah, this is literally fetish gear. A cross between a Nazi and a Dom. Zionist. I'm telling you, it's a sex thing. Yeah, the armbands are, bro, this is like, I feel like this is so aggro, the German state is going to come down on it. Like, they're going to be like, hey, sorry, you can't, we're going to copy strike you. You cannot be biting our steez, lady. You officially ruined latex for me. I hope you're happy. Yeah, the armbands are a little on the nose, I think. It's weird that she has a gimp suit on and she made it like, she tried her hardest to make it as Nazi as possible. Anyway, it's Gyat Woman. Oh, she's not Gyat Woman. Did you see that simulated war game predicted an Israel-Iran war would go nuclear real fast? Lemafao. I did not. And I hope that never happens. The bulletin of the atomic scientist posted on it. The atomic clock guys. Yesterday, you said Dems are only one step away from posting fake sexy photos of Biden. And not even an hour later, I saw this tweet, Lamau. Bro, I know my hogs, man. I know my fucking hogs. Hogs come in all shapes and sizes and of all different political backgrounds, including liberals. There you go. This is it. Have you seen Ben-Gvir's post where he outright states that it was the Israeli soldiers conducting a massacre and praises said soldiers? Yes, I did. By the way, speaking of German state, the other day you heard a chatter was fined £300 for reposting your shit. I raise you this. I have to pay 1,400 euros for attempting, I didn't, to steal a €3.99 smoothie. German legal system doing well. That's crazy. When will you use this power for good? I can't precog good things, okay? I cannot precog good things because only bad things are happening. It's not like I'm wishing it upon the world for it to happen. I'm just telling you it's going to happen. And then it does end up happening. And unfortunately, it's just only bad things. I see very little good things coming in the future. Anyway,
Other people shooting
Saeed, I said I have seen
Palestinians?
reports that other people were shooting. I don't know the veracity of any of those reports, which is why we're seeking more information.
And you expect to get any results from these investigations, these reports? Will you come back to us next week and tell us this is?
I can't promise you next week because I don't know how long an investigation will take, but hold on. Certainly when an investigation is completed and we're briefed on that investigation, I'm happy to come brief you on that.
On the principle of it, why is it so difficult for this government to say we condemn the killing of children, Palestinian women and children? Why can't you say the word condemn?
Saeed, if you listen to what I said a moment ago,
I
hold on. Saeed, please don't interrupt me.
Yeah.
I said far too many Palestinians have died. Thousands of Palestinian children have died, and it is a tragedy when one of them dies. Of course, we don't want to see a single child die. We don't want to see anyone die as a result.
He's like, famously, listen, 1,000 Palestinians die. It's a statistic. One Palestinian dies is a tragedy. Actually, as a matter of fact, it's fine. It's always a statistic. I don't really care.
Result of this conflict, which is why we have been working to bring this conflict to a close as soon as possible. But whenever you ask me these questions, I do think you continue to kind of just elide over the fact that
it's like, dude, listen, the final solution was not a conflict, okay? It was ethnic cleansing. Like, I don't understand. Dude, you can say anything's a conflict, okay? Murat, buying new things to fill my fucking garage is a conflict, okay? It's a very broad spectrum of events that you can consider to be a fucking conflict. You're a libtard. I am not a libtard, I don't think. What do you think of XG? Why are you such a liberal? Don't ban this guy. He's a pet. New pet. My body and I had a conflict this morning on the toilet. Yeah, it could be anything and everything. That's why words matter. That's why we have different words. That's why we use different words specifically to talk about different things.
Hamas bears a great deal of responsibility for putting those children in harm's way. Remember, it was Hamas that launched this war in the first place with an attack on Israel that killed men, women, and children, and that Hamas that hid and continues to hide behind children as human shields. So yes, we do not want to see any child die. We don't want to see any innocent civilian die, which is why we are working so hard to try to achieve a temporary ceasefire that would alleviate their suffering.
Yet I have not heard the word condemn. I mean, this war began way before October 7. I mean, in fact, the reason that this administration was so strong on, pursuing a Middle East peace and so on, because the war has been going on for decades before and so on. We heard this administration when they came into office talking about reopening the consulate, talking about reopening the PLO office here, talking about restarting and reigniting peace talks and so on, re-aiding UNRWA and so on, simply because the war has been going on for a very long time, because Gaza was under siege for a very, very long time.
Saeed, nothing that happened before October 7th justifies what Hamas did on that day. And it is what Hamas did on that day that led to the outbreak of this war and led to the suffering of so many innocent Palestinians. And I just feel it's important to correct that fact.
That's fine. I mean, you guys said this many times before, but in fact, Israel has been waging war on Gaza for a very, very long time. Let me ask you on the aid issue, on the trucks and the trailers and so on. Is there anyone other than Israel that is holding the aid from going in?
It is not a question of aid going in. That's not the problem right now, Saeed. The problem is that when aid gets in, there's a distribution problem inside Gaza right now because there are police officers, some of whom are members of Hamas, who have been providing the security for those for that distribution inside Gaza. And what Israel says is that they have a legitimate right to go after members of Hamas. So we would obviously prefer to see members of a security force inside Gaza who are not Hamas members, but that's not where we are today. So it is a situation that we continue to try to work through.
So this is really the classic catch-22 kind of situation, because Hamas governed Gaza for a very long time. All the police, all the many of the security forces and so on. Unless you supply Gaza with police and other staff people, whatever, who are from Egypt, from anywhere, to distribute these things, it's going to be the same people to distribute it.
As I said, it is
so this is really, you're saying, okay, you can't, it's a catch-22 situation.
I don't think you're listening to what I said. What I said is we believe the way to ultimately solve this problem is to try to get a temporary ceasefire that would...
Brother, listen to me. He is Hamas, okay? Sometimes even Matt Miller himself is Hamas. That's how it works. You have to kill the Hamas inside of you sometimes. You missed the Freudian slip? Yes, I saw, I heard. That's what I'm saying. He's right. The reporter, also Hamas. Matt Miller, Hamas. Joe Brandon, Hamas. Benjamin Netanyahu, Hamas. Yeah, inside of you are two wolves. Both of them support Hamas. That's it. And they're both gay. Yeah, Bibi says no elections, pass Haredi draft law compromise. Otherwise, election ends war. What is the utility of general elections now, asked Netanyahu. General election means the end of the war. Which, by the way, says a lot about the way that the Israeli population views the continuation of the war. Because, like, Benjamin Netanyahu, deeply unpopular. Okay? Benjamin Netanyahu, very unpopular. War, very popular. Oh, so sometimes it's a joke. It's another good day not to be the New York Times public editor, but the organization could really use one right now to investigate on behalf of the readers. Yeah. Multiple New York Times sources tell me, we're going to talk about Anat Schwartz in a second and the October 7 rape atrocity propaganda that that Israel tapped into Hillary Clinton to promote and talk about. Okay. Representative Ilhan Omar accused the Biden administration of greenlighting the massacre of Palestinians. What is true? She is right, and she should say it. ADL Jonathan Greenblatt weighs in on voting uncommitted in Michigan. Pathetic, he says, adding those voting uncommitted should get involved in the political process, to which the host responds in so many words, isn't that what they're doing?
Meaning the people voting uncommitted. I don't know. Yeah. I'm old enough to remember.
Why do you give a shit? Why do you care? Don't act like you give a fuck about the Democratic Party, bitch.
When you were upset about policies that a government was doing or that your political party was doing, you actually got involved. You didn't pull back. You said, I want a seat at the table and I'm going to earn it and then demand. I think what's happened is ridiculous. And how's that going to help, like, economic opportunity for the people of Michigan? How's that going to help make that state better? How's that?
Yeah, dude. I don't think they care about that. I think they care about the fucking genocide. You know, sometimes genocide's pretty big deal, you know? Pretty big fucking deal for a lot of people.
It could help the Democratic Party win.
People who just voted.
I think these people voting uncommitted, I think it's pathetic. And if they really want to make a difference, they should roll up their sleeves and get involved. But you know what, Andrew? I hope they like what the other guy will do. I'm sure he'll listen to them, you know?
That's awesome. That's awesome. Every liberal is like this now, which, by the way, I don't even know if Greenblatt is still a liberal, honestly. But goddamn. Everyone is just like, I can't wait for Trump to fucking deport you. Like, oh shit, man. Damn, didn't realize like it was like that. Okay, fuck. I cannot wait for Trump to do another Muslim ban. You don't want to vote for us? You don't want to vote for the Democratic Party? Just you wait. Oh, man. I got called a terrorist twice yesterday on Insta. Welcome to my life, dude. I've been getting called a terrorist every fucking day. By liberals, mostly. Like, it used to at least be Republicans that used to call me a fucking terrorist. Now it's like Joe Biden defenders on the timeline being like, you are literally a terrorist. You love terrorism. You are a terrorist. It's crazy. It's crazy how fucking hard so many goddamn motherfuckers have just like dropped any pretense of just like being woke at all at the tip of a fucking, at the drop of a hat. They are now immediately like, nope, you're a terrorist.
No, I mean, it's absurd.
The institution. What happened in Michigan?
Anyway, Biden camp responds to the Michigan Uncommitted campaign. Biden campaign co-chair Mitch Landrieu finally responded to listen to Michigan's Uncommitted campaign, stating, we are going to continue to talk to them and ask them to think about the choices and what the consequences are about electing somebody who wants to have a Muslim ban. Today, 104 Palestinian civilians were killed by Israeli forces Gaza try to access food aid trucks in Gaza. In response, listen to Michigan campaign manager Laila El-Abed issued the following statement. It is deeply offensive that President Biden keeps suggesting he has a messaging issue among Arab Americans and young people rather than a funding bombs issue. Biden's re-election chances will be judged by how much of Gaza is left standing by November. It is our hope that Biden chooses the people of America over sending Netanyahu a blank check for war and occupation. They're so clear. Like, this message is so incredibly clear. And the Democratic Party is basically still going, yikes, sweaty. Well, the other guy will send bombs too, and they're going to be extra racist. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you saying openly that you want to be like 1% less racist than the other guy? Sorry, I'm going to be 1% less racist than the other guy. You have to vote for me. I've been covering politics in the United States of America, specifically the Democratic Party, for 10 fucking years now. And this is the first time I have seen the Democratic Party so openly lean on the harm reduction angle in a way where they're like, no, we're going to continue doing harm, but like a little bit less harm. It's unironically, it's gotten worse than it was before. I don't know how.
Hamas.
That's so good. Holy shit. The tell is in what they are saying. The other guy with the words, meaning they know what they're doing is bad. Yeah, it's nuts. Mehdi Hassan went on Jake Tapper, by the way, which is pretty crazy. But again, a lot of this stuff is good. A lot of this stuff is a testament to two things. One, the success of the Vote Uncommitted campaign in Michigan, the fact that they actually are having like pro-Palestinian, outwardly pro-Palestinian voices on mainstream media. That's a good thing. The second thing is that it is a testament to how aggressive Israel is, because like Israel's genocidal campaign has reached the breaking point. It has. And I think it reached a breaking point maybe like a month, maybe 2 months ago, as a matter of fact, where after the ceasefire and the hostage swap, when people saw that, oh, there is a different way to go about this, as a matter of fact, when Israel went back to this same old bullshit that they were doing with the ethnic cleansing, I think people were like, oh, this is like genuinely just, you know, ethnic cleansing. Like that's all it is. And what I mean by that is obviously it should have never gotten here, right? This should have been put an end to many, many years ago. October 6th was still an apartheid state. But what I'm trying to simply state is that more Americans that normally would not have paid attention to this shit, or media outlets that normally would have done way more cover for Israel, are now openly stating that, you know, enough is enough. Do you condemn the uncommitted voters? Fuck no. I think they're fucking awesome. I think they're great. I think the uncommitted voting campaign was a phenomenal success. An absolute phenomenal success. It was great. I love how they're cool with the Taliban now as a government, but at the same time, it's like everyone's Hamas. I don't know.
Hasan joins us now. He just launched his own digital media company, Zeteo, which means to seek in Greek, which of course Mehdi is Greek. We all know. His book is titled Win Every Argument. Show me, guys. Don't show Mehdi. Show me. There, Win Every Argument. It's on paperback now. Check it out. Great book. Mehdi, I want to talk about Zeteo in a second, but first, yes, I got to know your take on the significance of this uncommitted vote last night.
I completely agree with your intro. It is the case that Michigan does have big uncommitted, proportions. Obama went on to win it very easily against Romney in 2012. The difference in 2012 was it was not an organized effort. It was people just expressing discontent or whatever you do. Here is a very explicit aim to get a ceasefire in Gaza. That is what a lot of the voters in Michigan want. I've been speaking to people in Dearborn, across the state, and it's not just Muslim Americans or Arab Americans.
No, progressives, young people.
People of color, young voters. This is what Debbie Dingler, a congresswoman, they made the point that this is not just Arab Americans. 100,000 people plus is a lot of people in a state that Biden won by what, 150,000? Hillary.
It wasn't a phenomenal success. It increased from 10% in 2012 to 12.5 with a major push. That's literally not a major success, Lamau. Such fucking cope. Bro, you do not understand how any of this shit works if you legitimately think that a campaign that was launched in 3 weeks, in a matter of 3 weeks, was able to capture 100,000 fucking voters' attention that are literally participating in the Democratic primary to say to Biden, you have to change course. The fact that, yeah, by the way, it went from 20,000 to 100,000 in a state that Biden defeated Trump with 150,000 votes in the general election. To go out and actively vote against Joe Biden, to actively vote to say we're protesting what you're doing in fucking Gaza is, no matter which way you cut it, an incredibly important fucking vote overall. An incredibly important and phenomenally successful campaign. Straight up. I don't know how to describe this to you. If you look at a situation like 2020, where Biden defeated Donald Trump by 150,000 votes, and in the fucking primary, you have 100,000 people who are likely Democratic Party voters who are participating in the Democratic Party's very own primary to protest the Democratic Party for one singular reason. Please, people that vote in the primaries are just a fraction of the people that end up voting in the general. Do you understand? A lot more people vote in the general, and the same goes for people that don't vote in the fucking general. If you can't, well, first of all, obviously 100,000 when Biden won the state with 150,000 is massive, right? Because 100,000 means a lot more people are not going to go out and vote. There's a lot more people who didn't go and vote for Biden in the primaries anyway. But having said that, when you say this is such fucking cope or that this wasn't massively successful, you're forgetting one key factor here. You are trying to run defense for the Democratic Party when the Democratic Party itself is in a state of disarray and pure panic over the fucking results of the uncommitted voter campaign. So you want to fucking LARP as a DNC wonk, as a lanyard wearing dickhead that is like for free doing defense for the Democratic Party or the Biden re-election campaign. And the Biden re-election campaign has got fucking alarm bells ringing in the fucking headquarters. That's crazy. So I don't know why you think this is good analysis at all. This is a major red flag. There is no way to 270 electoral votes without Michigan. And no, I'm not just getting one guy, chat. This is an 11-month subscriber. I obviously care a little bit more when someone is a long-term community member coming in here and saying like unhinged things, because I feel like I have failed to educate them on politics and how this works at all. Especially in a situation where it's like a clear-cut danger that the Biden campaign certainly recognizes. It's not just some random gray name. No way Michigan is red after Roe v. Wade stopped coping. It is cope. Can you calmly explain how Michigan is red after 150K votes difference before Roe v. Wade? I can. You are banking on people losing interest in Gaza. 200,000 voters, plus on top of that, the young voters that have voted for Biden that are no longer interested in voting for Biden before October 7. All of the different demographics that the Biden campaign desperately needs as it tries to retriangulate its efforts to winning over moderates that care about like Trump destroying democracy. All of those people that he left behind are going to play a major role in this. The 150,000 votes, if you look at the actual fucking numbers, if you look at the actual demographics of the people that voted for Biden that carried him across the finish line, you're forgetting a key part of the you're forgetting key constituencies in the Brandon camp. I don't know why this is not something that so many liberals are just like not paying attention to for some reason. Do you want to be lied to, or are you actually paying attention to what's going on the ground? No shot he loses Michigan. Meanwhile, he hasn't led in a poll there since October. Yeah, the UAW nod was good for Biden. Okay. But it's not good enough without the other constituencies that he needs to fucking win this election. Young people are going to be very important. Millennials as a voting bloc are becoming more significant. Okay? Boomers are dying. And when you look at the millennials and you look at their opinion on Israel-Palestine, and millennials and even younger voters than millennials, Gen Z, you have to come to a very different conclusion on how you approach the issue of Israel-Palestine. This is one of the last boomer election cycles out there before they get cleaned out. Then you have Gen X, but then you have the massive population of millennials in this country. These aren't 100K general election voters. These are 100K door knockers, 100,000 family members reminding people to vote. They are clearly a very organized bloc, and they're not organizing for him like they did in 2020. Exactly. This is, I don't know why people are trying to come in here and play the role of a DNC guy and also repeating the same failures of the DNC. I don't understand it. Do you think because I am more interested in my politics beyond the electoral process that I don't know how this stuff works? Because I've been doing coverage, especially on the Democratic Party, for the past 10 fucking years at this point. It's certainly something that I understand. I'm not some like fucking random commentary YouTuber guy who doesn't live in the United States of America that like says stuff like revolution now or whatever. If that's how you fancy yourself, if that's how you think I am, you're wrong. This is definitely something that I'm very interested in. The intricacies of the electoral process is definitely something that I'm very interested in. That's why I always say I'm putting on my fucking DNC wonk hat for a moment and talking about this from the framework of like the success of the Democratic Party when I talk about things like this. I promise you, I know a lot more on this issue than whoever has led you astray, and in terms of like their new interest in operating in this field. Okay, been doing it for a lot longer than they have. The ANC is the only reason Trump was ever president. Yes, that definitely played a big role. All right, let's continue with Mehdi.
Kerry lost by 11,000. They're neck and neck in the polls. If you're not alarmed by what's happening in Michigan, you're a Democratic strategist, you should be.
Yeah, because at obviously 100,000 people, that was a muscle flex. We're here.
Yes.
Listen to us, because what needs to happen, do you think, practically speaking, not peace in the Middle East, but practically speaking, what needs to happen for most of those voters to come back in the Democratic fold? A ceasefire, what else?
So a lot of those voters, well, I can't say a number, but a significant chunk are probably lost.
They're gone.
I think they're lost.
Not to Trump. They'll go third
They'll
party.
go third party or state. Oh, look, if you are somebody in Dearborn who's lost not 10, not 20, 30 members of your family in Gaza, you're going to show up to vote? Are you going to vote for Biden even if there's a ceasefire tomorrow? You can't expect that. But there is a significant chunk of people who do want this to be seen as an act of pressure. They don't want to vote for Trump. They're not pro-Trump.
Yep.
They just want to see the best version of Joe Biden and of America. They want a ceasefire. They want an end to the killings, not peace in the Middle East or a two-state solution or utopia, but a stop to the killings. Over 100 people a day, American weaponry, American money. They want to see that ceasefire. You're seeing Joe Biden promising a ceasefire is coming. I'm skeptical.
Don't you ever mention you have a bachelor's in political science? Because I don't care. It doesn't matter. My interest in politics was way before my bachelor's in political science, okay? Poli-sci is one thing, but I've talked about this before, but it bears, this is a good opportunity to repeat it. I became interested in politics in Turkey, okay? I became interested in politics growing up, watching the country that I grew up in transform under the Erdogan regime. That's how I became interested in politics. Everyone in Turkey is already interested in politics in general. I saw what can happen to a country when you have a relatively charismatic, populist, Trump-style leader from a very young age. Yes. The reason why I never bring up my degree is because it's kind of cringe to bring up your degree. I'm sure it works for the audience, but I don't care about the credentials.
Right. But I think the White House realized that they have to do something here.
So you make the point that they're not going to go to Trump, who called for a ban on Muslims entering the country. Let's say that this, I don't know what you would call it, this gambit of the Biden administration to force Netanyahu to sign a document saying, I will only use American armaments in compliance with international law, which Netanyahu seems reluctant to sign.
Yeah.
What if that...
Why is he reluctant to sign that, by the way? Because, that doesn't even mean that you're doing a ceasefire or anything. Netanyahu's like, actually, no, we're not going to sign the fucking piece of paper that, literally allows us to keep doing whatever the fuck we're doing, but at least gives America a little bit of cover to act like they've, pushed us in some direction. They're like, no, dog, we are going to continue doing unethical usage of your weapons, and you can't do anything about it. It's so funny. He's like, no, we are doing war crimes. What are you going to do about it? You keep giving me more money, please. Keep giving me more of those weapons, baby. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're going to fucking stop? Huh? You're going to stop giving us fucking weapons? No, you're not. No, you're not. He's literally just fucking farting on Biden every day. They're farting on us, chat. They're farting on us.
Forces some sort of change in leadership in Israel. Might that be seen as more concrete even than a ceasefire?
I actually think the aid position is somewhere that Biden can have a lot of effort. Conditioning aid is very popular on the Democratic base, even members of Congress. I think it's mad that 5 months into the war, the Americans say, can you sign something saying you'll follow international law? Shouldn't that have been done on October the 8th? It's crazy that we're...
It should have not even been done on October the 8th. It should have never happened to begin with, because there is a law, which I know Mehdi knows, by the way, of course. There's a law in the U.S. Congress that fucking dictates that it is illegal to fund and facilitate and give lethal aid to countries that are using it in a way that does not follow international law. Hasan supports Hamas. My friend, I am a lesser evil voter. Hamas is the lesser evil when compared to Israel. Okay? This is not October 7. You can't come in here and be like, Hasan supports Hamas. Hamas. New York Times on where Hamas gets his weapons from. Where's Hamas getting its weapons? Increasingly from Israel. Hasan's supporting Hasan's. I think this guy's just memeing. Whatever, we'll untime him. All right. Speaking of Netanyahu, he's in a bad place. Expert says Netanyahu emotionally shattered by war. Oh, man. Did you talk about the Ludwig thing? If you plan on doing that? What do you mean? What Ludwig thing? They're trying to spin a narrative that you support terrorism so they can get you banned, I think. Good luck. I do not support the Israeli state. Okay? I do not. Someone get him a BetterHelp sub. Yeah, get him a BetterHelp sub so we can. No, I'm not gonna say it. I was close, but I didn't say
We're asking
it.
that now. And by the way, I also think it's crazy that Joe Biden is willing to wreck his presidency potentially and American democracy if Trump gets back in for Benjamin Netanyahu, a man who has basically, I can't find the daytime language for it, done bad things to every Democratic president in my lifetime. Bill Clinton struggled with Netanyahu, Barack Obama struggled with Netanyahu, and now Biden could sacrifice his own presidency. For who? For
Yeah. Like, dude, the liberal Zionism position is like, it is such a wonderful out for these fucking dumbass Democrats. Just lay the blame entirely on Benjamin Netanyahu, act like the entirety of the Israeli population, damn near the entirety of the Israeli Jewish population, according to Israel's own demographic numbers, by the way, this is not my assessment, okay, is still very much in favor of like continuing the bombing campaign, okay? They're trying to say, you support terrorism, Hassan, I don't support Israel. Exactly, what? I don't understand. When people come in here and say, Hassan, you support terrorism, I don't. I've never supported Israel. I don't know why people say that. It's weird. Have you condemned the Israeli occupying force today? Yes. Yes, I have. Did you go over the Intercept article? We will in a second. So yeah, that part we already covered. I just, this is very instructive as someone who cares about media literacy and critical media analysis. I feel like, unfortunately, these moments are very, very instructive on helping people understand how consent is manufactured in real time. Yes, I talked about the chaotic incident. Exactly. There's also another side of the manufactured consent conversation that we're going to lead into in a second. Intercept did phenomenal reporting on the matter with the New York Times October 7 rape story that was taken down by the New York Times because of internal criticisms. But before we do that, we already covered this. I don't know what else to say about it. There's like literal fucking video footage of it too. This is the last part.
And the Hamas-run eyewitnesses and the Hamas-run Palestinian Ministry of Health say that more than 100 people were killed in what is being described as a chaotic incident as IDF soldiers opened fire as people were trying to get food from aid trucks. CNN's Jeremy Diamond is gathering new details. He's been picking up some new reporting. Jeremy, bring us up to speed here.
Well, first of all, Kate, I think it's important to note that the aid situation, the humanitarian situation in northern Gaza is just so desperate. And that seems to be part of what led to this scene. Hundreds, if not thousands of people surrounding some of these aid trucks that were able to enter northern Gaza. Some of the very few aid trucks that have actually been able to make it in there. And you can see in this video by the from the Israeli military, the crowds of people around these trucks. But what appears to have happened is that the Israeli military opened fire on some of these people who were surrounding these trucks. An Israeli military official telling us that the crowd approached the forces in a manner that posed a threat to the troops, and they say that those troops then responded with live fire. Now, eyewitnesses on the scene have told us that Israeli tanks as well as drones opened fire on this crowd, and that following that, there was a chaotic scene. Some of the drivers of these aid trucks apparently tried to get away amid this gunfire and killed several additional people. We are told that 104 people were killed in this incident, 760 people.
Just a tiny correction. It wasn't taken down and they're standing by it. Yeah, we'll cover it. Don't worry.
Injured, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health. It's not clear yet how many of those were killed by Israeli gunfire versus by these trucks and the ensuing chaos. But our eyewitnesses on the ground indicate that it was the Israeli gunfire that prompted some of those trucks to flee the scene and in the process run over some of these individuals. But we are still working to gather additional details. The Israeli military says for its part that the incident is under review, and they are also saying in a statement that Gazan residents surrounded the trucks, looted the supplies being delivered, and that
I know I've come on here and spoken about how my parents are insane Zionists, but I think the chaotic incident may have done it for my father. I let him know about it this morning, and he said, that's fucked up, Jesus Christ. There has been a both sides spin on every massacre, but this is different, as there really isn't defending this. I think that's partially because, like, you may have been able to deliver the information accurately before they were able to get like a manufactured narrative. I mean, his opinion might change afterwards, inevitably, because like, see, they're saying like they looted the supplies and stuff like that. These are people who are trying to survive, right? There is no, like, this is so gruesome to extend any kind of coverage utilizing the terms such as looting. They're surviving. They are trying to survive. There is a literal genocide going on, and they are trying to survive. Note to CNN, a chaotic incident is college kids storming a basketball court, not a massacre at a food line. Yeah, it's just, but I do see it. I think people, I guess it's like people can contextualize this, like they can conceptualize it, and the closer you can see yourself or an American in the shoes of a Palestinian, the more people will come to terms with it, if that makes sense. What I mean by this is, like, remember, I talk about the West Bank quite a bit. Because, like, the West Bank is infinitely easier to understand from a Western sensibility perspective than Gaza. Entire city blocks wiped out by aerial bombing campaigns is something that Americans are used to seeing on television. They have no way of, like, conceptualizing that. We've never had that here, right? But the West Bank is individualized, personal acts of violence, like the Klan basically running around and killing black people. But this time, the entirety of the military force is backing the Klan, and it's the Israeli settlers that are like religious fundamentalists that are doing that to the Palestinian farmers, right? And I think this is it's close to like Hurricane Katrina, like a chaotic situation in the aftermath of a natural disaster, even though it is not a natural disaster at all. Obviously, it is a disaster of Israel's doing. But I think the way that the Western world sees it, the way that, like, Americans see it, this is, I mean, it's just the worst thing you can fucking do. You're shooting at people who are desperately trying to survive. You're shooting at women and children that are trying to grab any food that they can. There is no way to defend it. It is completely indefensible. I often check on the hogs in my local news comments, and the split of 95% pro-Israel, 5% anti-Semite turned into 60% pro-ceasefire, 20% Ukraine posting, 25% pro-Israel, 5% anti-Semite, which is an insane shift. My country is extremely Zionist, Germany neighbor. I disagree. Americans aren't looking to conceptualize. They just want to rationalize what they hear on TV and move on. No, that's not true. I don't agree with that. I think Americans recognize the powerlessness they have, especially as it pertains to foreign policy decisions that the government makes. Oftentimes it's also bipartisan, but I don't agree with you on that. If you think that, like, Americans don't see this and go, this is kind of fucked up, no matter how out of touch they are, I think you're wrong. The U.S. could easily end the famine with airdrops of our humanitarian rations that we have, thousands of tons on standby. I even showed Steve MRE eating one. Yeah. It's kind of weird. Earlier I was watching some Fox News clips on YouTube, and it's wild. Fox said a lot of people in the comments were realizing how disgusting the situation is and seemed very pro-Palestinian. Maybe it is rooted in anti-Semitism, but it was surprising. No, I think that even when you have a situation like 56% of the Republicans that are also looking for a ceasefire here, I don't think this is, at that point, it's not like anti-Semitism at play. Because the most rabid Israel defenders, as we know, the white evangelical population in the United States of America, the white evangelical Christian Zionists, are rabid anti-Semites. I think it's more so, at this stage, I think it's more so motivated by what people are literally seeing. The more that my style of coverage, which is just accurately addressing the conditions on the ground and actually talking about this in clear-cut terms and not trying to immediately contextualize the violence and why it's a necessity, the more people will turn on this. And it is happening. I think it is. Meanwhile, we also have this situation. Biden is delivering remarks during visit to the southern border, which is also another incredibly right-wing position that the Democratic Party is taking here, too, which is another thing that we're going to tune into in a little bit. There's a shift in German public, not establishment as well. If Germany falls, that's crazy. I doubt it. The German population is like the #1 dick riders of Israel. Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, I don't even think that they'll stop ever. So, New York Times, this is from Ryan Grimm. This freelancer, Here it is. The New York Times is investigating an Israeli freelancer after she repeatedly liked multiple X posts that indicated a pro-Israel bias, including one that was called for the Gaza Strip to be turned into a slaughterhouse. Okay? This was a freelancer who played a lead role in the paper's most consequential coverage of war and had no journalism experience. The better question is who assigned her these stories, why, and what they were thinking. Now, this is from 4 days ago. Ryan found answers to this question in the latest coverage that they've done on the matter. Between the hammer and the anvil, the story behind the New York Times October 7 expose. Okay? Anat Schwartz had a problem. The Israeli filmmaker and former Air Force intelligence official had been assigned by the New York Times to work with her nephew, Adam Sella, and veteran Times reporter Jeffrey Gettleman on an investigation into sexual violence by Hamas on October 7 that could reshape the way the world understood Israel's ongoing war in the Gaza Strip. By November, global opposition was mounting against Israel's military campaign, which had already killed thousands of children, women, and the elderly. On her social media feed, which the Times has said since it is reviewing, Schwartz liked the tweet saying that Israel needed to turn the Strip into a slaughterhouse. Violate any norm on the way to victory, read the post. Those in front of us are human animals who do not hesitate to violate minimal rules. The New York Times, however, does have rules and norms. Schwartz had no prior reporting experience. Her reporting partner, Gettleman, explained the basics to her. Schwartz said in a podcast interview on January 3rd, produced by Israel's Channel 12 and conducted in Hebrew. Gettleman, she said, was concerned they get at least 2 sources for every detail we put in the article, cross-check information. Do we have forensic evidence? Do we have visual evidence? Apart from telling our readers this happened, what can we say? Can we tell what happened to whom? Schwartz said she was initially reluctant to take the assignment because she did not want to look at visual images of potential assaults and because she lacked the expertise to conduct such an investigation. Victims of sexual assault are women who have experienced something, and then to come and sit in front of such a woman, who am I anyway, she said. I have no qualifications. Nonetheless, she began working with Gettleman on the story. She explained in the podcast interview. Gettleman, a Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter, is an international correspondent, and when he is sent to a bureau, he works with news assistants and freelancers on stories. In this case, several newsroom sources familiar with the process said Schwartz and Sella did the vast majority of the ground reporting while Gettleman focused on the framing and writing. The resulting report, published in late December, was headlined, Screams Without Words, How Hamas Weaponized Sexual Violence on October 7. It was a bombshell and galvanized the Israeli war effort at a time when even some of Israel's allies were expressing concern over its large-scale killing of civilians in Gaza. It was a restatement of atrocity propaganda, the type of which that you immediately recognize when it's Rabbi Shmuley saying Hamas cut the breasts off of 500 women and chopped them and played football with them. That is atrocity propaganda of the highest magnitude. The New York Times is not going to reach that depth, obviously, because that's not good propaganda. That's the type of propaganda that people immediately go, okay, I don't believe that. By the way, what I just mentioned about Rabbi Shmuley is a quote. He quoted that numerous times in his conversation against Norm Finkelstein on Piers Morgan's talk show. He said that as though it was a matter of fact. It was not. Of course it wasn't. Now, let me explain something. And I'm going to run the top of the hour ad break right now. And then, I'm not doing a segue. This is serious coverage. Let me explain something. Sexual assaults, rapes, and the like are a routine part of atrocities during war. It can happen, and it has happened time and time again, which is why there is a likelihood that it could have happened on October 7th. This is a position that I've maintained since October 7th. There were plenty of atrocities that occurred on October 7th, okay, that are akin to acts of terror. Absolutely. Because on October 7th, it wasn't just the Palestinian brigades, a coalition of resistance forces that includes Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PFLP, DFLP, and many others. It was also, once the barrier into Israel was broken, there was also criminal elements that broke through said barrier. Okay? But as far as we saw, given how much of what happened on October 7 was filmed, including the actual, real atrocities of Palestinian forces executing civilians, shooting at porta potties and the like during the Nova Festival and many other circumstances, the likelihood that there wasn't any firsthand accounts on rampant sexual assault in the way that the original coverage entailed that was not that didn't meet the muster, like the normal standard of the New York Times reporting, is crazy. Okay, there are some reasons for it, because this was, for all intents and purposes, as far as the Palestinian resistance goes, a operation that was, in their own words, much more successful than they had predicted. They thought that there would be a lot more resistance overall, and that once the dam broke, there was a shit ton more violence than a quick in and out operation where they would be able to capture some prisoners of war as hostages in an effort to bargain, in an effort to negotiate with the Israeli apartheid regime. In that chaos, there was absolutely a majority of civilians that were slaughtered, executed in their homes, executed when they were going about their daily lives. Okay? It was horrifying. Inside the newsroom, the article was met with praise from editorial leaders, but skepticism from other Times journalists. The paper's flagship podcast, The Daily, attempted to turn the article into an episode, but it didn't manage to get through a fact check, as Intercept previously reported. If you recall, because the daily episode was released and quickly taken off the air because it failed. It failed the New York Times' own standards. As the Times faces scrutiny for its coverage of Israel's war on Gaza, it has capitulated to the pro-Israel media watchdog Camera. Camera is another Hasbara operation, but we're not going to get into that right now. They pulled a high-profile episode of its podcast, The Daily, about sexual violence perpetrated by Hamas on October 7 amid a furious internal debate about the strength of the paper's original reporting on the subject. The Times newsroom told sources, told The Intercept, the episode had been scheduled for January 9 and was based on a prominent article led by Pulitzer Prize winner Jeffrey Gettleman, claiming that Hamas had systematically used sexual violence as a weapon of war. The fear among Times staffers who had been critical of the paper's Gaza coverage is that Schwartz will become a scapegoat for what is a much deeper failure. She may harbor animosity towards Palestinians, lack the experience with investigative journalism, and feel conflicting pressures between being a supporter of Israel's war effort and a Times reporter. But Schwartz did not commission herself and her nephew to report one of the most consequential stories of the war. Senior leadership at the New York Times did. Schwartz said as much in an interview with the Israeli Army radio on December 31st. The New York Times said, "Let's do an investigation into sexual violence. It was more of a case of them having to convince me," she said. Her host cut her off. It was a proposal of the New York Times, the entire thing? Unequivocally, obviously, of course, she said. The paper stood behind us 200% and gave us the time, the investment, the resource to go in depth with this investigation as much as needed. If you recall at the time, by the way, right around the same newspaper publication from the New York Times, Israel was very mad at the UN committee probing Hamas sexual atrocities against Israeli women, calling them Hamas and also anti-Semitic. This is a normal part of the process for truth-seeking. Why would you go against this investigation by the United Nations? Please understand that there is a likelihood of sexual violence that occurred on October 7. Make no mistake. The fact that they would stand against that, the Israeli government would stand against that and claim that the UN investigation is akin to having Hamas leader investigate the sex crimes himself, is fucking ridiculous. It is ridiculous. You have to understand. Can you imagine in a circumstance where you have been victimized and you want there to be some legal repercussions for the perpetrators, and then the criminal justice system comes in and they're like, okay, we're going to take a look at this. Like we are taking your allegations very seriously. We are going to conduct an investigation. And you go, no, you fucking hate me. You can't conduct an investigation. You just have to take what I said and immediately do something, which we are doing ourselves. And you should just step aside as we do the thing that we're doing in retaliation. Just remember that. That is incredible, in my opinion. Let's get back to the article by The Intercept. Shortly after the war broke out, some editors and reporters complained that Times standards barred them from referring to Hamas as terrorists. The rationale from the Standards Department, run for 14 years by Philip Corbett, had long been that Hamas was the de facto administrator of a specific territory rather than a stateless terror group. Deliberately killing civilians, went the argument, was not enough to label a group terrorists, as that label could apply quite broadly, including to the United States government and including to Israel, especially to Israel, for the record. But the New York Times does not apply that same rigorous standard to all groups, because when it comes to foreign policy, the New York Times is a stenographer for the State Department. That much is clear. And that has always been the case. That's why they were championing the lies about the Iraq War that brought us into the Iraq War. They are complacent. I love the New York Times. I think it's a very valuable organ of the media. I think it's a very valuable part of this process. I could not do what I do without mainstream media, without Associated Press, without the journalists. I have friends that work at these outlets. Please make no mistake. I'm not doing a classic like, fucking fake news, mainstream media is fake. I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that at all. That is why I always apply media criticism and also media literacy. I always try to explain to people media literacy. It's like me holding your hand and guiding you through these news articles. The New York Times is not supposed to be a dish rag. But unfortunately, when it comes down to it, when it comes to channeling narratives that the State Department wants out there, they will absolutely do it. Corbett, after October 7th, defended the policy in the face of pressure, newsroom sources said, but he lost. On October 19th, an email went out on behalf of Executive Director Joe Kahn saying that Corbett had asked to step back from his position. After 14 years of the embodiment of Times standards, Phil Corbett has told us he'd like to step back a bit and let someone else take the leading role in this crucial effort, the Times leadership explained. 3 newsroom sources said that the move was tied to the pressure he was under to soften coverage in Israel's favor. One of the social media posts that Schwartz liked, triggering the Times review, made the case that for Israeli propaganda purposes, Hamas should be likened at all times to the Islamic State. This is a direct carbon copy of not just the American position at the time, but it was cultivated and deliberately crafted by the Israeli Foreign Ministry. Hamas's ISIS was a hashtag. Hamas's ISIS was what Israel went along with post-October 7 to justify the genocidal campaign that they were engaging in. Ironic considering that they went with Hamas's ISIS and Hamas are Nazis when Israel has, as a matter of fact, aligned with al-Nusra at times and resembles ISIS way closer in nature, both in its colonial endeavors and also its bastardization of religion as though it is a religious purpose that guides them. Just like ISIS tried unsuccessfully to say that they were doing this for Islam, Israel has weaponized Judaism in the most nefarious purposes to justify their atrocities. So the point I'm trying to make is that a closer comparison between ISIS would not be with Hamas, a resistance group against the apartheid regime, but instead with Israel. Yes, whether it be destruction of archaeological and cultural sites, destruction of an entire population. Since the revelations regarding Schwartz's recent social media activity, her byline has not appeared in the paper and she has not attended editorial meetings. The paper said that a review into her social media likes is ongoing. Those likes are unacceptable violations of our company policy, said a Times spokesperson. The bigger scandal may be the reporting itself, the process that allowed it to print, and the life-altering impact the reporting had for thousands of Palestinians whose deaths were justified by the alleged systematic sexual violence orchestrated by Hamas, the paper claimed to have exposed. Another frustrated Times reporter, who has also worked as an editor there, said, a lot of focus will understandably, rightfully be directed to Schwartz, but this is the most clearly poor editorial decision-making that undermines all the other great work being tirelessly done across the paper. Remember, I have like literal friends at the New York Times that have conducted very good investigations, okay, on the visual team and on other aspects of the Times coverage as it pertains to Israel-Palestine, okay? Just remember, there are people, I'm not going to reveal who they are for obvious reasons, but there are people I talk to almost on a weekly fucking basis about the ongoing issues. They have sources on the ground. It is not the entirety of the paper is not fraudulent. However, on this in this instance, they absolutely are. They absolutely are. The paper is whole cloth engaging in genocide apologia. Just remember that. The Channel 12 podcast interview with Schwartz, which The Intercept translated from Hebrew, opens a window into their controversial story and suggests that the New York Times' mission was to bolster a predetermined narrative. In a response to The Intercept's questions about Schwartz's podcast interview, a spokesperson for the New York Times walked back the blockbuster article's framing that evidence shows Hamas had weaponized sexual violence to a softer claim that there may have been systematic use of sexual assault. Times International editor Phil Pan said in a statement that he stands by the work. Mrs. Schwartz was a part of a rigorous reporting and editing process, he said. She made valuable contributions and we saw no evidence of bias in her work. We remain confident in the accuracy of our reporting and stand by the team's investigation. But as we have said, her likes of offensive and opinionated social media posts predating her work with us are unacceptable. After the story was published, Schwartz, who did not respond to a request for comment, tweeted to thank the Times for standing behind the important stories we have published. She added, "The recent attacks against me will not deter me from continuing my work." Addressing her social media activity, Schwartz said, "I understand why people who do not know me were offended by the inadvertent like I pressed on 10/7, and I apologize for that. At least 3 of her likes have been subject of public scrutiny." In the podcast interview, Schwartz details her extensive reports to get confirmation from Israeli hospitals, rape crisis centers, trauma recovery facilities, and sex assault hotlines in Israel, as well as her inability to get a single confirmation from any of them. This part is very important. This is why I am stating that this does not meet the muster of the paper of record. Okay? She was told there had been no complaints made of sexual assaults. The Times spokesperson acknowledged after Intercept brought the Channel 12 podcast episode to the paper's attention. The fact that you did not get a single confirmation and then turned around and still reported on the matter, and the New York Times published it with a title such as, where is it? Where the fuck is it? Oh, here. Screams without words how Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7 is insane. Okay? It's unacceptable. This is not the op-ed piece. This is not an opinion piece. This is not the editorial side of the New York Times. This is supposed to be real reporting. And if real reporting falls apart and it is this biased, then what can you trust? Obviously, it is impossible to remain neutral. I get that. That's why I openly tell you what my biases are when I'm engaging in commentary. Although the editorial team that is supposed to be openly biased will refuse to acknowledge that. However, on the objective reporting side, there is a standard that must be applied. And the New York Times often is supposed to apply said standard. They do in other articles. The fact that they did not here is insane. This is one of the most consequential stories that they brought forward, where they openly acknowledged that there was no independent confirmation. That's crazy. She was told there had been no complaints made of sexual assaults. The Times spokesperson acknowledged after Intercept brought the Channel 12 podcast episode to the paper's attention. This, however, was just the very first step of her research. She then describes the unfolding of evidence, testimonies, and eventual evidence that there may have been systematic use of sexual assault, the spokesperson asserted. She details her research steps and emphasizes the Times' strict standards to corroborate evidence and meetings with reporters and editors to discuss probing questions and think critically about the story. The question has never been whether individual acts of sexual assault may have occurred on October 7. Rape is not uncommon in war, and there were also several hundred civilians who poured into Israel from Gaza that day in a second wave, contributing to and participating in the mayhem and violence. This much is true. The central issue is whether the New York Times presented solid evidence to support its claim that there were newly reported details establishing the attacks against women were not isolated events, but part of a broader pattern of gender-based violence on October 7, a claim stated in the headline that Hamas deliberately deployed sexual violence as a weapon of war. Anyway, this goes into detail about like all of her research. And by the way, as it stands now, I'm almost certain that I think CNN is still trying to do a separate documentary on October 7, specifically as it pertains to coordinated efforts of sexual violence conducted by Hamas and other Palestinian militancy. As Israeli, I support Israel. Listen, brother, there are plenty of Israelis in this chat, okay? They recognize the reality. They recognize that Israel is an apartheid state. They recognize that Israel is doing a genocidal campaign in Gaza. I urge you to, I don't know, reach out to some real Israeli leftists, okay? Instead of unconditionally defending and supporting a fascist, Judeo-supremacist, apartheid regime currently engaging in an ethnic cleansing campaign. Plenty, only 2 guys, and the only leftists in Israel. Doesn't matter. There's not only 2 guys. Anyway, I was born in the United States of America. There has never been a moment where I have ever defended American imperialism. You don't have to either. Okay? The manager told, the sexual assault hotline manager told that there were no reports of sexual violence. She described the call as a crazy in-depth conversation where she pressed for specific cases. Did anyone call you? Did you hear anything? How could it be that you didn't? As Schwartz began her own efforts to find evidence of sexual assault, the first specific allegations of rape began to emerge. A person identified in anonymous media interviews as a paramedic from the Israeli Air Force Medical Unit 669 claimed he saw evidence that 2 teenage girls at Kibbutz Nahal Oz had been raped and murdered in their bedroom. The man made other outrageous claims, however, that called his report into question. He claimed another rescuer pulled out of the garbage a baby who'd been stabbed multiple times. He also said he had seen Arabic sentences that were written on entrances of houses with the blood of the people that were living in the houses. No such messages exist, and the story of the baby in the trash can has been debunked. The bigger problem was that no 2 girls at the kibbutz fit the source's description. In future interviews, he changed the location to Kibbutz Be'eri, but no victims killed there matched the description either, as Mondo Weiss reported. After seeing these interviews, Schwartz started calling people at Kibbutz Be'eri and other kibbutzim that were targeted on October 7 in an effort to track down the story. Nothing. There was nothing, she said. No one saw or heard anything. She then reached a Unit 69 paramedic who relayed to Schwartz the same story he had told other media outlets, which she says convinced her there was systematic nature to the sexual violence. I say, okay, so it happened. One person saw it happen in Be'eri. Remember, claims that were already disproven, claims that have not been proven at all, and other claims he had made that were utterly ridiculous and disproven instantly. So it can't just be one person because it's 2 girls. It's sisters. It's in the room. Something about it is systematic. Something about it feels to me that it's not random. Schwartz concluded on the podcast. Schwartz said she then began a series of extensive conversations with Israeli officials from Zakah. Now, Zakah is important because the private ultra-Orthodox rescue organization was documented to have mishandled evidence, spread multiple false stories about the events of October 7, including debunked allegations of Hamas operatives beheading babies, cutting the fetus from a pregnant woman's body. Its workers are not trained forensic scientists or crime scene experts. When we go into a house, we use our imagination, said Yossi Landau, a senior Zakah official, describing the group's work at October 7 attack sites. Not only that, but the Israeli media, Hebrew Israeli media, very clearly conducted deep investigations, and these are not outlets that are anti-Zionist in nature, about the incredulous claims made by Zakah and how self-interested they were in fundraising after October 7. Zakah, sorry. Additional irony to this, the dark irony here, is that the cutting off the fetus from a pregnant woman's body did happen. It happened in Lebanon at the hands of phalangist, Christian, fascist militias that were operating alongside the IDF. It happened to a Palestinian woman living in a refugee camp. So that is a real thing that happened in Sabra and Shatila, the massacres that occurred there. Using it as furthering your October 7 atrocity porn is disgusting. Same with the baby in the oven story. If you recall, another story from October 7 was that babies were thrown into the oven in kibbutzim. Babies were not thrown into the oven in kibbutzim on October 7. Babies, Palestinian babies, were thrown in an oven, according to first-hand testimony from both the terrorist Israeli brigades, pre-Israel obviously, pre-formation of Israel, from Irgun and Lihi militias that were self-declared terrorist organizations, mind you, in Deir Yassin, in a Palestinian village, in one of the acts conducted as a part of Plan Dalit, an organized effort to ethnically displace millions of Palestinians from their ancestral homes. Its workers are not trained. They let their imaginations run wild. The bodies were telling us what happened. That's what happened. Landau is featured in the Times report, though no mention is made of his well-documented track record of disseminating sensational stories of atrocities that were later proven false. Schwartz said that in her initial reviews, Zakah members did not make any specific allegations of rape, but described the general condition of the bodies they said they saw. We saw naked women, or we saw women without underwear, both naked without underwear, and tied with zip ties, and sometimes not zip ties, sometimes a rope or a string of a hoodie. Schwartz continued to look for evidence at various sites of attack and found no witnesses to corroborate stories of rape. And so I searched a lot in the kibbutzim, and apart from this testimony of the Israeli military paramedic, and additionally here and there, Zakah people, the stories didn't emerge from there, she said. So she continued to work the phones with rescue officials. Schwartz then saw interviews that international news channels began airing with Shari Mendez, an American architect who serves in a rabbinical unit of the IDF. Mendez, who was deployed to a morgue to prepare bodies for the burial after October 7 attacks, claimed to have seen voluminous evidence of sexual assaults. What did this fucking guy say? Misha Rub, as an Israeli soldier who participated in this war and thankfully killed many Hamas terrorists, you really should thank Israel for this war, and it would help both sides to not have Hamas in Gaza. Free Gaza from Hamas, says Misha Rub. I wish you a life that you have already created for yourself, where you will piss yourself to sleep every single fucking night as the cries of the Palestinian children that you ruthlessly slaughtered will haunt you in perpetuity. Have fun. You know, that's going to happen. It's going to happen anyway. See you in the next 10 years when you're fucking crying to the Knesset in a testimony about how you piss your fucking pants and the children that you murdered haunt you every single fucking day. I can't believe you just like so openly fucking admit that you're a giant piece of shit to 21,000 people. Like you're just a monster. It's great. Most likely not real. There's no shot that that's like a real person who actually is doing that. We saw evidence of rape, Mendez stated in one interview. Pelvises were broken, and it probably takes a lot to break a pelvis. And this was among grandmothers down to small children. This is not just something we saw on the internet. We saw these bodies with our own eyes. Mendez has been a ubiquitous figure in the Israeli government and major media narratives on sexual violence on October 7, despite the fact that she has no medical or forensic credentials to legally determine rape. She was also spoken about other violence on October 7, telling Daily Mail in October, a baby was cut out of a pregnant woman and beheaded, and then the mother was beheaded. No pregnant woman died that day, according to the official Israeli list of those killed in the attacks, and the independent research collective October 7 Fact Check said Mendez's story was false. The issue here is that there is enough atrocities that occurred on October 7 that if you just kept it to the reality, there is enough. There's just not enough to continue Israel's genocidal campaign. That's it. There's enough to whip people into a frenzy, okay? But there just isn't enough for a 5-month-long genocide, a slow burn, as the entirety of Gaza is razed. And that's the problem. Ridiculous. And we have seen this time and time again, for the record, okay? This has happened during the Reconstruction era. This has happened to black people in America quite frequently in an effort to garner attention and whip people into a frenzy, into engaging in lynch mobs, mass lynching campaigns, okay? This is the false narrative that was presented that happened in the Tulsa massacre. A lie was told about a black man whistling at a white woman, which led to the Tulsa massacre, which is still to this day, by some unfortunately white supremacist historians, as a Tulsa race riot. It's not a race riot at all. It was one of the first instances where bombs were dropped domestically on top of a bustling black neighborhood, also known as Black Wall Street. It was a pogrom, a slaughter. Bombs from airplanes were dropped on top of a black neighborhood. It's also happened in 1985 in Pennsylvania in the Move bombing, but, you know, it's just this is atrocity propaganda that has been used time and time again. This was done in Iraq as well. It is a way to launder a convenient narrative to an audience that wants to feel like the actions that a state is engaging in, no matter how genocidal, no matter how bloodthirsty, is righteous. People want to feel good about the bombing campaign. After Schwartz saw interviews with Mendez, she was further convinced that the systematic rape narrative was true. I'm like, wow, what is this? She recalled. And it feels to me like it's starting to approach a plurality, even if you don't know which numbers to put on it yet. At the same time, this is what happens when you have motivated reasoning, by the way. At the same time, Schwartz said she felt conflicted at times, wondering if she was becoming convinced of the truth of the overarching story, precisely because she was looking for evidence to support the claim. I kept wondering all the time whether if I just hear about rape and see rape and think about it, whether that's just because I'm leading toward that, she said. She pushed those doubts aside. By the time Schwartz interviewed Mendez, the IDF reservist story had ricocheted around the world and had been conclusively debunked. No baby was cut from the mother and beheaded, yet Schwartz and the New York Times would go on to rely on Mendez's testimony, as well as other witnesses with track records of making unreliable claims and lacking forensic credentials. No mention was made of questions about Mendez's credibility. How Schwartz landed in such an extraordinary position at a crucial moment in the war is not entirely clear. Prior to joining the Times as a stringer last fall, her nephew Sela was a freelance journalist covering stories on issues ranging from food, photography, and culture to peace efforts, economics, and the occupation. According to his LinkedIn profile, Sela's first collaboration with Gettleman, published on October 14th, was a look at the trauma experienced by students at a university in southern Israel. For Schwartz, her first byline landed on November 14th. What is this? Took empty box to recycling instead of throwing it in the trash chute. Okay, why is this relevant right now? We're doing something super serious. Okay? Anyway, Israeli police officials shared more evidence on Tuesday of atrocities committed during October 7 Hamas-led attacks, saying that they had collected testimonies from more than 1,000 witnesses and survivors about sexual violence and other abuses, Schwartz reported. The story went on to quote Israeli police chief Kobi Shabtai, explaining a litany of evidence of gruesome killings and sexual assaults on October 7. This is the most extensive investigation the state of Israel has ever known, Shabtai said in the Schwartz article, promising ample evidence would soon be provided. When the Times later produced its definitive Screams Without Words investigation, however, Schwartz and her partners reported that, contrary to Shabtai's claim, forensic evidence of sexual violence was non-existent. Non-existent. Without acknowledging the past statements by Shabtai in the Times, the paper reported that quick funerals in accordance with Jewish tradition meant evidence was not preserved. Unnamed experts told the Times that sexual violence in wars often leaves limited forensic evidence. On the podcast, Schwartz said her next step was to go to a new holistic therapy facility established to address the trauma of October 7 victims, particularly those who endured the carnage at the Nova Music Festival. Opened a week after the attacks, the facility began welcoming hundreds of survivors where they would seek counseling, do yoga, and receive alternative medicine, as well as acupuncture, sound healing, and reflexology treatments. They called it Merhav Marpe, or healing space. In multiple visits to the healing space, Schwartz again said in the podcast interview that she found no direct evidence of rapes or sexual violence. She expressed frustration with therapists and counselors at the facility, saying they engaged in a conspiracy of silence. Everyone, even those who heard these kinds of things from people they felt were very committed to their patients, or even just the people who assisted their patients, not to reveal things, she said. In the end, Schwartz came away with only innuendo and general statements from the therapist about how people process trauma, including sexual violence and rape. She said potential victims might be ashamed to speak out, experiencing survivor's guilt, or were still in shock. Perhaps also because Israeli society is conservative, there was some inclination to keep silent about this issue of sexual abuse, Schwartz speculated. On top of this, there is probably the added dimension of the religious national aspect, that this was done by a terrorist, by someone from Hamas, she added. There were lots and lots of layers that made it so they didn't speak. So every step of the process when she was conducting her investigation, she found that there was no evidence, and oftentimes evidence that disproved the prior narrative that she was motivated to establish. She even recognized that she was motivated to establish this, by the way, and yet still went along with the fact that there's no evidence. It must mean that there is evidence, as a matter of fact. But it was not a matter of fact at all. It was a matter of opinion. According to the published Times article, two therapists said they were working with a woman who was gang raped at the rave and was in no condition to talk to investigators or reporters. Schwartz said she had focused on the kibbutzim because she had initially determined it was unlikely sexual assaults had occurred at the Nova Music Festival. I was very skeptical that it happened at the area of the party because everyone I spoke to among the survivors told me about a chase, a race like moving from place to place, she recalled. How would they have had the time to mess with a woman? Like, it is impossible. Either you hide or you die. Also, it's public, the Nova, such an open space. My coworkers always laugh at me when I say it's an apartheid state. What is the one best example I can prove it to them? Use the Israeli NGO, B'Tselem, or Amnesty International, and their coverage on why Israel is an apartheid state. Everyone, here's the thing. This is why I'm very stubborn, but I guess my stubbornness works in this situation. This is why I regularly fucking talk about how false narratives can be presented as truth, and then the broader population that does not have access to like readily available information will just like reaffirm the calculated messages that they are seeing from the media. The New York Times doesn't call it an apartheid state, so it mustn't be that. But it doesn't matter. In some ways, you get to, yes, watch an echo chamber form and operate in real time. That's why I think, like, regardless of the constant, endless conflict coverage in real time can lead to me even misspeaking from time to time, which happens, but it happens very rarely. And I immediately clarify. One of the most significant parts of what I do is to show you in real time how violence is contextualized by the Israeli Defense Force in real time on CNN and many other outlets, and how you whitewash a genocidal campaign that is like genocidal in broad daylight, by the way, just clear cut. Schwartz watched interviews given to international media outlets by Roz Cohen, who attended the Nova Festival. A veteran of Israel's Special Forces, Cohen did multiple interviews about a rape he claimed to have witnessed. A few days after the attacks, he told PBS NewsHour that he had witnessed multiple rapes. The terrorists people from Gaza raped girls, and after they raped them, they killed them, murdered them with knives, or the opposite, killed, and after they raped, they did that, he said, in an appearance on CNN on January 4. He described seeing one rape and said the assailants were 5 guys, 5 civilians from Gaza, normal guys, not soldiers, not Nukba, referring to Hamas's elite commando force. It was regular people from Gaza with regular, normal clothes. In Cohen's interview with Schwartz for The Times, he said he then saw 5 men wearing civilian clothes, all carrying knives, and one carrying a hammer, dragging a woman across the ground. She was young, naked, and screaming. They all gathered around her, Mr. Cohen said. She's standing up. They start raping her. I saw the men standing in half circle around her. One penetrates her, she screams. I still remember her voice, screams without words. Then one of them raises a knife, he said, and they just slaughtered her. Yeah, Rokana questioning Lloyd Austin, I saw. We'll do that in a little bit. Let's finish this article. It was this interview that gave the Times its title, Screams Without Words, How Hamas Weaponized Sexual Violence on October 7. That Cohen had described alleged assailants as not being members of Hamas undermines the headline, but it remains unchanged. The Times did not address Cohen's earlier claims that he witnessed multiple rapes. Schwartz said in the podcast interview that since the Times insisted on at least 2 sources, she asked Cohen to give her the contact information of the other people he was hiding with in the bush so she could corroborate his story of the rape. She recalled, Roz hides. In the bush next to him lies his friend Shoam. They get to this bush. There are 2 other people on either side looking to the other direction, and another 5th person. 5 people in the same bush. Only Roz sees all the things he sees. Everyone else is looking in a different direction. Despite saying on the podcast that only Cohen witnessed the event and the others were looking in different directions, in the Times story, Shoam Gueda is presented as a corroborating witness to the rape. He said he saw at least 4 men step out of the van and attack the woman, who ended up between their legs. He said that they were talking, giggling, and shouting, and that one of them had stabbed her with a knife repeatedly, literally butchering her. Gueda did not mention witnessing a rape in an interview he did with the NBC News on October 8th, a day after the attack, but he did describe seeing a woman murdered with a knife. We saw terrorists killing people, burning cars, shouting everywhere, Gueda told NBC. If you just say something, if you make any noise, you'll be murdered. Gueda subsequently deployed to Gaza with the IDF and has posted many videos on TikTok of himself rummaging through Palestinian homes. Cohen and Gueda did not respond to any requests for comment. This independent site, October 7 Fact Check, Mondo Weiss, and journalist Ali Abunimah of Electronic Intifada and Max Blumenthal of the Gray Zone have flagged numerous inconsistencies and contradictions in the stories told in the Times report, including the account of Cohen, who had initially said he chose not to look, but he could hear them laughing constantly. Under pressure internally to defend the veracity of the story, the Times reassigned Gettleman, Schwartz, and Sella to effectively re-report the story, resulting in an article published on January 29th. Cohen declined to speak to them, they reported. Asked this month why he had not mentioned rape at first, Mr. Cohen cited the stress of his experience and said that in a text message that he had not realized then that he was one of the few surviving witnesses. He declined to be interviewed again, saying he was working to recover from the trauma he suffered. In addition to Cohen's testimony, Schwartz said on Channel 12 podcast that she also watched a video of an interrogation of a Palestinian prisoner taken by the IDF, whom she had described girls being dragged by Palestinian attackers to a wood near the Nova Festival. If you are a real journalist, you would know, because Electronic Intifada has no reason or bias to lie, right? So that's actually really funny copium coming from you, chatter, because that's the only instance where Electronic Intifada is ever mentioned or Gray Zone is ever mentioned in this article. Because the reality of the matter is that this article from The Intercept is simply covering what the information that was presented and how it was not corroborated, and as a matter of fact, in many instances, was actually immediately discredited. Evidence to the contrary was presented. So you can cope and try to desperately say, well, Electronic Intifada has a reason to be biased, okay? But that's the first mention in this entire article, and it has nothing to do with the rest of the veracity of the claims at all. I have been very careful. I've been very careful in general, rarely ever talking about electronic intifada or the gray zone in my coverage, because I know that I have a broader audience that will immediately be dissuaded by the information that I'm presenting because of people like yourself. You will immediately go, they have intifada in the name. They're biased. Their biases do not change the reality, or rather, the lack thereof in this New York Times story. Especially important. Are they anti-Semitic? No. This is especially important to understand when a lot of the veracity of these claims were disproven, destroyed by Israeli outlets that are Zionist outlets, for the record. That is why, while there is a sea of ridiculous articles that come out of even Haaretz and many other places like Ynet, they still do real reporting, oftentimes infinitely better than the New York Times. Anyway, Rory V, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. The fact that she even had the audacity to bring up Palestinian interrogations as a viable source of accurate truth is insane. People in Israel understand that those interrogations are not real. It's not done to actually arrive at the truth. It's done under torturous conditions. It's done specifically to humiliate the Palestinians. That's why they'll make people go, yes, we were behaving exactly like ISIS. I'm a Hamas person, and I believe Hamas is ISIS. The fuck? Laughable that a serious journalist would look at that and go, this must be real. It's corroborated by forced confessions under torture? Really? Incredible. I don't even think J-Post would fucking even look at the torture interrogation videos and be like, see, it's real. Like, that's crazy. Palestinian attackers in the woods near Nova Festival. She was also moved, she said, by a clip of an interview she watched in November at a press conference hosted by Israeli officials that became the focus of her First Times article. An account named Sapir describes a lurid scene of rape and mutilation, and Schwartz said she became fully convinced that there was a systematic program of sexual violence by Hamas. Her testimony is crazy and hair-raising and huge and barbaric, Schwartz said. And it's not just rape. It's rape and amputation. And I realized a bigger story than I imagined. With many locations and the pictures start to emerge, what is going on here? Times report states that they interviewed Sapir for 2 hours at a cafe in southern Israel, and she described witnessing multiple rapes, including an incident where one attacker rapes a woman with another, cuts off her breast with a box cutter. That's where the fucking breast narrative came from. At the press conference in November, Israeli authorities said they were collecting and examining forensic materials that would confirm Sapir's specifically detailed accounts. Police say they are still gathering evidence from rape victims in addition to eyewitnesses to build the strongest case possible, said a correspondent who covered the press event. Such a scene would produce significant amounts of physical evidence, yet Israeli officials have to date been unable to provide it. I have circumstantial evidence, but in the end, it is my duty to find supporting evidence for her story and discover the victims' identities, said Superintendent Adi Edry, the Israeli official leading the investigation into sexual violence on October 7. A week after the Times report went online, at this stage, I have no specific bodies. In the Channel 12 podcast, Schwartz is asked if firsthand testimonies of women who survived rape on October 7 exist. I can't really speak about this, but the vast majority of women who had been sexually assaulted on October 7 were shot immediately after. And that's where the big numbers are, she replied. The majority are corpses. Some women managed to escape and survive, she added. I do know that there's a very significant element of disassociation when it comes to sexual assault. So a lot of times they don't remember. They don't remember everything. They remember fragments of the events, and they can't always describe how they ended up on the road and how they were rescued. In early December, Israeli officials launched an intensive public campaign accusing the international community and specifically feminist leaders of standing silent in the face of the widespread systematic sexual violence of Hamas on October 7. The PR effort was rolled out at the United Nations on December 4th with an event hosted by the Israeli ambassador. This was a coordinated, full-scale PR campaign to do atrocity propaganda, okay? With an event hosted by Israeli ambassador and the former Meta executive Sheryl Sandberg. The feminist organizations targeted by the pro-Israel figures were caught flat-footed as charges of sexual violence had not yet circulated widely. Sandberg was also quoted attacking women's rights organizations in a December 4th New York Times article, headlined, What We Know About Sexual Violence During the October 7 Attacks on Israel, and whose publication coincided with the launch of the PR campaign at the UN. The article, also reported by Gettleman, Schwartz, and Seller, relied on claims made by Israeli officials and acknowledged the Times had not yet been able to corroborate the allegations. A revealing correction was subsequently appended to the story. An earlier version of this article misstated the kind of evidence Israeli police have gathered in investigating accusations of sexual violence committed on October 7 in the attack by Hamas against Israel. The police are relying mainly on witness testimony, not on autopsies or forensic evidence. Just a marginal correction on one of the most important pieces of key evidence that either credits or discredits the entire fucking story. Israel promised it had extraordinary amounts of eyewitness testimony. Investigators have gathered tens of thousands of testimonies of sexual violence committed by Hamas on October 7, according to the Israeli police, including at the site of the music festival that was attacked. Schwartz, Gettleman, and Stella reported on December 4th. Those testimonies never materialized. Benjamin Netanyahu hammered on the theme in December 5th on a speech where he said, I say to the women's rights organizations, to the human rights organizations, you've heard of the rape of Israeli women, horrible atrocities, sexual mutilation. Where the hell are you? The same day, President Joe Biden gave a speech in which he said, the world can't just look away. What's going on? It's on all of us, the government, international organizations, civil society, individual citizens, to forcefully condemn the sexual violence of Hamas terrorists without equivocation, without exception. The 2-month-long Times investigation was still being edited and revised, Schwartz said in the podcast, when she started to feel concerned about the timing. So I said, we're missing momentum. Maybe the UN isn't addressing sexual assault because no media outlet will come out with a declaration about what happened there. If the Times story doesn't publish soon, she said, it may no longer be interesting. Schwartz said the delay was explained to her internally as, we don't want to make people sad before Christmas. She also said the Israeli police sources were pressuring her to move quickly to publish. She said, they asked her, what does the New York Times not believe? There were sexual assaults here? Schwartz felt she was in the middle. I'm also in this place. I'm also an Israeli, but I also work for the New York Times, she said. So all the time, I'm like in this place between the hammer and the anvil. The December 28th article, Screams Without Words, opened with a story of Gal Abdush, described by the Times as the woman in the black dress. Video of her charred body appeared to show her bottomless. Israeli police officials said they believed that Miss Abdush was raped, the Times reported. The article labeled Abdush a symbol of the horrors visited upon Israeli women and girls on the October 7 attacks. The Times report mentions WhatsApp messages from Abdush and her husband to their family, but doesn't mention that some family members believe that the crucial messages make the Israeli officials' claims implausible. As Mondo Weiss later reported, Abdush texted the family at 6:51 a.m. saying they were in trouble at the border. At 7, her husband messaged to say she'd been killed. Her family saying the charring came from a grenade. Doesn't make any sense, said Abdush's sister, that in a short time span they raped her, slaughtered her, and burned her. Speaking about the rape allegation, her brother-in-law said the media invented it. The extent of which the New York Times, this is one of the most damning, they buried the lead here, by the way. This is also one of the most gruesome, disgusting parts of this story. They reported it uncritically and then had the family have to come out and relive the trauma and to yell at the New York Times for potentially using her as a singular example. Another relative suggested the family was pressured under false pretenses to speak with the reporters. Abdush's sister wrote on Instagram that the Times reporters mentioned they want to write a report in memory of Gal, and that's it. If we knew that the title would be about rape and butchery, we'd never accept that. In its follow-up story, the Times sought to discredit her initial comment, quoting Abdush's sister as saying she had been confused about what happened and was trying to protect my sister. They went as far as to ridicule the immediate family members of the victim. The woman who filmed Abdush on October 7 told the Israeli news site Ynet that Schwartz and Sella had pressured her into giving the paper access to her photos and videos for the purpose of serving Israeli propaganda. They called me again and again and explained how important it is to Israeli Hasbara, she recalled, using the terms for public diplomacy, which in practice refers to Israeli propaganda efforts directed at international audiences. That is one of the people who filmed it, an Israeli person who filmed it. At every turn, when the New York Times reporters ran into obstacles confirming tips, they turned to anonymous Israeli officials or witnesses who'd already been interviewed repeatedly in the press. Months after setting off on their assignment, the reporters found themselves exactly where they had begun, relying overwhelmingly on the word of Israeli officials, soldiers, and Zaka workers to substantiate their claim that more than 30 bodies of women and girls were discovered with signs of sexual abuse. On the Channel 12 podcast, Schwartz said the last remaining piece she needed for the story was a solid number from the Israeli authorities about any possible survivors of sexual violence. We have 4, and we can stand behind that number, she said she was told by the Ministry of Welfare and Social Affairs. No details were provided. The Times story ultimately reported there were at least 3 women and 1 man who were sexually assaulted and survived. When the story was finally published on December 28th, Schwartz described the flood of emotions and reactions online and in Israel. First of all, in the paper, we gave it a very, very prominent place, which is, apropos all my fears, there is no greater show of confidence than being put on the front page, she said. In Israel, the reactions are amazing. Here, I think I was given closure, seeing all the media treat the article and treat it something of a thank you for putting a number on it. Thank you for saying there were many cases, that it was a pattern. Thank you for giving it a title which suggests that maybe there is some organizing logic behind it, that this is not some isolated act of some person acting on his own initiative. Times staffers who spoke to The Intercept on the condition of anonymity for fear of professional reprisal described the Screams Without Word article as the product of the same mistakes that led to the disastrous editor note and retraction of Rukmini Callimachi's podcast Caliphate and print series on the Islamic State group. Khan, the current executive editor, was widely known as the promoter and protector of Callimachi. The reporting, which the Times determined in an internal review, was not subjected to sufficient scrutiny by top editors and fell short of the paper's standards on ensuring accuracy, had been a finalist for the 2019 Pulitzer Prize. That honor, along with other prestigious awards, was rescinded in the wake of the scandal. Margaret Sullivan, the last public editor for the New York Times to serve a full term before the paper discarded the position in 2017, said that she hopes such an investigation will be launched into the Screams Without Words story. I sometimes joke it is another good day not to be the New York Times public editor, but the organization could really use one right now to investigate on behalf of the readers, she wrote. At some story meetings, Schwartz said on the Channel 12 podcast, guests with Middle East expertise were there to offer probing questions. I need you to understand something here. I'm going to pause briefly, and I'm going to serve the top of the hour ad break, and I'm going to say something that's very important here. Retractions and endless professional scrutiny into the New York Times reporting is incredibly important, because without it, a fundamental plank of democracy falls. I know we often talk about theoretical democracy, democracy in theory in the United States of America, and how it's not real. But journalism is incredibly important, okay? As much as I make jokes, journalism is incredibly fucking important. And without this level of scrutiny, without retractions, all of a sudden, every outlet turns into the New York Post, okay? This has to happen, because if this doesn't happen, if there are no real retractions, you lose credibility. Credibility is desperately needed for mainstream press right now. Legacy publishers are at an all-time low in terms of maintaining credibility. It blows my mind that at a time when misinformation runs rampant all over the internet, the paper of record, what we use to archive American history, could come out with a dish rag-like story such as this one that is unsubstantiated, uncorroborated, and is just straight up propaganda. Unimaginable. I can't believe it. The very same New York Times that is basically repeating the same mistakes, which I don't even think it's a mistake. I think it's by design, doing the very same things that it did in the lead up to the Iraq War. I don't know. It's pretty believable. Sorry, man. Will Miniker says, now we know New York Times' Hamas mass rape hoax, which was like New York Times' Iraqi WMD hoax, directly killed thousands of Arabs, which was order from the top. New York Times editor sent pro-war extremist Ahmad Schwartz and her nephew out on an Afikaman hunt for a story already pre-written. Like Judith Miller's Iraq War lies, this has to be understood not as a failure of the New York Times and its leadership, but the fulfillment of what they exist to do. They're willing to live with the embarrassment to do so, to do what they see as their duty. I think it's a pretty valid take. Afikoman? I don't know what that means. No one knows about the Naira Gulf War story, I guess. No, we know. I've talked about it. The lengths that they went to. You're talking about the baby incubator story, famously, right? That's the one. I've covered it. Yeah, in the lead up to the Gulf War. Yeah, the baby incubator, Afikaman, is a piece of matzah you hide during Passover. Oh, okay. Yeah. What is that story? I've never heard of it. You never heard of it because it was used, packaged, laundered in order to justify the Gulf War, and then very quickly found to be just bullshit But what is really interesting about it is that they even fucking went to the lengths of like having, the Kuwaiti diplomat's daughter saying that Iraqi forces were throwing babies that were in incubators, ripping them out of their incubators and throwing them out of windows. If you want to see real babies in incubators get murdered ruthlessly, by the way, the Israeli occupying forces done that in almost every single fucking hospital in Gaza, by the way. You are rich. You live in a rich part of LA. You are out of touch. If you think you're a journalist with credibility, then do some streams living in Muslim areas of a Western city and go out in the evening, go to London and report properly. I think this guy's pretty funny and doesn't know that I am a Muslim and grew up in a Muslim country for longer than I have lived in the United States of America. But yeah, Londonistan, mate. Fucking hell. Londonistan, they've got halal meats, lad. I don't like it. Don't fucking like it, mate. Go out at fucking night, yeah, and see Islamic law and Islamic ray guns directly with your own fucking eyes, mate. Londonistan has turned into a fucking no-go zone. Halal meats for all the eyes to fucking see, yeah? How many years were you in Turkey in comparison to the US? 18. First 18 years of my life. Take the fucking Hajj to London. It's like Mecca, yeah? Mecca. Anyway, Times reporters and guests who are concerned with Middle East affairs coming from all kinds of places in the world, they ask you questions that challenge you. And it's excellent that they do that because you yourself all the time, like, you don't believe yourself for a moment. Those questions were challenging to answer, she said. One of the questions you get asked, and it's the hardest one not to be able to answer, is if this had happened in so many places, how can it be that there is no forensic evidence? How can it be that there is no documentation? How can it be that there are no records, a report, an Excel spreadsheet? You're telling me about Shari Mendez. That's someone who saw with her own eyes and is now and is now speaking to you. Is there no written report to make what she's saying authoritative? The host interjected, and you went at that stage to those official Israeli authorities and they gave you something, anything. How did you respond? There is nothing, Schwartz said she was told. There was no collection of evidence from the scene. But broadly, she said, the editors were fully behind the project. There was no skepticism on their part ever, she claimed. It still doesn't mean I had the story because I didn't have a second source for many things. I think we all understand why a second source is a necessity, right? A verifiable second source that is clear in their testimony. Eyewitness testimony, oftentimes, not even during war, in like a regular fucking civilian setting, okay, an act of terror, is going to be very hard to get good evidence out of. Witnesses are notoriously unreliable. But you definitely need to have at least a second witness to corroborate. You need forensic evidence. You need actual evidence. You're basically at that point operating like a judge, jury, and executioner. And they didn't even do that. They couldn't even do that. A Times spokesperson pointed out this portion of the interview as evidence of the paper's rigorous process. We have reviewed the wider transcript, and it's clear you're persisting in taking quotes out of context. In the portion of the interview you refer to, Anat describes being encouraged by editors to corroborate evidence and sources before we publish the investigation. Later, she discusses regular meetings with others where they would ask hard and challenging questions. Yeah, except she said she didn't have it. So your rigorous reporting process doesn't fucking mean anything if you don't actually follow through on it and you still publish it. It's an Ouroboros. You're basically saying, well, the fact that they asked these questions implies that we have a rigorous process. Okay, but she didn't have answers for it, and you still went ahead and published it. So there is no rigorous reporting process at all then. Or if there is one, this did not meet the standards. And for the record, what is the New York Times doing? Oh, that's right. Are they launching an investigation over how their coverage failed? Nope. They're launching an investigation into who leaked its Israel-Gaza coverage reporting. Management has questioned staffers, including daily producers, after The Intercept revealed internal debate over a yet-to-air episode on Hamas weaponizing sexual violence. Such a probe is highly unusual, say staffers, one of whom dubbed it a witch hunt. That's great. It's like cop shit, dude. They're behaving like fucking cops. Wait, so you're saying that the New York Times is propaganda? The New York Times is an incredibly important outlet for journalism in this country. It is the paper of record. It is how we archive American history. Therefore, a rigorous standard must be applied, and unfortunately, in matters that pertain to American foreign policy, in key events like the lead up to the Iraq War, and in this circumstance, laundering the narrative of systematic rapes that were conducted by Hamas on October 7, the New York Times has absolutely made up their minds ahead of time before the story ever published and refuse to do their journalistic due diligence. So yes, I am saying that they do engage in State Department propaganda notoriously and historically. All media is propaganda, of course, but there can be propaganda for the truth and there can be falsehoods. The problem in this circumstance is that the New York Times engaged in spreading falsehoods. In her interview with Channel 12, Schwartz says she began working with Gettleman soon after October 7. My job was to help him. After the article was published, Gettleman was invited to speak on a panel about sexual violence at Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs. His efforts were lauded by the panel and its host, Sandberg, the former Facebook executive. Wouldn't both sides think they're telling the truth, though? Sure. But, that's why you have to do the work to ensure that you are rigorously applying the same standards to your stories to ensure that you are not caught with your dick out in the fucking wind. The New York Times was, in this circumstance and in many other very important historical moments, caught with their dicks out in the wind. What we found, I don't even want to use the word evidence because evidence is almost like a legal term that suggests you're trying to prove an allegation or prove a case in court, Gettleman told Sandberg. That is not my role. We all have our roles. And my role is to document, is to present information, is to give people a voice. And we found information along the entire chain of violence, so of sexual violence. Yeah, she didn't want to say she found evidence because there was none. Now, here's the thing. First thing you learn about journalism, and it's a cliche that I'm repeating, that I've repeated time and time again, even today, is that when one party says it's raining outside and the other party says it's actually sunny, the job of the journalist is not to report on both of those sides and what they're saying. The job of the journalist is to open the fucking window and see for themselves and report on that. The New York Times failed that standard of basic journalism. Literally, first day shit. They literally opened a window, saw that it was sunny, and still said, well, a lot of people are saying it's actually rainy, so I'm going to say it's rainy anyway. Gettleman said his mission was to move people. It is really difficult to get this information and then to shape it, he said. That's our job as journalists, to get the information and to share the story in a way that makes people care, not just to inform, but to move people. And that's what I've been doing for a long time. This is like an esteemed reporter, by the way. This isn't the random freelancer we're talking about now. We're talking about Gettleman. One Times reporter said colleagues are wondering what a balanced approach might look like. I'm waiting to see if the paper will report in depth, deploying the same kind of resources and means on the United Nations report that documented the horrors committed against Palestinian women. That's the end of this fucking article. Yeah, Sheryl Sandberg is the one doing the documentary. Sheryl Sandberg fronting Israeli documented by sexual atrocities committed by Hamas on October 7. Anyway, you saw it reported on earlier today as well with respect to the food aid that was being delivered to Palestinians. By the way, Anat Schwartz, we covered it in the article, but like openly came out and tweeted that like they're standing by her. So yeah, really, really devastating in my opinion. Really bad. All right, we're moving away from Israel-Palestine. Are people just unaware that Biden has dedicated his entire State Department to pursuing a ceasefire for many months? What do you think our Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, is doing? Honestly, I've had this conversation with many friends who believe Biden wakes up in the morning, gleefully murders Palestinian babies. I've read, watched, listened to the admin's work since the beginning. They have worked tirelessly and continue to do so. That's so crazy that they've worked tirelessly to do so, but they're also tirelessly sending weapons to Israel. So tirelessly sending said weapons to Israel. Really, really, really interesting. Perhaps they should no longer send weapons to Israel and maintain a bit of leverage.
There's an acronym used in Gaza, WCNSF, Wounded Child with No Surviving Family. And according to media reports, an estimated 17,000 Palestinian children fall under that category. Wounded child with no surviving family.
Here's Representative Ro Khanna questioning the Secretary of Defense.
Palestinian women and children have been killed by Israel since October 7th?
It's over 25,000.
Mr. Secretary, last week, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights warned that any transfer of weapon or ammunition to Israel violates international law. About how many precision-guided munitions has the United States given Israel since the beginning of the war?
I don't have that number at my fingertips, but we have endeavored.
Mr. Secretary, it's about 21,000 precision-guided munitions to Israel since the start of the war. Secretary Austin, last week you spoke to Defense Minister Gallant, and you said clearly there needs to be a plan to ensure the safety and support of those sheltering in Rafah before any military operations proceed. National Security Advisor Sullivan has said he has not seen any plan yet. John Kirby said it would be a disaster to invade Rafah. If Netanyahu defies the United States and invades Rafah, will you commit today that you will halt any future military sales to Israel?
Obviously, sir, that's a presidential decision, but we expect that. And by the way, I spoke to Minister Gallant last night, and I expect that when we provide munitions to allies and partners, that they'll use them in a responsible way.
Yeah. So here's the out that Israel has. It's already the weapons that we sent prior that they use in defending Israel from Iran, right? That's what they claim. So they will take the weapons that we sent prior and use it offensively in Gaza and claim that they're replenishing their defensive weapons. And that's how you get around that, just so you understand. Like, before that media narrative sticks, let me clarify something. We are sending weapons to Israel. They're using the weapons that we sent prior in Gaza and replenishing the depleted resources that they had already. It's this little trick that we're applying here so that we can get around the rule-based international order, I guess, that Israel is very clearly not utilizing or not following.
But would you make a commitment that they defy what we're saying and they violate international law, by the way, which is opposed to National Security Memorandum 18 and National Security Memorandum 20, that if they don't do what we're saying, that we would halt those arms sales or transfers?
Again, the decision to halt the provision of security assistance would not be mine. It would be.
What would you recommend?
Well, I certainly, again, I really do expect that they utilize the weapons that we provide them in a responsible way, and then if they don't,
sir, I just want to, for time purposes, it seems to me if they're defying what you're telling them, what Kirby's telling them, what Sullivan's telling.
If you went to a single funeral of a dead Palestinian child every single day, it would take more than 30 years to attend them all, and more die every day.
That wouldn't be responsible. Cindy McCain, the head of the World Food Program, has said that the Palestinian children are starving. Extremist settler Stomrich, Israel's finance minister, stopped American flour, which our taxpayers paid for to get into Gaza. If Israel again ever stops American-paid aid from getting into Gaza, will you commit to not sending future arms sales?
Again, that's not my decision. I would number one, do what I've been doing and engage the leadership and encourage them to ensure that humanitarian assistance is getting.
By the way, Lloyd Austin is the actual quote-unquote adult in the room. So his testimony here is very revealing. I would say that he's probably the guy in the room that is obviously CIA. He's the guy in the room that is urging Biden to change course. And I think that you can kind of tell what his, you can tell from his testimony even, not to say that he's a good guy, by the way, just so you understand. Like, the reason why this is important, the reason why you should understand this is that he is probably, because there are obviously people from the State Department that are internally trying to get Biden to change course on Israel, not because they give a shit about the dead Palestinians, by the way. They do not. You don't get to that position if you care about dead brown children. It is simply a strategic interest for America to change course on Israel's behavior and redirect Israel to really scale back on the atrocities, specifically because this actually is radicalizing a major part of the population in a part of the planet that we really care about and want to maintain control over. That is the reason, not because he cares about Palestinian children, just so you understand. I've often said since October 7 that Israel's reaction since October 7 would spark larger regional conflict, possibly even all-out war. That would be, unfortunately, a little too much war for the interests of capital. The destabilization that Israel is creating with its actions in Gaza is going to be massively consequential in dismantling American hegemony. Lloyd Austin, as a long-time statesman, understands this reality. That's probably why, for all intents and purposes, he is most likely trying to, curb back as best as he can. And it feels like Biden and other ultra-Zionists in his cabinet are the ones who are consistently pushing the bear hug line, regardless of what they say to the media when tensions are high domestically, and that they might actually see some penalty for their very consequential genocidal actions and their funding and facilitation of genocide that Israel is engaging in Gaza. So, as I've said before, America's actions with respect to how they have allowed Israel to continue doing genocide, America's actions is harming America's soft power.
Just say, and one more question, that we need some consequences when another country is defying you, defying the National Security Advisor, defying the President, defying National Security Memorandum 20. There has to be some consequence. And then I was surprised John Kirby said that Israel is taking more precautions than the U.S. military would to protect civilian life.
That was insane, dude. John Kirby is insane.
Mr. Austin, Secretary Austin, isn't that statement inaccurate given Israel has used hundreds of 22,000-pound dumb bombs when there were no place for civilians to go? Would the U.S. government ever target terrorists with 2,000-pound bombs?
Yeah, for the record, America's rules of engagement, on paper are supposed to be decent. Obviously, they don't abide by that standard at all. And even then, during siege operations that America has conducted in many different parts of the world, they are still, and this isn't saying much, but they are still better off than Israel's current rules of engagement. Holy, why do you hate America so much? What? What do you mean? I said America is better off than Israel. So for an American official to say that Israel is actually applying rigorous standards that we would not apply is a falsehood.
In a densely populated area?
Well, it depends on the situation, and again.
But have we done that? Use 45% of bombs that are unguided, or a 2,000-pound bomb?
Can you tell me what America's done that's good, Chatter? Like quickly. Hopefully you guys didn't ban that guy, because I want to know what he means in this circumstance. No, I'm talking about specifically right now in Israel-Palestine. What has America done that's good? I mean, because I've spent the last 3 hours and 38 minutes talking about all the bad shit that we've contributed to. Okay. Holy, why do you hate America so much? Like, the question always is the same. Do you think Israel is conducting a genocide in Gaza? Do you deny that Israel is an apartheid state? And if Israel is an apartheid state and they are doing a genocide in Gaza, don't you think that us, as the main funder and facilitator that also offers political cover for Israel in the Western world as the dominant power in the rule-based international order, should at the very least refuse to supply them with further arms? Because I personally think, bro, you talking riddles? I am not talking in riddles at all. I'm being very clear. La dumb bombs, only country to put pressure on Bibi. Bro, you talking riddles? Really? Because I think Yemen has put more pressure on Israel than the United States of America has. So is South Africa. Do you guys have any interest in, like, actually, are you even remotely intellectually curious, or is your goal just to come in here and like try to bait for drama? Genuinely, like, is there not a single part of you that's like even remotely intellectually curious? I unbanned this guy so we can talk. Top Keck, suck my balls, you fucking terrorist. Okay. It's funny because, like, yeah, debate bros just genuinely don't have any arguments at all. They just come in here to be like, you're a fucking terrorist. I also say Top Keck, which is ridiculous. Like, I can see how fucking 45 years old you are by just this alone, wishing that 4chan's halcyon days would come back so you could feel alive again. Bro, I understand what Keck means is historical info. That's how fucking old that is. Yeah, that's what I mean. Elon tweeted Top Keck the other day too, Lemafeo. Exactly. Yeah, you're like a WoW guy from early days of WoW. Lol, stun locked. Yeah, you got me. Listen.
The Supreme Court agreeing to hear Donald.
Every single moment that these guys spend in here is good, because I think for every like 10th guy that comes in here to like call me a terrorist or whatever, there's gonna be every 10th guy that's coming in here with the interest of like derailing the conversation. There's going to be one in there that turns around and goes, okay, maybe I'm learning a little bit, even on accident. You know what I mean? For chatters that don't know, Keck is what lol looks like when Horde says it in front of Alliance. Yeah. That's too much copium, bro, even for you? No, there's definitely a lot of motherfuckers in here that originally came in here because they were like, yeah, this guy fucking sucks. I'm either going to A, investigate myself, or this guy fucking sucks. I'm actually going to go in there to shit on him. And then they arrive at an issue that we like unconditionally agree with. And then they go, wait, maybe he's not this evil deity that he was presented as to me. 100%. Also, I can't stop being optimistic on that front. So, because if I did, then I would just, I wouldn't do what I'm doing now. Never forget, it's the whole point of why I do what I do, and it actually does work. Mods forgot to reband me, by the way. Don't worry about it. You will one day be that guy. See, Destiny is on holiday. Where else am I supposed to go? I watched you when you were a 100 viewer, Andy. No, don't worry. You can stay in here. You're welcome. If you watched me when I had 100 viewers, you know what my position is on this, that I believe that everyone has the capacity to change. Anyway, let's watch the Supreme Court to hear Trump's criminal immunity claim.
Trump's claim that he is immune to prosecution on federal charges of attempting to overturn the 2020 election. That puts his trial on hold, serving the former president's strategy of pushing his trials past the presidential election. Chief Washington correspondent John Carl starts us off. Good morning, John.
Good morning, George. In deciding to take up the issue of presidential immunity, the Supreme Court has effectively delayed the most far-reaching criminal case against Donald Trump, raising the real possibility that the trial in that case could be pushed back to late summer or fall, or possibly until after the presidential election. The Supreme Court is now on track to weigh in on a claim Donald Trump has made both in the courtroom and on the campaign trail.
The president has to have immunity. There is nothing more important to a presidency than immunity.
Donald Trump's claim of absolute immunity is central to his defense against the allegation that he illegally tried to
I think if this goes in and like Trump has criminal immunity as president, Brandon gets authorization to fucking assassinate him with SEAL Team 6. That's all I'm going to say. Criminal immunity, baby. I'm just saying, if that's what's going on, Brandon's got shooters. Drone strike him. Yeah, send Commander after his ass, dude.
Overturn the 2020 election in an effort that culminated in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. The trial in that case, brought by special counsel Jack Smith, was originally scheduled to start next week, but is now on hold as the Supreme Court considers Trump's immunity claims. The High Court has scheduled oral arguments in the case for late April, with a decision likely not coming until several weeks after that, possibly in June. Whether or not the Supreme Court agrees with Trump's claim that a president, even a former president, is immune from criminal prosecution for virtually anything done while in office, the delay is already something of a Trump victory, raising the real possibility that the trial could be pushed back until after the presidential election. Earlier this month, a federal...
Then you'll be in here telling us drone striking Trump is another example of a ratchet effect? No, man, come on. That's too much content. Listen, if Brandon gives me good content, I'll say it.
Appeals court unanimously rejected Trump's immunity claims, ruling that his, quote, stance would collapse our system of separated powers, adding, "We cannot accept that the office of the presidency places its former occupants above the law for..."
See, there's a lot of stories like this. Just so you know, I used to be a hater thanks to Reddit, but I started watching you to confirm my bias. Since then, you have motivated me to organize locally and touch grass. There you go. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Oh, yeah, we have a new John Oliver, too.
All time thereafter. With this delay, even if the trial is able to happen before the election, it would likely take place against the backdrop of the political conventions later in the summer or in the heat of the fall campaign, possibly, George, after voters in several states have already started casting their ballots.
And John, meantime, another judge in Illinois has thrown Donald Trump off the ballot, but that's not likely to hold for long.
No, this is the third state to make such a move, but the Supreme Court has heard arguments on this, and we're expecting their decision any day now. That decision will affect all of this, and the justices sure seemed skeptical with the idea that Trump could be thrown off the ballot.
John Carl, thanks very much. It's been our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams. Let's go to the Supreme Court. Ultimately, this question of immunity is not likely to be a close call. They're going to rule against Donald Trump there, so why take it?
Because they want to put their stamp on it, because the U.S. Supreme Court wants to weigh in on an incredibly important question. But look, this really is all about the clock. I mean, this has always been about the clock. I think Donald Trump and his legal team know they're not going to win the argument that he is completely immune, that the president has complete and total immunity. The question is, when do they decide that? And now this is a really big win for Donald Trump if you look at his effort as an effort to delay.
Well, that gets to my second question. Why take 16 days to decide this? Why schedule arguments 2 months from now?
The 16 days, I think, shows that there was some dissent within the justices about what to do here. And yeah, they could have expedited it even more. Look, the easiest way to deal with moving it forward would have been to say, as they do in most cases, we're not going to hear it, right? The appellate court has ruled on this. We're going to simply say this is not a case that the Supreme Court is going to weigh in on, and the appellate court decision would have stood against Donald Trump. The court not saying that, and then also not moving it quite as quickly as they could have. And so I now think it's very unlikely that you're going to see this trial.
Well, one final question, though. What could the judge, assume that he's not immune, schedule the trial for November 8th? And even if Donald Trump wins, he still has to face trial.
That's like one of these questions professors ask in a class, right? It's like,
then answer it.
Yeah, it's like theoretically it's possible. Practically, there is absolutely no way the judge is going to schedule the trial for after the election. There's just no way. Because, by the way, I don't think the Department of Justice is going to allow the case to move forward even in the 60 days before the election. So I don't think any of that period becomes a realistic possibility, although theoretically.
Dan Abrams, thanks very much.
George, you've been covering politics for decades. You cannot underscore how unprecedented all of this is.
Well, no, and the last time we saw something like this where it had such a major impact on the presidential election was Bush v. Gore in 2000. Of course, they stopped the counting of the votes in Florida, which ended up helping George W. Bush.
That's true. All right, George. Thank you. And Dan, appreciate it.
Hi.
The political battle.
Let's get to the top news story of American domestic politics that I get incredibly angry about, and I will continue to get incredibly angry about. We're talking about the border. Trump and Biden are holding dueling events along the border. Both of them are anti-immigrant, white nativist pieces of shit. They're dueling on who's going to fund the border wall better at this point, which is insane because you will never be able to out-racist the Republican Party. Let's continue.
Between Donald Trump and President Biden over immigration policy will be on full display today at the southern border. Why? Because the two frontrunners in this year's campaign will hold dueling events along the Rio Grande.
I don't think the Biden camp is even considering what kind of impact this might have on states like Nevada, on states like New Mexico, maybe even Arizona, places where there are a lot of young Hispanic voters. You need young Hispanic voters to win the election as a Democratic Party. This kind of sentiment being expressed by a person who is already unpopular in said demographics is going to only further embolden people into not voting. Very important to consider. I understand the calculation the Democratic Party is doing, where they think that, the anti-immigrant sentiment has taken hold on the minds of many, many American liberals and right-wingers alike. And therefore, in an effort to pick off or maintain some of these moderates, the suburb whites that formerly voted for Donald Trump but think he's like ruining democracy, the Brandon regime has decided to take a right-wing heel turn.
Ed O'Keefe is in Brownsville, Texas, where President Biden plans to be later today. Ed, good morning to you.
Gail, good to see you. This will be President Biden's second visit to a border town since taking office. He's expected to use the trip to blame Republicans for holding up bipartisan attempts to stem illegal border crossings. But in his own trip, President Trump is expected to point the finger right back at Biden.
Under Biden, we now have the worst border in the history of the world.
The only reason the border is not secure is Donald Trump and his MAGA Republican.
There have been a record.
Notice how both parties are saying that the border is fucked up and that we have to deal with it not by creating a more streamlined approach to immigration processing, but instead by being more ruthless and cruel. And Biden is saying that he's going to be even crueler than Trump. No one believes him. No one. That's it.
2.4 million migrants apprehended at the border in just the past fiscal year. The president, congressional Republicans are blamed about equal for failing to come up with a solution. So as he continues pushing Republicans to act, the president is coming to Brownsville. Illegal border crossings are now down, as Chris Cabrera, who leads the
It's fucking awesome, dude.
local border patrol union.
I'm glad he's finally here, but I think the timing's a little off. I mean,
Just like the Democratic Party so consistently will just be like, yes, the Republicans are right, actually, but we're going to be better than them on the issue that they ran on every single year, that we ran against every single year. Why in the ever-loving fuck would anybody go, oh, okay, yeah, I'm voting for the Democratic Party because they're the real racist ones here. They're the real racists, I promise.
I mean, if he would have come a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I think it would have been a good thing to see that, hey, I have a problem area.
Recent attempts to pass a bipartisan deal were blocked by Republicans at the urging of former President Donald Trump.
I think we killed it. I think it's dead.
Today, he'll be about 325 miles to the west of the president in Eagle Pass, the center of a standoff, the Republican Governor Greg Abbott and federal officials over how to police the border.
It's overkill to me.
Adam Rodriguez owns a business near the park and has lived in Eagle Pass for 30 years.
We're known around town and through other small towns in the area as illegal pass.
But Rodriguez says that's unfair.
We've raised our kids here, you know, and there's never been any criminal element. You don't have to worry about walking down the street.
A key reason both presidents...
Interesting. It's like, but yeah, but both of the president, both people running for president right now are like, no, but we have to, like, you know, we have to kill some migrants, like, please. Why do you think the Dems have changed their position? I've told you this already. Is because they are spineless cowards and fucking losers and actually don't really care about anything and don't have any fucking firm commitments to any positions that they claim they care about every 4 years. This time around, they've decided they're not even going to advocate for the opposite part. Hasana only followed to say this. You're a prime example of a Nepo baby fraud. Thank you. You have owned me in the marketplace of ideas once again. Thank you for holding me accountable, chatter. You will now watch the top of the hour ad break as you try to listen to what else I have to say about how hard you owned me, but you will unfortunately only see a 3-minute ad break. You will, however, be able to avoid the 3-minute ad break if you subscribe. That's right. I'll unban you so you can do that. Okay? So you can subscribe and continue to hold me accountable. That Ludwig vid is driving the DGGers wild because they don't stop posting dumb shit. Little do they understand that the more they post like this, the more people recognize that, like, they're insane and ruthless and come across as not normal, like full-blown psychosis shit. Paris 115S, thank you for the 521 gifted subs. Are people finally realizing that? A lot of people are. Problem is, many people already knew that. They're just, like, afraid. They don't want to say anything because they don't want to get the same fucking insanity. If you're feeling good, pop a titty out. I'm feeling good, and maybe I won't stop hoping that I can change their minds on some issues at least, even if it's on accident. Let's continue.
Presidential candidates are coming here, of course, is because voters now say immigration and border security are a top concern. And it's House Republicans back in Washington holding up attempts to get this deal, holding up potentially a government shutdown that would begin later this week. Simply put, Nate, this issue is going to be central in the elections.
You're right about that, Ed. President Biden had his annual physical yesterday.
Anyway, some guy in one of my random DM groups despises you and he considers himself a progressive atheist, and he recently linked a drama alert tweet to me to prove you're evil and a grifter. It was very funny to me. He's just an Islamophobic piece of shit. Yeah. So Trump did a dueling border fucking take where he had some wonderful moments, and so did Brandon. This is great because this way you get to see, you know, how far we have fallen in the Democratic Party.
Because everybody I speak to says how horrible it is. Nobody explained to me how allowing millions of people from places unknown, from countries unknown, who don't speak languages. We have languages coming into our country. We have nobody that even speaks those languages. They're truly foreign languages. Nobody speaks them.
Yeah, they're speaking languages that nobody speaks. Mexican. Folks, believe me when I say nobody speaks Mexican. Not even the Mexicans, folks.
Folks here in Brownsville and all along the border know that. We need to have their backs, your backs. I want the people to...
This is so funny to me, dude. I don't know. Like, as a person who's covered specifically the Democratic Party, but just American politics for the past 10 years, this is just unfortunately a very tragic and yet still absurdly funny moment where you got both of the people running for president sitting in front of Border Patrol agents and just being like, yep, we got to do something about these immigrants, man. Yeah. What happened to the harm reducers is the question I have. The harm reducers have changed course and are now also doing the harm themselves, by the way. All the harm reducers that used to say, oh, I guess you don't care about transgender immigrants last time around are now like, we should literally kill the immigrants ourselves, okay? And Biden is going to do a much better job of killing the immigrants than Trump. Why don't you want to vote for him?
To understand clearly what happened here. This bill was in the United States Senate, was on its way to being passed. Then it was derailed by rank and file politics, partisan politics. The U.S. Senate needs to reconsider this bill, and those senators who oppose it need to set politics aside and pass it on the merits, not on whether it's going to benefit one party or benefit the other party. It's about whether it benefits the American people.
Didn't Obama have a bad track record on this too? Yes, he was the deporter in chief. However, the Democratic Party in the past would at least get concessions. So one thing Obama did was a classic Democratic Party proposition where he basically facilitated a DACA bill while simultaneously becoming even more cruel on border apprehension. So this time around, however, because of the ratchet effect, there is no concession that the Democratic Party is even trying to get out of this. They just full-blown made a Trump bill and are desperately trying to pass it for some fucking weird reason.
I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are. We're a nation that says if you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come.
That was an executive order. The Republicans gave him nothing after he went super harsh on immigrants. I know, but at least he did that, right? You can point to that. We didn't even do that. Our executive orders are also on the right-wing side. Donald Trump had a 16-point edge over Biden on border immigration in the fall of 2020. He has a 35-point edge now per NBC polling. Key to understand today's dueling trips. I'm willing to bet his edge is going to go even harder, by the way. Stick to the issues where you're winning, dumbass. By validating Trump's fucking border proposals, all you have done is cave, concede, and capitulate to the right-wing framing on the matter. You will never win on that front. Doesn't matter how many times I fucking repeat this, by the way, because there are dull motherfuckers in here who will never understand. They are going to refuse to understand. It is their inability to understand that allows the Democratic Party to consistently put forward these incompetent, limp-dick pieces of shit that think this is going to win this time. All I got to say is John Kerry Swiftboat, okay? John Kerry. Democrats tried to present him as the real patriot. Served in the Vietnam War. He had a Purple Heart. What did the Republicans do? They were like, fuck no, he's gay. He's gay as hell. I bet his Purple Heart is fake. That's what they fucking said. They were like, George W. Bush didn't serve. John Kerry did. We're the real party of patriotism. No one fucking believed it. Yet that still hasn't stopped the Democratic Party from trying to, relitigate that same exact argument and reinforce that same exact narrative. So dumb. Democrats hope that the GOP tanking a bipartisan border bill at the Trump's direction will show Republicans are unwilling to address core issues. But as Representative Dan Crenshaw told me, Democrats are badly mistaken. If they think this is one deal falling apart is somehow going to change the entire paradigm of voting on immigration. Exactly. It's like if tomorrow the Republican Party was like, yeah, we're gay now. We're the gay party. Democrats are the homophobes. We love homosexuality. We want to do gay shit. We want to trans your children. You think a single fucking person is going to be like, yeah, actually, that's right. I'm voting for the Republican Party because they're pro-gay. No. For Dems, fighting immigration to something closer to a draw, like in New York 3, is a goal, and the package's failure provides at least one opening. New York 3 is actually a really good example of not to do that, because immigration is not the reason why New York 3 was won by the Democratic Party. It wasn't. The Democratic Party legislator there was still severely behind the Republican Party on the issue of immigration. It was abortion that actually saved him. Well, what the fuck do I know? Right? What do I know? Nothing. Oh, but immigration is kind of like the most important issue for moderate voters, so we have to talk about it. Oh my God. All right. You don't lean into the opposing side's argument. You do not lead. You do not try to lead the conversation on an issue that you're losing. You will never be able to win that conversation. Yeah, I need a wiki education. Anyway, Does anyone have any better? Wait, let's see more. Wait,
Mr.
more.
President.
Let's see more. Let's see more Biden takes. I love this little thing that we're doing here, matching what Biden is saying now versus matching what Biden used to say about immigration when he was running.
The American people deserve. The Speaker of the House needs to put this bill on the floor, because if he put it on the floor unrestricted, it would pass. The majority of Democrats and Republicans in both houses support this legislation until someone came along and said, don't do that, it'll benefit the incumbent. That's a hell of a way to do business in America for such a serious problem. We need to act. It's time for the speakers and some of my Republican friends in Congress who are blocking this bill to show a little spine. Pass a bipartisan, remember, bipartisan, conservative leaders supported this. Border security bill. Let's remember who we work for God's sake. We work for the American people. Let me, folks here in
Your administration separated children from their parents at the border, at least 4,000 kids. You've since reversed your zero-tolerance policy, but the United States can't locate the parents of more than 500 children. So how will these families ever be reunited?
Children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country.
Joe Biden's like, children are being brought over by coyotes, Jack, and I'm going to make sure that those bad people are punished. I'm the one who wants to do it, Jack. Oh, I shouldn't say anymore. I'm going to get into trouble. I'm going to get into trouble if I keep saying it.
We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally, and they come in through merit.
But how will you reunite these kids with their families,
Let me just tell you,
Mr. President?
they built cages. You know, they used to say, I built the cages, and then they had to...
It's true. Look. Notice how he's very cleverly, and he used to do this during his tenure all the fucking time, where he was like, I didn't build the cages, Obama did. And that was true. Obama had built the cages. Look how good that did. Trump used them. So did Obama. But
a picture in a certain newspaper, and it was a picture of these horrible cages, and they said, look at these cages. President.
I like that he's saying these horrible cages, like saying that when Obama does it, it's bad, but when I do it, it's good. Which, again, idiotic, and therefore very dumb for you to try to argue with these fucking idiots, or even dumber, to try to agree with them.
President Trump built them, and then it was determined they were built in 2014. That was him.
Do you have a plan to reunite the kids?
Yes, we're working on it we're trying very hard. But a lot of these kids come out without the parents. They come over through cartels and through coyotes and through gangs.
Vice President Biden, let me bring you into this conversation. Quick response and then another question to you.
These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. Real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up question.
Kristen, they did it. We changed the policy.
Your response
to that? They did it. We changed.
Did not
They built the cages. Who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about what
Who
we're
built the
talking
cages,
about.
Joe?
Let's talk about what we're talking about. What happened? Parents were ripped, their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go. Nowhere.
Isn't this the one where he almost gave Brandon COVID too? That's his flu game, dog. That's Trump's flu game.
To go. It's criminal. It's criminal.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you about
I will say this. They went
10
down.
seconds,
We
and
brought
then I need to
reporters,
ask you.
everything. They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
But some
that
of them
gotten
haven't been
such
reunited
But
with
just
their
ask
families.
one question. Who built the cages? I'd love you to ask him that. Who built the cages?
Let me ask about your immigration policy, Mr. Vice President. The Obama administration did fail to deliver immigration reform, which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over record deportations as well as family detentions at the border before changing course. So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul now?
Well, they shouldn't. They shouldn't have. But we did anyway, because harm reduction, right?
Because we made a mistake. It took too long to get it right. It took too long to get it right. I'll be president.
I'm glad that he's reversing course on that. He's now getting it right.
Of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people. And
Damn, dude. Wasn't that sick when we did that? Mass amnesty for 11 million undocumented immigrants living on inside of U.S. borders. It was pretty fire when he did that, honestly. I do love a guy who, you know, what is this? Oh, dude, we're going way back in time now. I do love an honest leader that follows through on his campaign promises. You know what I mean?
All of those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship. The idea that they are being sent home by this guy and they want to do that is they've gone to a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River and it's illegal. And you say, oh no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you. They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis.
95% approval for what he's saying, by the way. 95%. So much so that even fucking Donald Trump was like, I don't know about this DACA stuff, guys. Like, I don't know.
President Obama was known as the deporter-in-chief, removing more than 3 million people.
Hold on, let's finish this.
We owe them. We owe them.
Kristen, he had 8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've changed without having a specific. We got rid of catch and release. We got rid of a lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president. He did nothing except build cages to keep children in.
Vice President
Wrong.
Biden, your response.
The catch and release, you know what he's talking about there? If in fact you had family came across and they were arrested, they in fact were given a date to show up for their hearing. They were released. And guess what? They showed up for a hearing. And this is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America. You come to the United States and you make your case that I seek asylum based on the following premise, why I deserve it under American law. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river.
President Trump, your response,
So
30
important.
seconds, and then we'll move
It
on.
just shows that he has no understanding of immigration or the laws. Catch and release is a disaster. A murderer would come in, a rapist would come in, a very bad person would come in. We would take their name. We have to release them into our country. And then you say they come back. Less than 1% of the people come back. We have to send ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them. We would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years. We're going to give you a court case. You need Perry Mason. We're going to give you a court case. When you say they...
Why are we watching this? I wonder why watching this at the eve of Joe Brandon basically going to the border today alongside Donald Trump and offering the identical sentiment that Donald Trump is expressing here, but this time from the right. Not only did he obviously never follow through on his promises on fixing immigration, he then turned around and has now completely taken the position that Donald Trump had 4 years prior when he was running against him. There is no better indication that the harm reduction argument is just a fucking ridiculous thing to claim when you are the one who is trying to do the fucking harm yourself.
come back? They don't come back, Joe. They never come back. Only the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ, they might come back.
Okay, President Trump.
Yeah, he keeps saying that, except like 90% of them do actually attend their court proceedings. So he's a piece of shit. So that's why he actually started adding that, like, only the dumbest ones come back.
Economy for America's future is pass immigration reform now. It's the single most significant thing we can do. I heard for too damn long about how this was going to bankrupt us, that Social Security was going to take a nosedive and so on. You heard it all the last 6-7 years. Well, guess what? Guess what? It's a game changer financially for the country.
During the Biden-Obama administration, Trump campaigned on Build That Wall. I did. No, the Obama-Biden administration. Trump campaigned on Build That Wall. Are you willing to tear that wall down?
No, there will not be another foot of wall constructed on my administration. No.
Wait, no. Did he say that? Wait, what? That's so weird. Hold on one second. Wait a minute. When is this one? Wait, what? Since That's since 2021? Wait, I'm sorry, what? Wait, hold on. What? What is happening? What? Does Biden know this? Does Biden know that? Wait, Biden says he had to use Trump-era funds for the border wall. Asked if Barry's work, he says no. Wait a minute, okay. Hold on. Wait, what? I don't understand. October 6, 2023, Biden resumes border wall construction.
Thank you so much. Answer one question on the border wall. The border wall, the money was appropriated for the border wall. I tried to get them to reappropriate, to redirect that money. They didn't. They wouldn't. And in the meantime, there's nothing under the law other than they have to use the money for what was appropriate.
Oh, I don't get it. I don't understand. But right here, he's saying we're not going to put another inch on the wall. Wait, what?
Number two, what I'm going to focus on, the fact is that somebody in this group written a lot about the border. I'm going to make sure that we have border protection, but it's going to be based on making sure that we use high-tech capacity to deal with it.
Yeah, this is the other part of it, which was always like, we're just going to put lasers, dog.
Drastic action to address the migrant crisis as illegal crossings surge right now at the U.S.-Mexico border. It says it will waive 26 federal laws and regulations to build more barrier walls in one Texas border county. A reminder, this is what then candidate Joe Biden said about border walls back in 2020.
There will not be another foot of wall constructed in my administration.
But this is now when the situation has...
Watching a 4-month-old video, yeah, because the entire point I'm trying to demonstrate to you is that Biden went from no border walls to build the fucking wall. I mean, I'm sorry, pretty wild stuff.
And at the ports of entry, that's where all the bad stuff is.
What about the land confiscations?
End, stop, done, over.
Wait, no more land confiscations? Wait, but I don't understand why. What?
We're not going to do it. Withdraw the lawsuits. We're out. We're not going to confiscate the land.
Wait, what?
What do you say, the silent majority, as an extension of President Obama, representing a time when many felt like they weren't heard, they weren't seen, people who feel like this country is trending too far left? And I have one more part to this question I want to ask you. In your first 100 days as president, what will you do to create a pathway to citizenship for many undocumented immigrants? That is a big issue for the AAPI community.
So for the record, I just want to point to something here. The 118, what is it, million, billion, whatever the fucking, what is the proposal? How big is the proposal? $118 billion border bill, which also featured aid for Ukraine and Israel originally. The billion one is the aid. That's why I was like, because it has like the Ukraine and Israel aid in it. But that original proposal, for the record, just so you understand, that proposal features additional funds for continuing border wall construction. $60 billion in military aid for Ukraine, $14 billion for Israel, $4.8 billion for Indo-Pacific region, Taiwan, $10 billion in humanitarian assistance for Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, among other places, $2.3 billion in refugee assistance inside the U.S., $20 billion for improvements to U.S. border security, $2 billion for domestic uranium enrichment. There's also, wait, hold on, not the emergency authority, but there is also funding in this, which the PBS article is not detailing, but there is funding in this, in the, I guess, this part, the $20 billion for border security part, that directly has border wall funding in it, just so you understand. Listen, there's always money in the banana stand for doing reactionary right-wing politics, okay? More war, more borders, more nonsense. Just saying.
Community, as you know, 1.7 million face deportation threats. Another 100,000 are young people who are affected by the DACA program. So 2 parts for you. What are you going to do to be more visible? And what do you say to the folks that think you're just going to be President Obama 2.0? And what?
Wait, what? He only built half an inch? Fake news media? Somehow Trump will lose to this guy again. Lamont, politicians have to compromise. Can you believe it? Dude, you went through, you are no different than a Trump supporter, okay? You literally said fake news media. He only built half an inch. Then said Trump is going to lose to this guy again, which he very well might, okay? But that doesn't actually address any of the things that we're talking about currently. Politicians have to compromise. Can you believe it? You offered cover to Biden, basically going against all of his promises. So why did you vote for him last time then? If this is what you wanted already, I don't understand. This is not compromise at all. This is just pure hypocrisy in display. It's also bad because it completely feeds into the narrative. Like it basically calcifies the narrative that the border issue is one of national security concerns. Okay? It's Jover on that front. You have completely caved to the right. It's a manufactured narrative built on lies. And now the Democratic Party and all the mainstream organs are basically repeating it.
What are you going to do about immigration right when you get in office?
Look, I'm very proud to serve with Barack, and it's one of the great honors of my life. I thought he was a great president, but even he acknowledges we can't go back to what it was. We have to go back and build back better. And so I have a program that is significantly different and builds upon where we left off and tries to undo the damage that Trump has done, number one. Number two,
good thing he did that.
I campaigned from home about Biden hiding in his cellar. Well, the truth of the matter is over 200 million people have watched me on television, and they've watched, and the more that Donald Trump is out, the worse he does. I think it's wonderful he goes out. He goes, I'm being a bit facetious because it's dangerous what he's doing with these rallies. But look at his numbers have dropped through the floor. They've dropped through the floor, number one. Number two, I've gone out responsibly. I go out and I wear this mask when I go out. And when I go out responsibly and I don't
immigration plan.
Don't hold rallies because the experts and the scientists about social distancing and wearing masks, I never fail to do. Now, one day, on day one, I'm going to send a legislative immigration reform bill to Congress to provide a roadmap to citizenship for 11 million undocumented immigrants who contribute so much to this country, including 1.7 million AAPI. My immigration policy is built around keeping families together, modernizing the immigration system by keeping families, unification, and diversity as pillars of our immigration system, which it used to be. Ending Trump's cruel and humane policy at the border.
Damn, dude. What? That's crazy. Yo, I want to vote for this guy, bro. He's got the smoke. Damn, dude. This guy's going to defeat the current administration. The current administration is running on this fucking like anti-immigrant slant, talking about how they need to fix this crisis at the border and shit. Where's this guy? I want to vote for this guy. He seems like a young whippersnapper in comparison to the fucking dying corpse that's currently running the country. Two different guys. I mean, their faces don't even look the same. Come on. Different guy, right? Must be.
Rip children from their mother's arms. Take immediate action to protect dreamers, including the more than 100,000 eligible dreamers from East and South Asia. Rescinding the un-American Muslim ban immediately. Restoring refugee admission in line with the values and historic leadership of our country.
Refugee admission? Wow. This guy certainly didn't fucking continue the incredibly cruel Title 42 provisions and also simultaneously used it and is now planning on using a separate executive order to basically not even to do away with Title 42 and just simply ban asylum seekers from coming into the country. That's not the guy, right?
Raising the target to a minimum of 125,000 people a year in my first year. He's cut it down to 15. The average has been 95,000 a year. Working with Congress to establish a bipartisan legislation to ensure a minimum admission of 95,000 refugees. That's who we are. That's how my great-great-grandfather, four greats back got here. He got in a coffin ship in the Irish Sea, never knowing whether he was going to make it. And he made it to the United States of America in 1848 when the British were, anyway. So streamlining naturalization process, make it easier for qualified green card holders to move through his backlog. And by the
he's really spitting here, dude. This is an objectively pro-immigration agenda. Objectively. What happened? What happened to that guy? Is he running for president? I'd like to hear from him.
By the way, he just indicated he ended H-1B visas the rest of this year. That will not be in my administration.
Hey, NBC News.
We're going to talk about immigration now, gentlemen, and we're going to talk about family.
We already covered this. As someone who works in political analysis for the left Dems, I promise the current narrative isn't even proven to work to persuade people. I don't know how it became their strat. I know it is not persuasive, and it's not working, and it's not going to work. And I'm telling you, this is wee-woo speculation alert, okay? But this number, the 35-point edge, is going to increase, okay? Trump currently has a 35-point edge on Biden on immigration. 35 points. I'm willing to bet that number is going to increase. I could be wrong, but I believe that that number is going to get even higher. Why? Because the Trump campaign is going to use this against them and be like, see, even he recognizes it. And you can't trust these guys to fix the problem like I fixed it when I was president. That's what he's going to say. And why shouldn't he? Why shouldn't he say that? You'd be a fucking idiot not to. So dumb. So fucking dumb. And there's even somehow dumber people in this chat that come in here to fucking defend Biden's right-wing anti-immigrant sentiment, thinking that this is actually a brilliant 5D chess move. Masterful gambit, sir. This decaying corpse is actually doing white boy swag. By adopting the right-wing position on immigration, he will surely win over more voters and not alienate those who are already iffy on voting for him. You know, younger demographics of voters who do care about this sort of thing, who do want a progressive immigration policy, completely going against his prior narrative. The worst part about it is that he doesn't need to do this on immigration. He needs to shut the fuck up and not talk about immigration at all. And if asked about immigration, he needs to say, the process is cruel and unusual. We are a nation of immigrants, just like he has said before. Okay? That's what he needs to keep saying. Virtual meal, thank you for the 521 gift of subs. But he ain't doing that. He needs to be talking about abortion every goddamn day of the fucking week. Why do you think they took his shit to shift? Because I don't think it's just them being callous. It's better for Capital to have this. Oh, they took the shift because they're fucking losers, dog. What do you mean? It's better for Capital in general to like have a reactionary approach to immigration so that there's never any pathway to citizenship and documentation for those who are already here and are coming in here. But the reason why they're doing this is because they're stupid and they're desperate. They're dumb and they're desperate. They're doing it because they want to maintain the suburbs, okay? They have a lot of white voters who swapped over or consider themselves moderate, who are incredibly reactionary on the issue of immigration. But what they fail to consider is that those guys are voting for Brandon because he outperforms Biden on maintaining democracy. Maintaining democracy. It's a key issue for a lot of these guys, okay? For older white men who think Donald Trump's behavior is unacceptable. But what he doesn't realize is the more he hammers on the narrative that he's going to actually fucking protect the borders or whatever, the more those guys go, wait a minute, but Trump is the protector of the borders. Maybe I don't care about the Trump being a, maybe I don't care about Trump refusing to be, maybe I don't care about Trump being a fascist after all, actually. Because if you don't talk about that, if you don't consistently hammer on the narrative that you will defend democracy, Trump is going to destroy democracy, and you start talking about an issue that Trump will always defeat you on, well, you're going to lose. So I think that it's going to backfire and cause those moderate voters to shift rightward again, directly feeding them back into the hands of Trump. It's so fucking dumb. I want to watch more Brandon takes.
I understand my predecessor's legal past today. So here's what I would say to Mr. Trump. Instead of playing politics with this issue, instead of telling members of Congress to block this legislation, join me, or I'll join you in their lives to save others. And we urge folks to listen to the warnings from the local officials, listen to them.
He's talking about the fires
My
here.
Neanderthal friends who stand on the
Climate
ground.
change.
You'll see in the midst of 20 homes that are just totally destroyed, in Texas alone, over $13 billion. $13 billion in 3 years in disaster relief after fires and winter storms across the state. And when disasters strike, there's no red state or but he's been a great partner. I also want to thank Mayor Cowan for his partnership by 7 mayors and cities and towns across South Texas. 4 county judges here from across the state. I told the county judge that I used to be a county official. It's the hardest job in American politics. You know why? They think you can do everything, you don't have the budget. So, Carol Alvadero. Time to act. It's long past time to act. And all the other local officials that are here today, I want to say thanks. Folks, it's real simple. It's time to act. It's long past time to act.
He's talking about immigration now. Let's hear what he has to
I
say.
just received a briefing from the Border Patrol at the border, as well as immigration and enforcement, asylum officers, and they're all doing incredible work under really tough conditions. Really tough conditions. They told me what you already know and we already know. They desperately need more resources. Say it again, they desperately need more resources. Need more agents, more officers, more judges, more equipment in order to secure our border. Folks, it's time for us to move on that. We can't wait any longer. Folks, on my first day as president, I introduced a bill I sent to Congress, a comprehensive plan to fix the broken immigration system and to secure the border. But no action was taken. Then months ago, my team began a serious negotiation in a bipartisan group of senators, leading conservative Republicans and progressive Democrats. And it resulted in a compromise.
Nope, no progressive Democrats. That's fucking bullshit. That bill that he's talking about, the second bill that he's talking about, the recent one, the funding bill for Israel and Ukraine, that one is just pure right wing. Nothing left wing here on that front. That's the reason why I showed you what Brandon was saying when he was running for president last time. Just so you understand how different his approach to this immigration stuff is now. Motherfucker was like, day one, we're fixing this. America is a nation of immigrants. Hitting all the old school lines that Democrats push for. Here.
Has been essential to America. Let's end our immigration has always been essential to America. Let's end our exhausting war over immigration. For more than 30 years, politicians have talked about immigration reform, and we've done nothing about it. It's time to fix it. On day one of my presidency, I kept my commitment and sent a comprehensive immigration bill to the United States Congress. If you believe we need to secure the border, pass it because it has a lot of money for high-tech.
Yes, dude, we'll watch the new Amon Animations video so you don't have to click away, okay? Yes, we will watch it. Remember this classic Sean pose? I'm all for people enjoying Trump leaving, but enjoying Biden coming in is a worrisome sign to me. Enjoying knowing that America will have a $15 minimum wage, a much more robust Medicare system, an actual plan for climate change, etc. is worrisome to you? Thinking that is. Dude, listen, this is why I tell you to be a leftist if you just want to be right. How so? All I'm doing is reading his website, so unless you think he just lied about every policy on there. Guys, he couldn't have fucking foreseen this. I mean, come on. How could this guy have foreseen this? That he would, well, so what? You're telling me that that's what politicians do? Just sit there and lie? That's crazy. Well, Biden actually did have one solution that's different this time around. As far as I understand, he decided not to even have an issues page this time. So that's good. Yeah. No promises made means no promises kept. Phenomenal move. Pie nose, progressives in name only. That's funny. That's so dumb. So yeah, I urge all of the debate lords in my chat. I know many of you do not care about the issues themselves, right? Many of you don't. I get it. It's boring and lame to care about issues. Why would you? You just want to simply masquerade as someone who wins arguments and someone who is prescient. Well, if you want to fucking win arguments and come across as like knowledgeable, then being on the left side of most issues is probably going to give you the most accuracy. So even if you only care about coming across like you're right all the time, be a leftist.
Border security. If you believe in a pathway to citizenship, pass it. It's over 11 million undocumented folks, the vast majority of here overstaying visas. Pass it. We can actually, if you actually want to solve a problem, I've sent a bill to take a close look at it. We also have to get at the root problem of why people are fleeing, particularly to our southern border from Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. The violence, the corruption, the gangs, the political instability, hunger, hurricanes, earthquakes, natural disasters. When I was president, when I was vice president, the president asked me to focus on providing help needed to address the root causes of migration. And it helped keep people in their own countries instead of being forced to leave. The plan was working, but the last administration decided it was not worth it. I'm restoring the program and asked Vice President Harris to lead our diplomatic effort to take care of this. I have absolute confidence she'll get the job done. Now look, if you don't like my plan, let's at least pass what we all agree on. Congress needs to pass legislation this year to finally secure protection for dreamers. The young people have only known America as their home. And permanent protection for immigrants who are here on temporary protective status who came from countries beset by man-made and natural-made violence and disaster, as well as a pathway to citizenship for farm workers who put food on our tables. Look, immigrants have done so much for America during this pandemic and throughout our history.
The country supports immigration reform. We should act.
Shepard Smith here. Thanks for watching CNBC.
Damn, dog. What's happening here, bro? Fuck's going on here? I don't get it. Stark difference. Do you see the clear-cut difference, by the way, the contrast in the rhetoric back then?
Compromise bill is the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen in this country. It's pretty basic.
Damn, bro. He's trying to put the toughest border security reforms we've ever seen in this country.
Basic. With this deal, we could hire 1,500 additional border security agents, 1,500 additional officers, and between ports of entry. For the last 4 years, staffing has been roughly that, flat, just flat. Agents working overtime, spending long hours patrolling the border, making major sacrifices. And I know it takes a big toll on them and their families. That's why in December I signed a bill finally getting Border Patrol agents what I've been pushed by and reminded by the congressman, overtime pay. They're finally getting overtime pay. I mean, it's ridiculous it took this long. It was long past time, and I was proud to do it, but we need to do more. It's time to step up. It's time to step up, provide them with significantly more personnel and capability. We also need more immigration judges to help handle the backlog. 2 million cases. Backlog of 2 million cases. This bipartisan deal would provide funding for 100 more immigration judges immediately. It would also establish new, efficient, and fair process for the government to consider asylum claims for those arriving on our border. Today, the process to get a decision on an asylum claim takes 5 to 7 years. Now, you all know it down here, but the people around the country don't understand it. It's far too long. You come in, you say I have a credible fear, and we've changed that standard to make it hard. We want to change, make it harder. And what happens? You say, well, okay, you can come in the country, but come back in 5 to 7 years, maybe as many as 8 years, and you'll get a hearing from before a judge to determine whether you can stay. This will encourage more people. This encourages more people to come to the country. If they get by the first, they got another 5, 7, 8 years before they have to do anything, because they know they cannot handle the caseloads quickly, and they'll be able to stay in this country in the meantime. With new policies in this bill and the addition of 4,300 additional asylum officers, we'll be able to reduce that process to less than 6 months. That would have a serious deterrent effect on those coming north. When the criminal gangs say, we'll get you north, what's $8,000? They say, no, wait, let me get this straight. I'm going to go north.
Remember, he was like, no, those are actually children coming with their parents, not with coyotes. Not with coyotes. Now he's like, them coyotes are bringing the Mexicans over the border wall.
It's going to cost me probably closer to $8,000, and I'm going to get there, and in 6 months they may be able to get rid of me. I don't know, man. 6 months, 7 years, two different things. The person who's thinking about entering the United States understands the cases to be decided in a few weeks or months instead of 5 to 7 years. They're less likely to come in the first place. They're not going to pay the cartels thousands of dollars to make that journey. Knowing that, it will be turned around quickly. Look, then we also need more cutting-edge inspection machines to detect and stop fentanyl from entering the United States of America. A year ago, I stood at the border in El Paso, and I watched these machines at work. They were able to detect everything from fentanyl to weapons to people being smuggled in cargo containers. This compromised bill would provide an additional $424 million
Notice
for
how
100 more of these machines.
Notice how any of the fucking compromise, like on the side of the Democratic Party, is still about apprehension and detention. The only aspect of this that is like even somewhat progressive is like hiring more judges for immigration processing. But the entire argument itself revolves around immigration being a matter of national security, a national security issue.
And could save lives in the process. This compromise legislation will also give me as president, or the next president, emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border between ports of entry when the numbers of immigrants and migrants, overwhelm the border, straining the Border Patrol's ability to process them. At the same time, at our legal ports of entry, like here in Brownsville, we're making investments in infrastructure. My bipartisan infrastructure law is going to provide nearly $4 billion new dollars to boost security, to ease waiting times at land and ports of entry like Brownsville. And I want to thank again Congressman Gonzalez for helping me get that through and get it passed as the law. That you get the money for example, that's how you got the money for the Gateway Bridge from that fund. Folks, the bipartisan border security deal is a win for the American people. And it's a win for the people of Texas. And it's fair for those who legitimately have a right to come here to begin with. It's a win for the people of Brownsville, and I believe that's why the Border Patrol Union endorsed it. I believe that's why the National Chamber of Commerce endorsed it, not known as the Democratic Organization with a capital D. Look, and that's why the Wall Street Journal endorsed it as well. This is a truly bipartisan initiative. That's why the bipartisan...
No, dog, they endorse it because it's right-wing. They endorsed it because it is literally the type of bill that Trump would have passed. Almost identical. Like, this is a Trump bill, okay? And Trump would try to pass this bill, if he gave a shit about bills at all, while simultaneously saying, like, Mexicans are rapists and that's why we got to do it, okay? And every Democratic Party member would correctly be like, this bill is insane. This is awful. And Trump said Mexicans are rapists. We are a nation of immigrants. But when Brandon is in charge, everyone shuts the fuck up. Bipartisanship is meaningless if you are going to literally pass a right-wing bill, dog. What the fuck do you mean? And the only saving grace of this is the fucking Tea Party caucus. That's like, nah, we're way more racist, and also Trump doesn't want us to pass. It's unbelievable, dude. Must watch Lip Talk Copium, Gaslight.
Uncommitted for what? For why? Make no mistake, after a strong grassroots movement with viral videos from Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib and national coverage and encouragement from mainstream media sources like Joy Reid, the Vote Uncommitted movement only illustrated President Biden's strength within the Democratic Party. As my friend Jose said, it was really like...
There's a lesson to be learned here. Sometimes life just isn't fair, kiddo.
Purposes, 11% of Michigan primary voters were uncommitted in 2012, with 174,000 of them voting for President Obama, who went on to win Michigan's Electoral College delegates. Although there were 13% of Michigan primary voters who were uncommitted in 2024, 617,000 votes were cast for President Biden. 617 compared to President Obama's 174. Biden has no viable competition on that ballot. Voters came out in full force to show their full support for our president. The Democratic base stands behind President Biden. I stand behind President Biden. I'm not asking you to vote for him. I am asking that you get educated on both likely candidates and their stance on the issues that you say you care about. There are several very...
Wait, what? Okay. Immigration. Yeah, Obama won Michigan by almost 500,000 votes. The Democratic Party first lost Michigan by an incredibly slim margin, and then won Michigan by 150,000 votes. The fact that 100,000 people in the fucking Democratic primary were like, we're Democratic Party voters. We're not voting for you if you don't fucking fix this shit. The fact that that's something to just write off is so insane. Anyway, Chad hates Biden more than r/conservative. Yeah, why the fuck would r/conservative hate Biden? He's literally trying to pass a right-wing immigration bill, and he's conducting a genocide in Israel. Both are incredibly right-wing conservative positions. You are basically telling on yourself if you think that is like any testament whatsoever. You're making my argument for me. The fuck do you mean?
The South Texas Alliance of Cities endorsed it. Folks, I didn't get everything I wanted in that compromise bipartisan bill, but neither did anybody else. A compromise is part of the process. That's how democracy works. That's how it's supposed to work. Compromise is a very positive step on a critical issue for the country. All those issues for the country. And folks here in Brownsville and all along the border know that. We need to have their backs, your backs. I want the people to understand clearly what happened here. This bill was in the United States Senate, was on its way to being passed. Then it was derailed by rank and file politics, partisan politics. The U.S. Senate needs to reconsider this bill, and those senators who oppose it need to set politics aside and pass it on merits, not on whether it's going to benefit one party or benefit the other party. It's about whether it benefits the American people. It's what the American people deserve. And the Speaker of the House needs to put this bill on the floor, because if he put it on the floor unrestricted, it would pass. The majority of Democrats and Republicans in both houses support this legislation until someone came along and said, don't do that, it'll benefit the incumbent. That's a hell of a way to do business in America for such a serious problem. We need to act.
Why do you act like you don't understand what that person is saying? You sound like a center-right conservative commentator. I sound like a center-right conservative commentator. If you can find one singular center-right conservative commentator that actually uncritically says that America is a nation of fucking immigrants and these border proposals are incredibly reactionary, I'll just quit. You have to be delusional. We're not talking about party politics here. We're just talking about actual issues. I don't know why people are so fucking predisposed to only doing team sports when we're talking about politics, that you just like lose sight of that. But the fact that you're losing sight of the issues themselves just because a fucking Democratic ghoul is advocating for it is the reason why nothing good will ever happen in this motherfucking country. Completely missing the point. I'm literally talking to my mother. What? Then fucking leave and get your mother to come watch the show instead. You're telling me that your mother is literally fucking saying the Democratic Party's reactionary position on immigration is actually causing her to second guess whether she should vote for the Democratic Party or not? Is that what your mother is saying? Maybe your mother is saying that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. She sounds a lot like a HasanAbi head. Maybe she's already subscribed, so she won't see the ads at the top of the hour. You won't either, because you are also subscribed, but it seems like you haven't really fucking listened to anything that I've said in the time frame that you have subscribed. If you think that this is like out of pocket, go back 10 years prior and you will see the same exact commentary that I've actually championed with respect to the Democratic Party. I've routinely criticized Obama's failures on immigration, for example. Why would you turn around and admit that like your parents actually failed, even though they themselves actually have a decent understanding of the world, I guess, if they are, identical in my position? Keep going, champ. You're doing an amazing job. Brandon definitely is clocked out. Yeah, Politico. Biden will stop the border wall and loosen immigration again. Where's that chatter who said I'm like her, like their mother now?
Act. It's time for the speakers and some of my Republican friends in Congress who are blocking this bill to show a little spine. Pass a bipartisan, remember, bipartisan. Conservative leaders supported this border security bill. Let's remember who we work for God's sake. We work for the American people. Let me end with this. I understand my predecessor's an eagle pass today. So here's what I would say to Mr. Trump. Instead of playing politics with the issue, instead of telling members of Congress to block this legislation, join me, or I'll join you in telling the Congress to pass this bipartisan border security bill. We can do it together. You know and I know it's the toughest, most efficient, most effective border security bill this country has ever seen. So instead of playing politics with the issue, why don't we just get together and get it done? Let's remember who the heck we work for. We work for the American people, not the Democratic Party, the Republican Party. We work for the American people. And let's remember who we are. We're the United States of America. No, I mean this. Think about this. There's nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing.
Yeah, we can unite together and kill immigrants, both of us, on both sides. Everybody wants to do it. Let's get united, Jack. Build the wall. Say it with me. Build the wall. Build the wall.
If you look at Arizona, they haven't done anything there. Department as well as you could have. I think he understands war, because that's what you're in. You're in a war. And William Mike Gorby, he's been fantastic. It's just an incredible group that you've put together, fortunately. I might ask Brandon to say a couple of words, because right at the beginning we were into it. We saw what was happening, and the governor was there, and then he really stepped it up. It's been amazing. I came when I was lucky enough to receive his endorsement. I endorsed him also, and very proudly endorsed him. And a lot of things have happened in the last little while, but this is an incredible operation. Brandon, would you like to say a couple of words, please?
Absolutely. President, thank you. Sir, I want you to know your agents, my agents, they're mad as hell. Absolutely
Your
mad
agents.
that President Biden went to Brownsville, Texas, rather than going to Arizona, rather than going to San Diego, California, rather than coming to Eagle Pass, Texas, which has been the epicenter. What President Trump has seen right here is he's seen how his policies have worked, but he's also seen how he can expand upon those policies once he goes back into the White House. He has seen how Governor Abbott has been able to use his policies to secure this specific area, the epicenter of the last 2 years of the illegal border crisis that we have had to endure. And your agents, President, they are pissed. Border Patrol agents are upset that we cannot get the proper policy that is necessary to protect human life, to protect American citizens, to protect the people that are crossing the border illegally. We want to protect them as well. And we can't do that because President Biden's policies continue to invite people to cross here. Thank goodness we have a governor like Governor Abbott. Thank goodness we have somebody that's willing to run for President of the United States, forgo everything else that he's been doing to serve the American people. President.
God damn, bro. Johnny Sins does.
Reports have come out, and we've been covering them, and everybody's been a nice.
Gay porn as well.
Spoke to the parents of an incredible young lady, and you saw her the other day. You saw what happened the other day in Georgia, and the parents are devastated. They're incredible people. But this is a Joe Biden invasion. This is a Biden invasion over the past 3 years. I call him Crooked Joe because he's crooked. He's a terrible president, the worst president our country's ever had, probably the most incompetent president we've ever had. But it's allowing thousands and thousands of people to come in from China, Iran, Yemen, the Congo, Syria, and a lot of other nations. Many nations are not very friendly to us. He's transported the entire columns of fighting-aged men, and they're all at a certain age, and you look at them and say, they look like warriors to me. Something's going on that's bad. Now the United States is being...
They look like warriors. Oh my God, he's so fucking racist. Honestly, it's pretty great. It's pretty great that Biden is like agreeing with Trump on the underlying premise that like immigration is a genuine problem that only he can solve. You know, with a bipartisan bill that's just right wing. It's pretty sick. Yeah, it's pretty cool that Joe Biden asked this guy's party to basically sign the bill, begged them. Except you're dismissing evidence that's there. Way more people voted uncommitted. It was a concerted effort in campaign like they said they're doing it. There was a huge numbers are wrong. What?
Overrun by the Biden migrant crime. It's a new form of vicious violation to our country. It's migrant crime. We call it Biden migrant crime, but that's a little bit long. So we'll just leave it. But every time you hear the term migrant crime, you know where that comes from. Allowing thousands and thousands and actually millions and millions of people to come. Could be 15 million, could be 18 million by the time he gets out of office, because hopefully the biggest risk we have is 9 months. That's a long time. Right. A lot of bad things can happen. I always say in speeches and rallies, it's if you take the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country and you added them all up, all of the problems, all of the lousy jobs they've done, you can add them all up. It's not as bad as this one man has done for our country. What he's done to our country is he's destroying our country. We were just talking before. The general was saying, he can't believe what's happening. He can't believe it. It's so sad. Last year, almost half of all ICE arrests were criminal aliens charged for more than...
It's so funny to be a part of the Border Patrol Union and like be a part of the Border Patrol Agent Union and literally cuck yourself so hard to Donald Trump that you go up there and say, yeah, fuck this guy Biden. He's like ruining the country. Meanwhile, Biden is like, please, can we pass a bill that gives you $20 billion extra dollars, including overtime pay, including more money to hire more Border Patrol agents and more fucking sick ass cars that you can kill migrants with, like you can run over migrants with. But it's crazy. This country is so dumb, dude. We are the dumbest nation on the fucking planet. I swear to God. It's nutty.
33,000 assaults, 3,000 robberies, 6,900 burglaries, 7,500 weapons crimes. This is all migrant crime. 4,300 sex crimes, 1,600 kidnappings, and 1,700 homicides and murders. These are the people that are coming into our country. And they're coming from jails, and they're coming from prisons, and they're coming from mental institutions, and they're coming from insane asylums, and they're terrorists. They're being let into our country, and it's horrible. It's horrible. And, you know, I know many of the leaders of these other countries that are doing it, and it's not just South America. It's all over the world. The Congo, a very big population coming in from jails from the Congo. You look at the jails now, you take a look at the jails throughout the region, but more importantly, throughout the world. They're emptying out because they're dumping them into the United States. And these guys try and make like, oh, isn't it wonderful? They don't have a clue. I think they're looking for votes. They're looking for something. Nobody's really been able to tell me how anybody could want it. You know, you're always in business. You always want to understand the other side.
It's pretty cool that Biden 100% agrees with him, I think. It's pretty cool. And before people say, no, he doesn't, yes, he does. He absolutely does. Because the counter to this is all made up, that immigrants are normal human beings, and the notion that like immigrants are actually rapist criminals that are escaping prisons to come into this fucking country to invade the United States of America is deeply unserious and genuinely damaging to public discourse, and also incredibly white supremacist, which is precisely what the Democratic Party said for the past fucking 4 years before Brandon became the president. And they were correct for saying that, just so you understand. So yeah. When Trump turns around and says this and Biden's like, yeah, that's why we need to build the wall together, Jack. You're basically saying this guy's right, but he's not as committed to the cause as I am. And if you cannot comprehend how fucking unimaginably damaging that is, how unimaginably stupid that is, as far as like cooking your reelection chances, I don't know what to tell you.
You want to figure it out so you can do something that's good or bad, depending on what you're looking for. But nobody can explain to me because everybody I speak to says how horrible it is. Nobody explained to me how allowing millions of people from places unknown, from countries unknown, who don't speak languages. We have languages coming into our country. We have nobody that even speaks those languages. They're truly foreign languages. Nobody speaks them.
Nobody speaks these languages. They're coming in. They're speaking Mexican. They're speaking pig Latin. Latin, but for pigs, folks. Nobody knows how to speak this language.
And they're pouring into our country, and they're bringing with them tremendous problems, including medical problems. As you know, we had Title II, and we had different things.
Yeah, famously, the immigrants take advantage of our wonderful fucking social safety nets, you know, because we have a lot of them. Oh, it's such a fucking massive lie, dude. Have you seen what Nick looks like now?
How long do you
Oh my God. What the fuck?
take for you to drive here?
Nick!
He looks like he has like a sexy filter on or something.
I saw you were I saw someone walking across with wig, and I did not know it was you.
It's me.
Why is your forehead red?
Because I'm allergic to whatever she put on my head.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You look great.
Thank you, thank you.
And you look very slim, and I like the purple fit.
Thank you.
Bro, he looks like he's got the Giga Chad filter on or some shit. What the fuck's happening? Yo, that's crazy. Finally, Nick got a black haircut. Bro, dude was in fucking Norway, okay? Like, give him some credit, you know what I mean? He does actually have, like, that fade is a melanin fade, 100%. Like, at minimum, a Dominican barber touched that head of hair for the first time ever, I think. Minimum, for sure.
Thank you.
Oh, Nick!
Look who decided to show up. How you doing, man? Good to see you. What about you? Getting ready to get back into shape and work out, you know?
Yay!
I can see that.
You look sexy as hell, bro. What the hell?
When you saw you on stream last time coming back from Norway, your beard was in every direction. I just got a haircut. Now it was, I don't know, clean.
He feels uncomfortable because of how hot he looks. That's so funny. My man. All right, let's get back to this racist piece of shit.
Things to solve that problem, but they've terminated all of that. Even the judge couldn't believe it. The judge said, no, you can't do that. It would be horrible to do
him right
that.
now.
And he let it go. But he said in 6 months it expires. And it expired, and that's it. So I just think you're doing an incredible job. Just 1 week ago, a beautiful 22-year-old nursing student from Georgia was barbarically attacked, almost unrecognizable, while she was out on her morning run. She was doing keep herself in shape. She was a beautiful young woman. She was a great person, best nursing student there was. I spoke to her parents yesterday. They're incredible people. They're devastated beyond belief. But she was beautiful, just so beautiful in so many ways, and brutally assaulted, horrifically beaten, kidnapped, and savagely murdered. The monster that charged in the death is an illegal alien migrant who was led into our country and released into our communities by crooked Joe Biden. He's crooked. I took the name away from Hillary because she's no longer relevant, I guess.
That's insane to make a joke while you're literally talking about like a horrific murder. Oh my God. In the same breath, bro. What a deeply unserious man this is. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Surely it's great that the Democrats don't have a leg to stand on against this fucking narrative, by the way, because they are the ones who are championing the exact same bullshit.
She was terrible, but what he is doing is just unbelievable. Joe Biden will never say Laken Riley's name, but we will say it and we will remember it. We're not going to forget her. It's been just a horrible story that we've had to live with for the last few days. It's hard to believe. And her parents are just, they can never be the same. Great people.
Is he more unhinged than before? Bro, he literally started off his fucking presidential announcement by saying Mexicans are rapists and drug dealers. No, this is just very much in line with the same fucking rhetoric. Like, there are areas where Trump has gotten worse, but as far as like this stuff, like he's always been the biggest racist.
4 days ago, an illegal alien in Louisiana was arrested for brutally raping a 14-year-old girl while holding a knife to her throat. And he then allegedly robbed a man who was getting out of his car in front of his home and repeatedly stabbed him in the face, in the back, in the face many, many times before police found this.
It's lame as fuck, dude. It's just like cowardly
Nothing
liberals.
about fucking.
What is this? New Cody, you cringe, you lose, super Karens? Maybe. I'll be honest with you, like cowardly fucking liberals don't know how to address this kind of stuff because the talking points are not coming down from the Brandon camp. So I will. Every single group, every single subgroup in this population in the United States of America, of course, has the capacity to do crime. So you cannot look at singular anecdotes to be like, well, every single immigrant is doing this. That would be incredibly fucking racist, which Republicans are. What you have to do is look at the data. And the data shows clearly, according to many studies that investigated whether or not undocumented migrants are responsible for a larger share of crime than documented migrants or natural-born U.S. citizens, undocumented migrants do less crime, significantly less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. So this notion that like undocumented migrants are actually doing massive amounts of crimes is fucking bullshit. But singular anecdotes, of course, are infinitely more easy to digest than actual data, especially when people aren't routinely talking about the actual data. It's more personal. Bro tip. Bro, you got the worst fucking, you got the #1 troop killer machine as your fucking username. Like, if you're going to be autistic about military equipment, please, like, you literally, you are hamming on the greatest troop killer of all time. That's crazy. Motherfucker came in here and said, bro tip. Do you hate the troops, dog? What's going on? Might as well fucking change your name to Troop Exploder. How can you respond to someone who says that it is due to underreporting? Well, that's wrong. What do you mean underreporting? What do you think is going on? You think like people are dying in the hands of undocumented immigrants and then someone turns around and goes, yeah, I guess it's an undocumented immigrant. We can't find him or something? Like, are they just more evasive than the average person? They're just keeping it a secret? I'm on audio only and I just know he's talking about the Osprey. Yeah, Osprey_MX is this guy's name.
Person standing in the middle of a street, all covered with blood, standing over the blood of the man he was attacking. Last year, a sadistic illegal alien criminal who was released into our country by Joe Biden was arrested for raping an 11-year-old girl and strangling her to death in Pasadena, Texas. And shortly before she was murdered, she texted her father that...
No, I'm documented. Immigrants don't turn themselves in. That's the whole difference. Yes, rapists that are documented immigrants very famously always turn themselves in to the law enforcement authorities as opposed to the undocumented ones. No, he was making a joke, but there are people who unironically believe dumb shit like that, so I don't know. I can't even fucking tell if this dude is being serious or not right now. My brain is broken. Ugh.
That someone was knocking at the door. He arrived home from work and found his daughter's body stuffed in a laundry basket underneath the bed. Horrible. Crooked Joe is the blood of countless innocent victims. It's so many stories to tell, so many horrible stories. 3 years ago, we had the most secure border in history. Brandon was saying it. The general was saying it. We had the most secure border, and people weren't coming because they knew they weren't going to get in. And we weren't promising free education, free medical, free everything. I mean, all the promises that are made, no wonder they come. I mean, you look at what this governor, Newscomb from California, isn't that his name? Newscomb?
Yo! Wait, what?
Oh, free everything. I mean, all the promises that are made, no wonder they come. I mean, you look at what this governor, Newscomb from California, isn't that his name, Newscomb? What he's done to California is unbelievable. People are pouring in. They think they're going to get medical aid, and our soldiers are...
Newscomb! I love the idea that, like, one, California has no control over its borders in the same way that currently I'm sitting at fucking Eagle Pass where Texas has done a phenomenal job not listening to Joseph Robinette Brandon and has taken control of its own borders. It's like, which is it, dog? Is it supposed to be regulated at the federal level, which it should, by the way, obviously? Or is it like only Texas gets to control its own borders, but when California has control over its own fucking borders, it's like, then it's not allowed. My point is, none of this shit is consistent. So obviously, don't try to fucking capitulate to these monsters.
Vets aren't being taken care of, but people that come into our country illegally are. We ended catch and...
Yeah, Newscomb is a banger, I must admit. Unfortunately, I have to take the fucking L on that. In all of my years, I could not have come up with Newscomb, and he just dropped it. He just dropped it. I really thought he had lost it a little bit with like Dissanctimonious, because that shit was lame as fuck. But when he started calling him Meatball, I was like, oh no, he's back. But then he was like, actually, I never called him Meatball. And I was like, oh, that's lame. And then he just comes in and drops Newscomb. And I'm like, fuck, man, maybe he still got it.
Release,
yeah, my goat is back. My goat is no longer washed.
Built 571 miles of border wall, much more than I promised I'd build. And in addition, we purchased another 200 miles. And they sold that, much of it for 5 cents on the dollar. And it's the best wall, the same wall that you're using, because the governor's now building a lot of wall also. And it works. Walls work. Walls and wheels, I always said. It's one thing never gets obsolete. A wall and a wheel. Everything else.
Walls and wheels, folks. Both of these things that work. Walls and wheels. That's awesome. My goat.
It was obsolete about 2 weeks after you come up with it. And we got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers to take care of our border. We had the safest border in the history of our country. And now, outside of this area where Texas has done an amazing job, and in a pretty short period of time, they're going to have it all covered. They have just been incredible. The operation that they showed me is nothing less than incredible. And I'll say this, it's a military operation. I mean, we have this is like a war. It's a military operation. So we had remain in Mexico. Remember that? You can't come into our country, and Mexico agreed to it. And I'll tell you someday, I'll tell you why.
Bro, you're dividing with your divisive rhetoric. I'm not. I'm uniting the country under our holy Lord, Donald Trump.
Safe third agreements, asylum bans, Title 42.
Advice for dealing with Trumpies at this point that you have to interact with regularly, coworkers, family. Dude, I don't fucking know, really. Like, what do you say? Because for me, and I mean this in all sincerity, like, just vote for Joe Biden if you're a conservative. Like, he's just as fucking racist. Like, if you're voting for Trump over Joe Biden, you're just basically openly admitting, like, oh, no, I like that he says the things that are racist. Like, it's not about the policy for me. It's about the energy. And he's just saying really awful shit. And I love that. Just don't talk to him about politics. I don't know.
And rapid removals. But Title 42 was so important. Rapid removal so important. But
honestly, like, my favorite thing to do, I love talking to Trump supporters, as you guys know. My favorite thing to do is just LARP. Technically, it can get wrong. Like, because they might say some really out-of-pocket shit if you LARP too hard. Like, they will feel comfortable, and then they'll start saying stuff that will make you want to throw up. So you just have to, like, LARP a little bit and then just, like, move the conversation quickly away to something where they can't just start talking about how they want to drown, like, Guatemalan babies in the Rio Grande River or something. Because, like, they will get there. If they get too comfortable, they will, unfortunately, start saying some, like, Hitlerian nonsense. So don't go full hog, obviously. Sometimes directly might actually say Hitler was, not in the wrong or some shit. So you got to watch out. You got to watch out.
the best was remain in Mexico. You stay in Mexico. We had catch and release in Mexico. We had catch before that. It was catch and release a criminal, and they released him in the United States. We had no more catch and release or catch and release.
I avoid politics if I have to, because a lot of older family members will not be around forever, and I don't want to have someone hold a grudge against me for even seemingly defending Joe Biden or something else they would perceive in this politics or sports world we live in. Sometimes I lay into them enough to make them never want to argue with me again. Yeah, I don't really have this problem, I'll be honest with you, because like my family is foreign, and the ones that live here are not Trump supporters, as you guys know, jank. So I get to engage with people who are hogs recreationally on my own volition. It's a little different if you're stuck. And as you guys know, I've duked it out with jank before in the marketplace of ideas.
We released them in Mexico, and if you broke the law, we caught you, we deported you, or we did something else. But we were doing a great job, and that's where it stood. And then we had an election.
And jank won. Yeah, he destroyed me. He destroyed me by proving that in the state of California and Los Angeles, no one ever gets charged criminally.
We ended up getting many millions of more votes than we did. We did much better in 2020 than we ever even thought about doing in.
His argument was identical to what Trump is doing right now, but for crime in general, you know, like singular anecdotes that even with like a little bit of interrogation fell apart instantly.
2016, and very bad things happened. And from that moment on, it was a whole different ballgame in Texas and all over. But the governor in Texas picked up the ball, and they've done an incredible job. And I'll tell you, it's an honor to be here. I brought some people here, some executives from New York, because they're marveling at it too. And you're doing your job. Now we have to find out what's going on the side, each side, because Arizona's not doing their job. You have a Democrat, liberal, or more than that, governor that probably doesn't want to do anything. So people are just pouring in through Arizona, and they're pouring in through the beautiful state, the once beautiful state, still beautiful, I guess, but they have a lot of crime and a lot of problems, California, because The governor's not doing his job in California. He's doing a terrible job. He talks a good game. You know, he talks about how wonderful things are, but he's wrong. And they have a big outflow of people that pay taxes, people that don't commit crime. They're leaving. A lot of them are leaving. So I just want to thank the governor. I want to thank this incredible group of talent behind me. And we just went through something very, very special. We did a tour, and we did it through all sorts of cameras. They're all over the place. I don't know. They're in the sky. They're in satellites. They're on the top of those light poles. They're all over them. And you really have it done. And I'm very appreciative of it, Governor. You did a great job, and you're my friend. And it's an honor to have your support and your endorsement.
He was there the whole time. Oh, no. A lot of people were joking like, oh, what happened? Where's Greg Abbott? Could he not fit the podium? Did they not have a wheelchair accessible ramp on the podium? Turns out he was there the whole time, dude.
And likewise, me to you. Thank you very much. Great to be here. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you, President Trump, for being back in Texas. You being here.
Damn, walls and wheels, baby. They always work. My heart goes out to the civilians who got trampled in a stampede and run over by Gazan truck drivers. I can't imagine the desperation knowing the Hamas terror regime is hijacking vital aid while UNRWA covers it up. I don't want to look at anything else Israel related. I am going to lose my I've lost my mind already. I'm not going to lose my mind. I've already lost my mind. Trump versus Biden in new Ammon animation. All right, fucking finally we're doing it. Horrors beyond your imagination.
Hungry. Day one. We are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation where fentanyl and other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get.
That's literally, by the way, that is Squeak's invention, for the record. I suspect, considering Amon is a HasanAbi head, he probably either saw Squeaks do it directly or saw it because I keep repeating it in here, and the chat keeps repeating it in here, and now it is canon. It literally is like his invention has basically turned into an actual thing that Vivek Ramaswamy will be remembered as.
Than groceries to feed our beautiful families. We have become a drug-infested, crime-ridden nation. We will institute the powerful death penalty for drug dealers. Mothers will never again be forced to watch their children overdosing and hopelessly dying in the arms of screaming, "What can I do? What can I do? I want my child back." We are a nation whose once revered airports are dirty, crowded mess, where ticket prices have tripled. They don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't have the qualified air traffic controllers. And they just don't know what the hell they're doing. It was hard-working patriots like you who built this country. And it's hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. 2024 is our final battle. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God.
He made Trump so sick, dude.
And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. And we will make America great again. Let's indict the motherfucker. Let's indict the motherfucker.
Death Stranding. I love how big of a Kojimbo head Amon is. The bear hugged the Netanyahu. Whoa. Is that Bernie? Taking a knee to... Is that Bernie? Please, no. Not Bernie. No!
We cannot be complicit in this atrocity.
No.
And this cruel war, it must be defeated.
He's right, though. He's right. Punish Bernie is done. He's dead. Joe Brandon killed him. Dark Brandon reigns supreme. Genocide era Brandon.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word.
Genocide Joe.
But I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I'm going to go to bed.
Will Haas show up to save, punish Bernie? I can't anymore. It's Jover. As you can imagine, it's hard keeping up with current events, but the Andrew Tate video is turning out nicely. I'd like to thank Will Van de Kromert for his wonderful song Mirrors in the first part of the video. Please be sure to check out the song in the link below. Be sure to subscribe and all that. I've got a lot planned this year. I will also be streaming on Twitch, link in the description. Farewell for now. I'll see you all soon. Aim on Hawk. Is there anything else? No. Ooh, I got chills, dude. Can you tell my pet rat, Marguerite, that she is the best rat of all time? She's listening. Marguerite, you are maybe the best rat of all time. I can't say for certain, but your owner seems to think so. How can you tell me that China is in the future when they have American comedians in Chinese doing stand-up is about Boston? Wait, what?
知不知道我们美国东北真的有一个美国东北口音？这真的有，这是真的。我们那边波士顿有一个波士顿话，我们那边什么样的特色？我们那边没有儿化音。我就给你们举一个例子吧。用标准的英语有一句话，我把我的车停在哈佛院。用标准英语儿化音很重视 ，I park my car in Harvard Yard。但我们波士顿人不这么说。波士顿人怎么说？波士顿人都说 I park my car in Harvard Yard。
Yo, this is what is going on, dude? What the fuck is happening, brother? Will you be watching a third-party debate starting in 15 minutes? No. Wait, the debate that's supposed to drop today is the Norman Finkelstein Lex Fridman one, no?
看 Harvard Yard 就剩鸭子那种。如果你看到两个美国人在聊天
He's done stand-up in China for over a decade.
哦，东北人啊，老乡啊，我沈阳的啊。知不知道我们
What is that beautiful thing? Oh my God. He's so beautiful. He looks like a giant baby. Oh my God. What the fuck? He's so smooth. His head's so round. They'll kill you. Your swag too different, dog. What the fuck? He looks like every Buddha statue I've ever seen. He's incredible. Dude, China's even got better balds than us, dude. It's crazy. They're lapping us. They're lapping us in the bald category. I love smooth Eggman.
雪花飘飘，北风萧萧，天地一片苍茫。
I mean, this song is a banger. I can't get over this man. He is so rotund. He's so perfectly rotund. How about domestic husbands? They're winning.
Husband is going viral on Chinese social media. 教夫 in Mandarin. They are tender husbands who take care of the household while their wives earn money to provide for the family. A female netizen captioned this photo. The big bowl is mine and the small bowl is my husband. He didn't eat enough and tried to steal from my bowl, so I hit his hand. In China, men from Sichuan and Chongqing regions are famous for pampering their wives. Right before Chinese New Year, they form a line going to the markets. And all were wearing the cute bear apron cooking for the New Year's Eve feast. There's a saying in this region, the more colorful their apron, the more savage their cooking skills. The most misogynistic thing is, cooking skill is only passed down to men and not to women. Men from northeastern China are known for being respectful and fearful of their wives. Dongbei Yujie is a Douyin influencer with more than 15 million followers. She kills pig, chops fire.
Bro, they got, oh my God, they cracked the code. They got butch ladies out there. What is happening?
Firewood and carries her husband on her bicycle. Northeastern men's freedom come from picking which chore they want to do. In an apartment, the husband on the top floor is cooking, the one in the middle is mopping, and the one at the bottom is washing dishes. If there's anything he doesn't want to do outside, he just needs to say, my wife won't agree, and his guy friends will know to shut up. Netizens joked, please give me a Northeastern man. I'll trade you 2 Chaoshan men who are known in the entire country for their toxic masculinity.
What the fuck? China has muscle mommies. They're ahead in development than I previously thought. Yeah, no. It's like, it seems like they are definitely far ahead of the game in ways that I did not even think was possible. Okay. I'm not doing the Lex Fridman Tucker Carlson one. Where is it? Oh, here. How capitalism changed the face of war, and then we're gonna move on to fun shit.
War used to be simpler. Violent, yes, always violent, but more straightforward. It used to be about large groups of men fighting with their muscles, their spears, and eventually their swords and their crossbows, and then their guns and their cannons. But then we hit a point where it just started to change so quickly, faster and faster, until eventually we got this. Private corporations who make unfathomably powerful.
Why does bro look like he's doing BetterHelp?
Full death machines, and then ship those weapons to every corner of the globe. I once heard about these guys who would make weapons and sell them. 150 years ago, sell them to anyone who would buy them. These were industrial weapons, and sometimes they were sold to the opposite sides of really big rivalries, conflicts. I heard these guys started World War I, though I'm skeptical of that. This is something I've wanted to understand forever, the arms trade. As a student of conflict, it's something.
As a student of conflict, oh my God, he's such a fucking cornball, dude. I can't stand it when he says stuff like this. I love it so much. I can't stand it, but I love it at the same time.
I feel like I have to understand. And I recently found a way to better understand it. In an old bookstore in Portland, Oregon, I found a book that has changed my perspective on this.
Bro, you cannot do track shots. That's crazy.
It's called Merchants of Death, and it is surprisingly relevant to today, even though it was written in 1934. This book has been the center of.
He should be reading Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, bro.
Something I've been thinking about and studying. Why do countries, especially the United States, make and sell weapons to every corner of the globe? That's what we're gonna get to the bottom of.
Yeah. Wars are ragged, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. There's like better, there's good books out there.
And it all starts with this book.
He needs to read The Room.
So I'll start with planting seeds, just emailing experts. We're trying to map arms trade. Data is a huge part of this. Like, I want to make a map. I want to see it visually, and there's not a lot of clear maps out there. So we're going to make our own, but that's not easy. Look at my beautiful art here. Talk to the team, loop them in, let them know what we're up to. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Big lines coming out of either side.
How big is this motherfucker's team now? What the fuck?
Oh God, I don't know what I'm doing here. All right, let's put the mapping aside for a little bit. Turn back to this book.
Bro, he's been reading so hard, he has a cut on his finger, okay?
This book is what hooked me on this topic, and there's a lot here.
Approximately the size of the CIA.
Videos like this take a really long time to make, and there's a lot of really creative, amazing, talented people who work on them.
He's gonna hit us with
the ability
ad,
for us to
obviously.
do this deep dive data journalism is made possible because of sponsors. Media is always made possible because of sponsors, and this is the part of the video where I'm going to thank today's sponsor, who is BetterHelp. Longtime viewers of this channel know that in addition to talking about international relations, I am also a big fan of therapy. I got into therapy a few years ago, and it really sort of changed my whole outlook on life. I didn't go to therapy because I had some clinical diagnosis like depression or anxiety. I went because I was struggling just in my mind with a lot of different things. And therapy turned into this like place where I could learn how my mind works, what is
This video is sponsored by the CIA, bro.
happening in my mind, why it's happening. BetterHelp is a platform that makes therapy more accessible. It's online, you sign up, you tell the app a little bit about yourself and what you're struggling with, and then it matches you with somebody in their network, a licensed therapist. They've got like tens of thousands of licensed therapists in their network. They match you with the best one. You can choose to communicate with your therapist over the phone.
I love when people go, BetterHelp is a Zionist op. It's like, I know, yes, but also it's like bad even if it wasn't. Like, it could have been a fucking it literally could have been something else and it still would be bad.
Which is what I do. I do my therapy while I'm like walking around in the forest. Or you can do it just as messages if you don't want to talk to anyone, or you can do it as a video call. If your therapist isn't a good fit, you can use the app to find a new one. Ultimately, BetterHelp's goal is to make therapy more accessible to all of us. I believe that in 20, 30 years, therapy will be seen as the same way that we see exercise today. Something that we used to think was not necessary, but now we realize is actually incredibly necessary for our mental health. If you want to check this out, there's a link in my description. It's betterhelp.com/JohnnyHarris. You get 10% off your first month. Clicking the link helps support the channel.
What did you say is a Zionist op? How long? They literally worked with the IDF after October 7. And not only that, but also, I think, wasn't it like created? One of the founders is like a IDF guy. BetterHelp was like, yeah, we're helping we're helping Israelis for free or something. Let's see. Like I said, it still doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's owned by the IDF directly. It's still bad regardless.
And it also gets you in on this discount. Thank you, BetterHelp, for supporting the video. I'm going to dive back into this long journey of figuring out what's going on with weapons and the United States government. Here we go. Our starting place is that point in history where war dramatically changed. Instead of large groups of men fighting with handheld tools, war became much more about fighting with machines, bigger and bigger. This was made possible by the massive amounts of energy that were found stored in coal and oil. Now, warships could be pushed by steam instead of wind, shielded by iron instead of wood. Armies and supplies could be brought to the battlefield on trains, out with the horses and in with the trucks. It's the late 1800s and the fires are burning hotter than ever. Metal is taking the shape of souped-up cannons and guns and ships, tools of war that were never thought possible, now flowing in abundance. Arms makers engineer war scares. They excite
There ain't no way he actually highlights like this. Come on, bro.
governments and peoples to fear their neighbors and rivals so that they can sell more armaments. The simple, relatively inexpensive weapons of earlier ages were displaced by highly scientific death machines. And the cost of these, together with the upkeep of huge armies, brought a rapid increase in national war budgets. So that's when it happened. And overseeing all of this production of industrial weaponry, not governments, but businessmen.
He's just reading the shit out of this book, huh? Always.
But the arms merchant doesn't see himself as a villain. According to his lights, he is simply a businessman who sells his wares under prevailing business practices, the uses of which his products are put, and the results of his traffic are apparently no concern of his. No more than they are, for instance, to an automobile salesman.
This is crazy, bro. Like, getting one of the dudes in your fucking team to film you as you're like casually reading the book, he's upgraded. He's upgraded a lot. Okay. Is he doing a video on a book report? Man, it don't matter. Look at this, 11 hours and 300,000 views, baby.
Still haven't heard back from a lot of experts, and still just kind of intimidated by this.
Fair. All the other YouTubers copied his style. Yeah, I mean, he is the Vox guy. Well, him and his editors.
Data set. One British arms manufacturer compared his enterprise to that of a house furnishing company, which went so far as to encourage matrimony to stimulate more purchases of house furnishings. The arms maker felt that he too was justified in promoting his own particular brand of business. Hey Stephen, Happy New Year to you. I'm curious if you can help us crunch this data. Would love your thoughts, and we'll go from there. The arms industry is undeniably a menace to peace, but it is an industry to which our present civilization clings, and for which it is.
He's like, that's important, like clinging. Chat is shitting on Johnny for being the last one here to realize what he's talking about in this video. Like they weren't also once that guy. No, I love Johnny Harris, as you guys know. He is my former Mormon king. He's just, it's great. I mean, even when it's corny, I like it. It's just great.
Is responsible. CIPRI is this organization that shows all of the weapons being transferred from every country to every other country. So here's ChatGPT's initial take on the data set. It's really disheartening how horrible it all looks at first. So these lines are telling me nothing, and you know that at some point it will get into a pretty place, but it's not there, not even close.
Bro, he's wearing my chain.
First up, Hiram Maxim, world famous as the inventor of the wholesale killing machine, a type of machine gun. Maxim invented this gun that could fire 660.
This shit is like regarded as the reason why Africa was devastated and colonized.
6 rounds per minute. That was very fast. And crucially, it didn't jam like most machine guns. With his amazing invention, Maxim takes his gun out on the road all over the world to try to pitch it to different governments. He's in South Africa and France and Switzerland and Italy and Germany. His gun-selling missionary efforts eventually take him to Russia, where he was almost thrown out for looking like a foreign Jew. Man, that's like kind of aggressive. But then eventually he was able to stay and show them his gun, but they were skeptical. They're like, no gun can shoot 666 rounds a minute.
Yo, Russia is crazy, dude. Remember, bro, Russia is that's a certified Russia moment right there, Russian Empire moment.
And they were incredibly impressed. His fame became so great in Russia that the Tsar invited him to visit him, which he did. He was also decorated with other Russian orders. The British eventually start using Maxim's gun in their big adventures in Africa. They were taking over modern-day Sudan and started using this gun against the locals who were fighting with swords. The British newspaper giddily reported that when the Maxim gun was turned on the Arabs, quote, a visible wave of death swept over the advancing hosts.
Much like the top of the hour ad break, where a visible wave of 3 minutes of ads sweep over those who are unsubscribed. So don't be like those devoid of a Maxim gun. Shoot the top of the hour ad break with your subscriptions as though you have unlimited, unheating, long-barreled Maxim guns. I'm trying. Fuck you. Fuck you, chat. Here's the ad break now.
In most of our wars, it has been the dash, the skill, the bravery of our officers and the men that has won the day. But in this case, the battle was won by a quiet, scientific gentleman living down in Kent. Yeah, this book is so good. War was changing, and Maxim was on the front lines of it, and he was making a ton of money in the process. China hears about the Maxim gun and immediately sends someone to go check it out. The Chinese representative gets to the UK, and the first words as he stepped off the ship on English soil were, "I should like to see Hiram Maxim." The Danes passed on the gun, the king himself saying that it would, quote, bankrupt my little kingdom in about 2 hours. But the king of Persia, the Shah, wanted some of these guns. So he asked the Prince of Wales to gift him some. And this is a key moment. The Prince of Wales says that he actually is not authorized to give the king of Persia any of these guns because they belong to Hiram Maxim's corporation. Pause here for a second. Do you see how this works back in the late 1800s and early 1900s? Governments couldn't sell weapons. It was the corporations that sold the weapons. They were the ones who were in charge. It was a free market of weapons. And the weapons kept flowing to everyone on Earth. And these guys kept on making a lot of money. Which gets us to our next character in the story, our next merchant of death, Basil Zaharoff, aka the super salesman of death, aka the mystery man of Europe, because he was, quote, a shadowy figure. This guy has an insane story, and someone should make a movie about him because his story is wild, but he was the super salesman of death. He went around Europe and around the world selling guns and submarines and all manner of weapons to anyone who would purchase them, including two sides of the same war. Like Greece and Turkey, which was the Ottoman Empire at the time, were definitely like arch rivals, and they would sort of break out into conflict at any moment. Zaharoff first goes to Greece and sells them some outdated submarines that the great powers didn't want to buy, and then goes right to Turkey and says, hey, Greece just bought a bunch of submarines, you need some too. And they buy some submarines. And then he goes to Russia and does the same thing. Hey, Greece and Turkey have these submarines, they're in the Black Sea, you probably need some. And indeed, Russia bought one because of that. And this guy's commissions go through the roof. It was rumored that Zaharoff became one of the richest men on Earth because of the arms trade.
Luckily, I have very skilled map friends that are going to help me make this data look pretty, including Marcus.
Hey Johnny, this is a multi-level problem, so I'm going to try to break it down.
Who invented the mapping tool that we use called Geolayers.
So I've transformed your data and I have imported.
Okay, so this is the guy who's responsible for every fucking YouTube page. This is we found it. We found the source of the problem. He's the number one map guy. He's the one he is basically the death dealer, dog, but for maps. That's crazy.
Imported it here, and right now we can create a data-driven style.
Dude, everything I know about map porn says to me that this Dutch man on the other side of the line probably fucking despises me with every fiber of his being. I'm the most anti-map guy on the planet. Almost all the positions, with the exception of like urbanism, I am on the other side on. Dude, he is probably such a NATO guy. Oh my God.
So you have all these international businessmen that were making lots of money off of this new demand for industrial weapons. The Krupp family and their steel, the DuPont family and their gunpowder, Remington making guns, and of course Alfred Nobel, the dynamite king, who did go on to repent for his sins by creating a peace prize in his name. Peace, brought to you by...
You say this stuff and then end up being a fan? Well, if you are a fan, I'm sorry. What do you mean? Urbanists despise you? Urbanists despise me even though we agree. Like, I love walkable cities and public transit. I have the exact same public transit autism that they do. So, like, I don't really give a shit if they despise me or not. There's some urbanists who like me too, by the way. That's not true.
Killing machines. The paradox at the heart of international relations, and the theme throughout this entire video. These men got richer and richer, the weapons got better and better, until one day, it all blew up. The number and variety of death machines had never been equaled. All of the sinister engines of war, invented and perfected in the previous half-century, were used in the fighting. And naturally enough, there was further development of these during the war itself. The machine gun was improved, artillery was motorized, and its range became longer. Sights and fire control apparatus became more scientific and more accurate. Many new implements of war were invented. The tank, a combined American and French invention, was first used by the British. Hand grenades were supplied in the trenches, and rifle grenades increased the range of these deadly missiles. The First World War took place between 1914 and 1918, and thanks to all these new deadly chemicals and weapons, it was easily the deadliest conflict that the world had ever seen. Tens of millions of people killed or wounded. It was after this war that the world woke up.
Yeah, that's actually a funny take. Fed-haired Shank says, it only became a tragedy once Europeans started using it on themselves. It's kind of hard not to notice that when he glanced over some of the most devastating aspects of colonialism that could only happen due to the superiority of these like advanced murder machines. And he made it seem like that was just an adventure, only to turn around and be like the worst, most devastating tragedy of all time. You don't understand. Once they started doing to each other what they were doing to like people in Africa, oh, man, shit was really fucked up.
And realized that making weapons a free market to be sold to the highest bidder was probably a bad idea. And that's when this book came out in the 1930s. It was a part of a larger discussion and critique of the international arms trade. Some of these critiques went so far as to say that it was the arms makers themselves that exacerbated tensions between countries and caused the war, though most historians just say that the arms trade actually just exacerbated the violence by putting more weapons into the system. But then in the conclusion of this book, you have this kind of prophecy moment. The future may very well bring fiercer and more destructive wars and increased business for the arms makers. If war continues, it is not at all fantastic to predict that the arms merchants will grow increasingly important. Already the stage of national affairs has been reached where the largest item on national budgets is for past and future wars. Already war appears the greatest and most important activity of government. The economic consequences of this new nationalistic militarism will soon be apparent in the arms industry. This new nationalistic militarism. It was new back then. It's not new anymore, but this is where it started. So now it's time to fast forward and see how right they were.
All right, this is for MJ. This is the pass-off for you to make a beautiful map.
Okay, so Johnny just sent me over the direction for the next map. This one is a bit complicated. I think I finally have a good map update to show you.
Today, the United States is the global superpower and the country who exports more weapons than any other country, and by a long shot. And this is what we've been working to try to map. All this data hunting and trial and error is to try to see what this looks like. Today, private companies still make and sell the weapons, but unlike in the Merchants of Death era, weapons sales go through a government approval process, which means that weapons are no longer just a product that make money for businessmen. Instead, they are a currency that countries use to purchase influence. In this case, the United States being the top country. Thanks mostly to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, or SIPRI, we know where these weapons come from and where they go. This has been the bedrock of our data hunting, and I'm happy to say that after a fairly long process, we have mapped this. So, let me show you what it looks like when the global superpower uses weapons as a currency for influence around the globe.
It's wild that he's talking about this and then he won't like consider this on the grounds of NATO and how like NATO has played a key role in what he's talking about here.
This map is pretty beautiful, and I'm really grateful for the team that helped me make it. I've got a great team, and it's helpful for seeing one really important thing, which is the expanse of U.S. arms trade, how far it goes, how wide it goes. The thicker the lines, the more weapons flow. But this map...
What do U.S. weapons buy? Regional stability, alliance, friendship, counter an enemy, vital resource. Yeah, he's not going to fucking link this back to NATO.
Map only shows us the first layer. In reporting this story, I've realized that there's a deeper way to understand this map. And it's going to take a little extra reporting, which is why there's going to be a part 2 of this video, which dives into the modern arms trade, what it looks like when the US sells weapons all over the world, and why they do it. The purpose of this video was to introduce you to the merchants of death so that they could teach us about how the business of war came to be and what happens when that business goes too far. Part 2 will be coming out really soon. And in part 2...
Bro, please tell me, bro, imagine he just fucking starts talking about... I realize he gives himself so much credit. That's probably what it is. Yeah, he basically will like explain a story as though he's the first to have ever come across this piece of information. That's like that I think is part of what makes it like kind of cringe.
We're going to talk to arms trade experts, as well as get some help from my new colleague, Sam Ellis, the creator of our new channel, Search Party, all with the hope of drilling deeper into this map to understand why the United States sells weapons to over 100 countries and what effect that has on conflict in this world. So stay tuned for our next video, which will be part 2 of the arms trade. And thanks for watching.
Let me guess. His part 2 is going to be about how obviously we have to do this because Russia and China, right? That's what he's going to say. Part 2 is going to be like the Cold War and why we had to fucking arm the Contras.
For watching today.
I found very interesting stuff about Joseph Smith on this episode of Fear End that I did not know about. And I don't want to leak the next episode of Fear End, but I think it was behind the paywall. So I'll talk about it briefly. Speaking of Johnny, former Mormon Johnny, did you guys know Joseph Smith originally was an abolitionist? Then he was pro-slavery, then an abolitionist again. Or sorry, originally he was neutral on slavery. Then he was like, you should never tell the North that they have to have slaves, just like you should never tell the South that they can't. And then he basically ran as an abolitionist. Isn't that wild? He was a centrist on slavery, which is kind of sick. Like, we joke about that all the time about Israel's genocide in Gaza and how people maintain a centrist position on it. He did it. He did that shit. The white Muhammad. True. He had white boy swag. Bone Tanamo.
Not only can you take a load, you can take the ultimate load. And even better than that, that you find your true calling and destiny in your willingness to take the ultimate load.
What the fuck is he doing, man? What is happening here? Did you hear about the Willy Wonka chocolate factory scam? Yes.
There is no name more
Yes, the person who fucking busted this Willy Wonka chocolate factory scam is a HasanAbi.
synonymous with fraud than Billy McFarland, the guy who sold luxurious music festival tickets and ended up serving people this. Now, every time expectations don't meet reality, everyone talks about it like it's Fire Festival, and people are calling this the new Fire Festival moment, but for kids. It's Willy's Chocolate Experience. It was sold to parents as a wonderful little event to bring your kids to in Glasgow, Scotland. You got an enchanted garden, an imagination lab, the Twilight Tunnel, and even captivating entertainment. Now, you may notice that all of these pictures are AI generated, which might raise some red flags, as it should. A paradise of sweet teats. I don't know exactly what that means, but something tells me they're going to fleece you for all the money you have. Pretty quickly, that's exactly what happened when parents paid their hard-earned money to get this expectation and this reality, basically an empty warehouse that they put a few little ropes and a little sad poster on the wall that doesn't even fit. And yes, I know this topic has sort of been beaten to death. In fact, I'm one of the last ones to it, which just shames me as the man in the void, because as we will find out, our supervillain might as well be in this story. So the fact I didn't see this, earlier, the fact none of you guys sent it, I feel like we're losing our edge here a little bit. But I do have an update to the story that is interesting because the man behind it got unmasked. And his history of abusing AI to rip people off has actually come to light in an interesting way. But going back to the story, people were sold this dream, they paid money, and of course they were met with severe disappointment. There's not much of a theme to it besides like looking up whimsical on Temu or something. And the whole thing just has this empty, sad look to it. And you might think that's because there's not enough actors here filling the space. But actually, if you look at when the actors do show up, it gets even worse. Now, this thing says, Willy...
What is this? CoffeeZilla is a big compromise due to KSI shooting back. Wait, why? What did KSI do? I don't know what happened with CoffeeZilla versus KSI. I haven't really been keeping up with CoffeeZilla stuff lately. I remember your statement about AI bros not having any creativity, and I cannot think of more of a perfect example. KSI is a scammer who got exposed. KSI stands there seething. He did like a semi-rug pull. Really? Not KSI. No.
Willy Wonka's experience scam had only one Oompa Loompa. And they show this very sad actor who looks like she's doing some kind of a meth science experiment, which I saw a lot of people hating on her. And you have to understand, these people got scammed as much as anybody, maybe more than anyone. These actors, they showed up thinking they were going to, entertain a bunch of kids, and instead they get this. But I do have a bit of beef to pick with all the people.
Is anyone really surprised that KSI is a piece of shit, Lamau? Yes, I am. I feel like he's like one of those content creators overall. Like, sure, he's besties with Logan Paul, but I always thought that he was like at least one of those content creators like that is from the old guard that has maintained like a relatively stable brand that isn't like insane. Wait, actually, I've always known that KSI has been a piece of shit. Honestly, my metric as a content creator myself for who's a piece of shit is probably distorted by the fact that for two reasons. One, because virtually every content creator can be made to be a piece of shit. Especially if you've been a content creator for a long enough time. And two, content creators are often ginormous pieces of shit. The first one, obviously, I'm referring to myself. If you ask random, depending on which circles of the internet you ask about me, there will be a fucking sea of information readily available about how much of a demon and a monster I am. So I always take that with a grain of salt. And two, I'm basically comparing him to like Logan Paul and the like, which is why I feel as though, which is why I always feel like it's, like so many fucking YouTubers are like outed as abusers and shit that like the bar is high to clear.
People calling this the Oompa Loompas. They call it the Willy Wonka experience because actually, if you look at the website, they never say Willy Wonka. Instead, they call it Willy's Chocolate Experience. And as you might imagine, that's because of the copyright implications. And if you look at the actual script, you find out that internally, they weren't calling him Willy Wonka. They just wanted you to think that by calling it Willy's Chocolate Experience. They actually called him Willy McDuff. That's right. They used an AI script generator to not only create the AI art, but also the script behind their whole dumb scheme. Here you can see some obviously AI-generated gibberish where Willy McDuff tells people that he's going to guide them down this spectacular, downright magical garden of enchantment. And then I like this very ambitious audience applauds. But not only is the Willy Wonka character changed, the Oompa Loompas are actually called Wonky Doodles, which I think should have given away how dumb this project was. Wonky Doodle is straight out of the AI garbage pile of possible names. They also have a supervillain called the Unknown. He's a evil chocolate maker within the walls, which already sounds stupid, and it's obvious they did absolutely zero revisions to this script idea. But then you find out that the ultimate climax of this whole story is that
I don't get it. Like, why don't you just use like 10 extra minutes to like work the script? You were supposed to look at my gigantic tweet about this. I did. I even gave you props. I said a HasanAbi head is the one who broke this story. But like, going back to my previous point, like it can't take that long to just like clean it up. I don't get it. Like, I understand guy's an AI scammer, okay? But like, why don't you just like go in there and like fix it a little bit? 10 minutes, man. 10 minutes. You don't have 10 extra minutes to like change the words around a little bit?
That the Unknown's weakness is tidiness, not sweets, not chocolate. The guy shoots him with an anti-graffiti gobstopper that cleans up his mess like we're trying to teach these kids some valuable lesson of vacuuming your room. It's so unbelievably stupid that you'd be surprised to find out that the way they executed this is even worse than it was written in the AI script, because they really didn't put too much attention to like how they were going to dress this guy up. Instead of having some grand reveal with this anti-graffiti gobstopper or whatever, instead they tell a guy with a little cloak and a mask on, just hide behind a mirror and let that work, which seemed to do nothing except traumatize the kids who were unfortunate enough to be there.
What is that? It's the Undog.
No.
You can see the kids crying in the background, traumatized from what really should be our supervillain. This guy looks like something straight out of the actual Void. Except, I guess, instead of tidiness, our guy's weakness would be pettiness. Nonetheless, who thought this would be appropriate for a Willy Wonka-themed, like, nice...
Did you see the response to you and Asman about streaming being draining? No, because I don't care. Also, take a fucking week off, you drama pervert.
Time with...
Like, what caused motherfuckers to come in here and be like, seems like we're no longer talking about genocide. No, Asman defended me. That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about XQC probably responding or some shit. I don't fuck.
with the kids. And that's their Make-A-Wish Willy Wonka right there. A guy who actually went public to say that he like regrets everything. He says this was an absolute mess. The guy even says that he should have been an Oompa Loompa. I mean, I think he means wonky doodle, but you know, we'll forgive him for that. But just hearing him describe it, it's clear that maybe he was the biggest person scammed of them all.
The unknown is an evil chocolate maker who lives in the walls. What? What is an evil chocolate maker for a start? Does he make evil chocolate, or is he...
No, he's allergic to tidiness. That's actually the true solution. Sorry to spoil it for you guys.
Evil man who makes chocolate. And what do you mean he lives in the wall?
Yeah, he actually lives behind a mirror. That's what he really does. We actually have this other view of the Willy Wonka experience, an extended cut, the Zack Snyder edition of this horror show.
The great unknown. Wonderful. I love
There, I think you can actually see that people thought it's actually like kind of amusing instead of just horrifying. Here you can also just see how empty this place is. I mean, the floors look like they haven't been washed in literally years. Funny enough, if any event ever needed the anti-graffiti gobstopper to clean up the whole mess, it's this one. This place looks absolutely disgusting. And this is probably one of the saddest parts. I mean, obviously, you're going to Willy's Chocolate Experience. The one thing you expect after paying $35-40 as a parent is probably, you know, chocolate. But instead of giving that, they decide their bright idea was to give each child a single jelly bean and a quarter cup of lemonade. And if you think like that's got to be a joke, you can't even measure out one jelly bean. Like if you're pouring it out, you're going to end up with multiple. No, they had a test tube to make sure that no kid got more than one jelly bean. Look at this.
What the fuck?
Look how sad of a scene this is. You can see that this wonky doodle is probably disappointed in herself as it is. And the disappointments just continue. The chocolate river doesn't move at all. It's way overcrowded. And the actual refreshments, I think some of which you had to buy.
Bro, is there nothing going on in Glasgow that they fucking... everybody congregated to this one area, it seems. Oompa Loompa lady is mother. New mother pics just dropped. Oh no. The company behind this operates in the US as Lighthouse Immersive, and they do equally shitty interactive shows. What is this? Apologies to anyone who attended my Dune experience. I was let down by suppliers at the last minute, and I'm very sorry.
It looks like they didn't have enough of, like they're running out clearly. They went to Walmart right before this, and there you can see the sad cups of lemonade that each kid got.
Having the scary made-up character is hilarious to me. Willy Wonka and his factory was the scary thing in the original. They should just made the Tunnel of Terror instead. They would have had lines out the door. What did this guy say? Billy Cool, the organizer behind the widely criticized Willy's Chocolate Experience, speaks out. I'm really shocked that the event had fallen short of the expectations of people on paper. My vision of the artistic rendition of a well-known book didn't come to fruition. For that, I am absolutely, truly, and utterly sorry. Bro's vision was not a vision at all. Bro was blind.
I mean, this was truly a breathtaking scam. As I said, really on par with the Fire Festival. I mean, this is basically sums up what the Willy's Chocolate Experience was. And obviously, this set the internet on fire. People were furious. Everyone wanted to know, like, who can we make pay for this? I think they claim that they're going to offer refunds for this. We'll see if they actually pay out. I don't think the actors have been paid a dime yet, and I don't think they will be. So they're probably the big...
I think Fire was definitely worse than this. No one's flying to fucking Glasgow for the Willy Wonka experience in the same way that they flew to like a natural disaster, basically.
Group scammed in all of this. But yeah, the internet did what the internet always does in a situation like this. They found the guy behind it. It's this guy, Billy Cool. He's the guy who runs the company behind it, House of Illuminati Ltd. Now, the most interesting thing about him is just that this is not a one-off. I mean, I guess that was probably obvious, but this guy uses ChatGPT for his entire life story. He claims on his Instagram to be an enigmatic wordsmith, but I think that was also produced by ChatGPT, because you can see here his Amazon writing profile, this enigmatic wordsmith, and all of it is basically AI garbage. You can see that, but it's all 0 stars, 1 star. All of the cover art is clearly AI, and then all the comments also say they're terrible books. Now,
why? Like, there are people dumber than this guy, though, the guy who made all this. It's the people that have bought it. Like, who the fuck would voluntarily buy an AI book?
Now, I'm not going to go too much further into what Reddit found. I mean, they found everything about this guy, his address, his everything. But ultimately, I don't think someone should be harassed over something like this. I mean, especially if they're going to give refunds. It was totally a scam, and the parents have every right to be upset. But if you're just some random person on the internet...
A full refund starting from Monday.
No,
if you do not receive refund...
I'm going to call the police.
You don't receive refunds...
I'm gonna call the police.
Moving into liquidation, you're no longer a company.
No,
is that why you don't have pictures up of your stuff?
No.
It's actual photo shuttle stuff you've got up. Sorry.
He's like, I'm sorry, I don't have a chat GPT to help me navigate through this conversation.
Artificial intelligence,
so you're a fake?
No, absolutely.
You're a fake, that's why you don't advertise exactly what the thing is about. That's what I said, there's not enough information about it on Facebook, nothing, or on the web.
I didn't.
Nothing.
Is that why you hired bouncers? Because you knew we were all going to kick off?
These guys don't. These guys are like the caretakers of the building. They're like they're the building people. They've got nothing to do with them. And you get
So once you...
Yeah.
I'm glad that he didn't cheap out on the fucking security, it seems.
No, thank you. No, nothing. So it's a scam. You've scammed children.
I've done nothing.
I've done nothing.
These have scammed kids. That's what they've done. It's a total scam.
If you could start using they, because I'm fuck out today with them and I'm on that camera and you're pointing at me and you're a crazy bee.
The bouncer. The bouncer. He gave up. It's like, start using they, because I'm not with him.
Something I'm not today with.
But you're here. You're part of the venue.
I've been hired off.
I have nothing to do with it.
So again, for the...
Bro, did he eat all the fucking candy? Is that why there was no candy left? Why is his mouth like that? I had all the candy. No child will have a candy because I had all of them. No more left for the children.
So again, for the purposes of clarity,
but he's for the company.
He's the
company, not that woman.
Thank you for
your time. Thank you for your time. Do you think you're going to get rid of us? If you looked at the queue along here with people, parents and their children.
Well, we get right.
No, you're not fucking sorry.
Writing. Yeah, pal. You're lucky because the cameras out, because that's fucking right.
Dude, Scottish people are so funny. I wish they were real. Oi! Can you translate, please? I can't, because it's like an entirely different language. And if you think the auto caption is going to understand what the fuck they're saying, you're wrong. Okay? You want me to do it? Here. Watch.
Enough information about it on Facebook, nothing, or on the website, nothing.
Is that why you hired bouncers? Because you knew we were all going to kick off?
These guys don't. These guys are like the caretakers of the building.
AI's not even trying. Oh, here.
They're the building people. They've got nothing to do with them. And you get it.
So once you...
Yeah. No, thank you. No, nothing. So it's a scam. You've scammed children.
I've done nothing.
These have scammed kids. That's what they've done. It's a total scam.
Have you seen Where is Kate thing? What? Tomorrow marks the 60 days since Kate was last seen in public as a public figure funded by taxpayers. Her prolonged absence without any info, video, or photo is mind-boggling, particularly given her past quick returns to the public after giving birth. They don't really care about me. They just hate Megan.
I have become obsessed with the Wonka Experience scandal, and I figured out exactly where they rented these props from. It's a company called EPH Creative based in the UK. I remembered it because I was looking for props for a music video, and I remember these freaking mushrooms. Right here, you can rent them for £435 on the website. The chocolate bar, that comes in at a reasonable £160. I mean, guys, you can't beat it. You can get this beautiful rainbow archway for a mere £525. And I mean, this factory thing, why not? You could throw a party, like 435 pounds. Like the piece de resistance, though, this chocolate bridge thing, that might set you back a pretty penny. But let me tell you what, honestly, somebody should like throw a club night with this stuff, because I would turn up at that. Let me tell you what, stay tuned for part 2.
Bro, what the fuck? What? That's kind of expensive, dude. Brandon's economy has hit Scotland too, it seems. This is what Mr. Beast in Glasgow looks like. Damn, they probably lost money, to be honest. Nah.
The Scottish accent is famous for being difficult to understand, but the Glaswegian accent can be even more difficult. There are words and phrases in Glasgow that sound a bit like a foreign language even, so I'm on a mission to find some people to help me translate. Okay, so I love the Glaswegian accent, and I was wondering if you could teach me some local phrases.
Well, it's very hard to bring them to mind. This is the thing. It's all right when your eyes are not going and happy eyes.
Huh?
You understand?
What the fuck was that? What just happened?
I see that shop around the corner. It's on its arse. Right, so that's that Glasgow town, isn't it?
People make Glasgow. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're in Glasgow. Let's go meet some people in Glasgow. Are you John?
Taurus.
Yes, that's me. Cold day in Glasgow?
Quite cold today, aye. It's all just rain.
What do you do in Glasgow to boost your mood?
I go to the Willy Wonka factory.
We'll have a drink at the weekend.
Is it? Would you say it is a Scottish people spirit?
Oh, 'cause the Scottish people like their wee drink. Or like their big drink. Like their wee swally.
What do you say, swally?
Wee swally. A drink. That's what we call it, a swally.
John is absolutely brilliant, a very friendly Scottish man. How long have you been living in Glasgow?
59 years.
All your life?
59 years.
Oh, so you're engaged?
Yeah.
Oh, so how did you meet?
In Hong Kong, in a
Hong
pub,
Kong?
where we're having a swally.
Oh, you're having a swally, and you met the good lady, and you gave her a wee bit of the chat.
Yeah.
You're right, big man. You're right, big man.
What does that mean?
No, but you're,
Oh.
you all right, big man.
You're
You're
big man.
I did not understand.
Oh, another wee slang of, are you going out in the piss tonight? Meaning, are you going out in the booze tonight?
Are you going to piss tonight?
Scottish people are super friendly. When we just arrived in Glasgow, we were told that actually in Glasgow, most of the restaurants, I would say 95% of the restaurants, are not owned by chains. All the restaurants in Glasgow are family run. I was recommended to come to this Italian restaurant to try out some amazing food, so let's go. Hi, we want to get lunch.
For a wee bite to eat.
For what?
A wee bite to eat.
I didn't know your grandfather is from Scotland.
Yeah.
Really?
My great-grandpa. We're going to go there tomorrow to go explore his origins.
Oh, yeah, that would be in George's channel.
52 years ago. This is the oldest Italian restaurant in all of the city.
And did you open it?
Why does he look like Jordan Peterson? What the fuck? The oldest Italian restaurant. Scottish Italian food? That seems rank. No disrespect. No disrespect to anybody, but that seems rank as fuck, dog.
My father opened it.
Oh,
yeah.
Where's your father from?
He's from Italy, the very north of Italy, from Trentino.
And then he came to Scotland.
Yeah, and he opened this restaurant in 1970.
And you grew up in Scotland?
Yeah, born and brought up in Scotland. I've been running the restaurant 26 years.
Can I have a wee swally now?
You can have a wee swally now.
So what time is acceptable?
Anytime. Scottish, very sociable people, so you can have a whiskey whenever you like. One that we have is from Loch Lomond, which is very famous. They make their own whiskey brand.
Thank you. And is there a specific way you should appreciate whiskey in Scotland?
As I say, straight is good. If some people they like a touch of water inside, they say it opens up and brings out the flavour.
With Coke?
No, you joking?
No.
Whiskey and Coke?
No, not this whiskey. This is guys. Think of the guys that they've made the
That's crazy, bro. He's about to get fucking kicked out.
Whiskey. They've been working for years to make this, and then you put Coca-Cola inside. No.
It's a crime.
Yeah, they put you in jail for that.
完全冇刺鼻嘅感覺咯。有冇見過 whisky 可以咁樣喺個口度啷嚟啷去啊 ？No wonder Scottish people like to drink. If I have fine alcohol like this, I'll drink every day.
Doesn't look that bad.
Wow, your pasta looks great. The buildings in Glasgow, so well kept. You feel so cool walking around the streets here.
God damn, that shit's beautiful. Never mind, I take it back. Glasgow's fucking nice. Holy shit, dude.
Alright, Scotland rains all the time. A lot of people just walking without an umbrella, but we're not Scottish enough just yet. Do you not have an umbrella?
No.
You don't need it?
No, I don't need it. I'm immune.
He's Kanto and he immediately moved on from the food rather than talk about it. Seems sus.
Do you want to say hi? Are you from Scotland?
I'm Glaswegian, I am Glasgow.
You what?
Short term is Ouija's.
Ouija's?
We got called Ouija's,
So you're
Ouija's, aye? Glaswegian.
Say we're Ouija's.
I'm a Ouija.
Am I good enough to be a Ouija?
Ah, you know, everyone's good to be a Ouija.
Can you teach me one or two Ouija's
Don't go near Clyde River, you will get cut.
Thanks.
Getting on it.
Getting on it?
That means you're getting steaming.
Get steaming?
Like get drunk. Getting steaming and getting mad with it all mean you're getting steaming.
Getting mad with it? Oh,
Why is every
fuck?
Ouija slangs about alcohol?
Because they're all steamers. They're all alcoholics.
How many drinks do you have on a weekend?
I don't really drink.
Oh, okay.
For a Ouija, I don't really drink that much. But if I went on a night out, it'd be a good at least 30 drinks minimum.
Fucking class, yeah.
30 drinks on a night out?
But that's including shots as well.
One person? Crazy. Thank you
Bro,
so
he started doing the accent. He's like, crazy.
much. What's your name?
Taylor.
Lovely meeting
What's
you,
your
Taylor. Torres.
Nice to meet you, Torres.
Lovely.
Bro's accent changed. He's Glaswegian. He's proper Ouija now. He's a proper Ouija now.
Meeting you. I said, how much do you drink on a weekend then? 30 drinks. But I don't really drink, but
That's
just...
not true.
That's what she said. Subway in Glasgow is tiny. Look at this. 直接撞爆我頭.
What the fuck? That is weird.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Glasgow University, which is ranked 86 in the world. People obviously come to University of Glasgow to learn, but right now you don't have to come to university to learn. If you want to learn, you can actually use an online language school called Lingoda, like this lovely viewer of mine.
What's Uncle?
Okay, this is a year old, so Ethical Reacts dictates that we'll show the end of the ad.
Description box to sign up and my promo code to get €20 off your deposit. I apologize, every shots in the UK are kind of dull. It's not because of my filming skill. I have tried my best. It's just the weather.
It's been a year, bro. The fucking link doesn't even work anymore, but I'm still showing it because Ethical Reacts.
We just bumped into two very lovely
Glaswegian
gentlemen, and oh my god, his accent is so strong. I'm not even gonna put any subtitles and see if you guys understand a word he says.
So a shop that's no selling a lot of stuff. Somebody, my pal, said yesterday when I see that shop around the...
There's something really funny about a dude from Hong Kong going to Scotland and like looking at these white dudes with this lens. Like I feel like this is a real role reversal. You know what I mean?
The corner, it's on its arse. Right, so that's like Glasgow, isn't it?
I have no idea what you're saying.
So a shop that's no selling a lot of stuff. Somebody, my pal, said yesterday when I see that shop around the corner, it's on its arse.
Okay, to be fair, when he tried to describe it, it was still impossible to understand if it wasn't for the fucking subtitles.
Right, so that's like Glasgow, isn't it?
Yeah, he's doing reverse Orientalism, and I'm here for it.
So I know how to speak Glaswegian now.
What?
You just take a sentence like, I like to eat cake, and you say, I like to eat cake.
There is a lot of words for being alcoholically consumed.
For example?
Inebriated, pissed, steaming.
Full of it.
Inebriated, pissed, steaming, full of it.
Mad with it. Mad with it.
Mad with
I don't
it.
understand these words. Are these English words?
The way pub at
And
the
the
chip.
Scottish drink so much that there are laws here to prevent them from drinking too much. You can't drink in the street in Scotland, and after 10 o'clock you can't buy alcohol from a supermarket, and you can't buy alcohol before 10 a.m. as well. These rules, they don't exist in England. Where are you guys from in England?
Right on the border of England and Scotland.
So do you consider yourself as English or Scottish?
Oh no, we're definitely English,
So-
unfortunately. Yeah, because English is boring, isn't it?
You really hate England. As an English
That is the most Scottish English person, dude.
person, do you think the English drink more or the Scottish?
Oh, the Scottish.
Really?
They don't just drink more, they do it better.
How to drink like a Scotsman or Scotswoman.
Yeah, so when you get up in the morning, have something to drink, and then just keep on going.
That's not what
Like
I'm
in
saying.
Liverpool, like
I'm not saying
they
that,
try
am
to be alcoholics, but in Scotland, like it's a life, it's a lifestyle choice. It's more of a religion than a, you know what I mean?
I don't really drink. At least 30 drinks.
So how many drinks do you have normally on a night out?
Too many. Like, I'd say like 10.
And how many times do you go out per week?
3?
3?
Yeah. No, I hope she's not.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
So you're in uni.
Yeah.
So you're enjoying the party life.
Yeah, of course. Student life.
You don't come across as having a very strong Scottish accent.
Well, I guess not. I moved here like a wee while ago, but I'm from Aberdeen.
So people in Aberdeen, they have a less strong accent.
Yeah.
Are you guys old enough to drink, or in Scotland it's chill?
Yeah, it's chill, it's pretty chill, yeah.
They don't check the ID and stuff. How old were you when you first got drunk?
15.
So like last year?
Lumpwood.
Lumpwood?
Lumpwood. Lumpwood.
Like lumpwood. Lumpwood. Like a lump of wood.
Oh, lump of wood.
Aye, but the
How
way
did
you
you
say
say
it.
Someone in the chat said people from Aberdeen are sheep shaggers. I thought that was the Welsh. I thought that everyone in the UK is sheep shaggers in general.
Lumpwood.
Lumpwood.
And that means like the guy's no very bright.
And this is my observation in the UK. The more north you go, the more passionate people are. I use the word passionate because I don't want to say the people in the south.
No,
are cold.
David Cameron is a pig fucker, not a
You
sheep
see,
fucker.
like I'm vlogging, everyone's friendly. Hey, yeah, yo, what's up? Yeah, you can really feel the difference.
Guys, I'm in Glasgow in my hotel.
Glasgow.
And this room is playing J-Chan. I think we are 同道中人. Should I make friends with him or her?
That's wild.
哎，我很喜欢你听的歌啊！我很喜欢你听的歌。您是那个 YouTube 是 UP 主吧？
有看我影片？
看啊，我 follow 你，
谢谢你。
That's crazy. Is it worse that Cameron fucked a dead pig's head than a live one? I think it's probably better. I feel like fucking a live pig is worse. Take a look at this weird schladi. Dumbasses don't understand the fascist parody of Helldivers 2. Queen Street's not a single piece of litter in sight. Crime almost non-existent. Large, beautiful 50s future retro style suburban homes with large, well-kept lawns. Friendly neighbors. Cops just minding their own business rather than being dickheads and road pirates. Kick-ass looking cars. Racial harmony among humans. Booming economy that makes 50s America look like a joke in comparison. No matter what you do, if people are too fucking stupid to understand it, you will never be able to get people to recognize someone satirizing fascism. Mac and cheese stream never? What? The devs of Helldivers put out tweet to tell people fascist bad. Kaya? Yeah, that's Kaya. People were defending the movie Starship Troopers as pro-fascist. Yes, I know. This guy's praising Helldivers.
This is why we're doomed. People are missing media literacy. They're actually siding with the human beings when they watch Starship Troopers. Don't they know that this is fascism? These people are evil. Oh my gosh. People are playing Helldivers and they're siding with the human beings. They should actually be siding with the automatons and the bugs instead. Humans are actually colonizing these planets, and
I think one of the funniest parts of satirizing fascism in this way is to, one, obviously show that, like, despite the fact that these are supposed to be presented as evil, that there's still humanity in them, some sort of, not humanity, but like some sort of sentience in them. But also, both Starship Troopers and Helldivers, because it is the same fucking story, literally more so center around how fascist militarism unironically kills people. It puts people through the fucking meat grinder. Like, that's the whole point. And people just simply don't understand it. It's like it's not even about like who your enemies are, dumbass. It's about how the powers that control us are forcing you to go through the fucking meat grinder for no reason and ends up killing you, where you are no longer a human. You are just a number. I don't really understand it.
and really just endangering these lovely beings. I think that human beings are evil. Managed democracy is a bad thing. Clearly, it's taking away people's rights. It's forcing people to work. They're saying that every man, woman, and child over 7 has to work to help humans succeed in this fight. Clearly, that's a bad thing. Children doing some sort of work, that's a bad thing.
I mean, this guy's name is People's Freedom, and he's like, he knows it's a game, right? Dude, there's nothing there. You can't get this guy to agree to any. His skull is too thick. Okay, his brain matter too dense. His weed too loud. You know what I mean? This is how you idiots sound in the comments. Like, bro, who cares if humans are semi-dystopian? In literacy, I'll take 1984 humanity over bugs. Bro, how are you looking at the fucking propaganda in the satire fascism game and believing the propaganda? Are you that fucking desperate? It's not real, man. Hashtag men's health. Bro, I don't understand it. This is like when a chatter was talking about lesser of two evils when talking about Macron, who is not even running again. Like, can't run again. And he was still like, well, Macron is still the lesser of evil in comparison to Le Pen. I'm like, bro, are you that fucking desperate to look for a lesser of two evil that you're choosing one where that isn't even the fucking option? Americans are so primed. I get it, dude. We are the dumbest fucking nation of hogs. I swear to God. And the greatest trick of all is to convince the dumb hog nation that they're all individually smart. That's it. There are real people with real families that are also proud of their baby joining the elite and invincible hero unit to do the right thing and fight for democracy, that they get in a freezer to be thawed and not disclosed, nor that their life expectancy is 2 minutes. I missed this article. It is absolutely what I'm doing for when I design games. The concept originates from years of playing PNP, RPGs, where the players manage to turn everything into a farce. No matter if it's Cthulhu or D&D, it always ends up with us crying of laughter. I'm also very glad you guys didn't go too heavy-handed with the comedy. It's a serious universe that takes itself seriously when the comedy comes from players' experiences as opposed to the game constantly going, well, that just happened. Yeah, it's interesting how often people decide that since it's humor comedy, everything needs to be a joke. The humor comes from the conscience of being told you are elite soldiers to what actually happens in the game. If everything was silly, nothing would be. Helldivers isn't really fascism. Wait, what? Nice write-up. You did a shit job. Votes are literally cast for you. The soldiers are fed ads to buy guns in the theater of war. All children over 7 work for the war effort. No, they made media literacy. Good luck convincing the guys at the re-education center about that. How I wake up knowing my enemies are ontologically evil and there's no act against them, which is wrong. They bullied a dude who said Helldivers isn't really fascism into deleting their post. I don't understand. I mean, I do understand. People are just like really dumb. And also, not only are they really fucking dumb, but they're also simultaneously convinced that they're very smart. Watch the very second after you stop, please.
Look at these faces. They're all beautiful doctors, lawyers, and engineers. And they love you. And they want to come and live in your city. And these are what you need to sympathize for, okay? Not these evil humans doing colonialism. People see these beautiful creatures just living in tune with nature in communes. And they think humans aren't the bad guys? Come on.
What? What the bro, it's a video game, dog. And also, the entire point is, this isn't satire. This is not a guy doing like leaning into the satire of it all. User on r/Helldivers writes 1,700 word essay on how Starship Troopers is not a satire of fascism, but rather an unintentional love letter to the heroism of military service. Oh, is that the guy who was forced to delete their fucking take? Kind of based though.
I just saw the complete uncensored video of Aaron Bushnell, the 20.
Okay, I'm not gonna watch this guy's take on Aaron Bushnell, especially not so close after. What? Here's a link to the guy defending it. What do you keep sending me the same shit? Oh, is this the one? Am I media literacy is when you assume the message of a piece of media is whatever you want it to be because you don't want your love of the vibe to be complicated. See everyone who likes Starship Troopers and says it's satire, so they don't have to face unironically loving a movie about the heroism of military service. No, this is I think people legitimately. I mean, there's a lot of different reasons as to why Americans especially don't get it because it's making fun of them. Like it is making fun of America completely. So if your identity is that like all those shit that you just made fun of is good, then you're never going to understand it. I've never seen a subreddit post with -295 like whatever this is called downvotes. Some of these people have to be deliberately obtuse. No, I don't think they're deliberately obtuse. I think they're just very stupid and think they're very right. They've like convinced themselves that they're right all the time. Remember, American individualism and American exceptionalism creates this environment where you think every unique idea that you've come up with on your own must be taken seriously because after all, you came up with it and you're fucking special and you're brilliant and you're awesome. That's it. Liberals aren't doing much better.
There's immense violence on both sides. Palestinians left. Hold on, and just one more thing. And a really interesting fact with this is Israel's 20% Arab population.
Why am I listening to Brianna Wu talk about shit that she didn't know about until like a week ago? I would rather die. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Look at this cool stuff. I did see the Helldivers 2 mech leak, yes. I want to play Helldivers with like with Connor and Selbit and Iron Mouse, but they always play so late in the fucking game. Shut the fuck up, Slatty Matty. Are you aware of the Harvard paper written about you? Yes, I am. You dumb cracker bitch. The legitimizing of white supremacy during a Twitch ban of HasanAbi. Yeah. Classic. Classic. Will you play Comrade Police tonight? No, I'm tired. I'm gonna end it here. Half day. 7 hours and 50 minutes. This video made me super sad. Yeah, I kind of want to dive into it more, and I probably will tomorrow. We are cutting your pay, always. Of course. Understandable. Understandable.
Stunning lo-fi introduction.
Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Hope the Porsche is paid off. The lease, we're good. Peace, everybody.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming, reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face, sad in Discord at your prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot.